In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called goro, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Aneke television. How I get one with the father and I am what you go How Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo Wabatawan here, Bube, and I got a bit on the mellow way, Mela Madia, in our uncle, in a American Kutanwa, in our Pozu, in our Kukwan, the one I got television, the Arcades will your man, the one I got television, you do man, help the mellow way, Mela Madia, who me would have Nanka Bunkai. You are a boy, it's your mom won't talk to come over soon. Never had you well, what I look Aneke television. How agibom dị egwu nkwazi n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mgbe ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. How na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiho mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu site. Ọ dị na
All right, good morning and blessings to you people of God out and in here. I'm glad this morning to bring the message of Christ unto you this morning. And I pray that God Almighty will bless you through his word and quench every raging storm in your life, family, business, and even in our nation at large. Our Father, Lord, we want to thank you for a day like this, and we appreciate you because you are God. Regardless of what we are passing through and what we are going through, you have a concern towards them. We pray, Father, that you will bring meaningfulness out of your word and let it minister to souls and life out there in the name of Jesus. Amen. So I want you to tune in as we go through the channels of Aneke, and I want to thank the management for the opportunity to minister God's word through this medium. This morning, I will still be talking on a topic that says overcoming the raging storm of life. And the Lord will be taking us through his scriptures, Mark chapter 4 from verse 35 to 41. The scripture reads thus far. The scripture said in Mark chapter 4 from verse 35 to 41, the scripture said, as evening came, Jesus said to his disciples, let's cross to the other side of the lake. So they took Jesus in the boat and started out, leaving the crowds behind, although other boats followed. But soon a fierce storm came up. High waves were breaking into the boat, and it began to fill with water. Jesus was sleeping at the back of the boat with his head on a cushion. The disciples woke him up shouting, "Teacher, don't you care that we are going to drown?" When Jesus woke up, he rebuked the wind and said to the waves, "Silence, be still." Suddenly the wind stopped, and there was a great calm. This morning, like I said from the beginning, the Lord will be speaking to us on a topic which he has laid in my heart to speak to us out there, overcoming the raging storm of life. And what are storm, or what can we say is storm? Our storms are daily challenges that we face. They are troubles conflicting our faith and making us feel that God has forgotten us. They are difficult situations that comes on our way to question our faith in Christ. Also, they are those strange moments we don't feel like going further. Times we feel that the world has fallen on us. So these are what we can tag as storm. They are those things that challenge our faith. They are also those things and those situations that at those times we feel that everything God has left us, our faith does no longer exist. These are things we can tag or call storms of life. One of the things or points I want to make strikingly is that storms, they are inevitable part of life. They will always come. They have their seasons, they have their times, and everyone, no one, whether you're a Christian, whether you are not a Christian, nobody is immune to these things. So they are inevitable part of life. Okay, how can we be able to overcome these ranging storms when they come? How can we be able to overcome them when they come, since they are inevitable part of our life as long as we exist here on earth? Everybody faces it. Family can face it. Business can face it. Even nation at large can also face it. How can we overcome them? We are going to look at the biblical solution to overcoming these ranging storms when they come. Number one, from our scriptures, when you read verse 35 to 36 of Mark chapter 4, the scripture said, as evening came, Jesus said to his disciples, let's cross to the other side of the lake. And the scripture said in verse 36, so they took Jesus in the boat and started out, leaving the crowd behind, although other boats followed. Well, if we want to overcome the ranging storms of life, one of the first principles we need to obey is obeying God wherever he leads. We need to obey God wherever he leads. We are not to lead God, we are to follow him. Like Apostle Paul told his disciples, he said, imitate me as I imitate Christ. We must lead, we must obey God as wherever he leads us. The scripture said in verse 35 of that scripture, it said that Jesus Christ initiated the journey. It was not the disciples that initiated. And when he called upon them, the scripture said they obeyed immediately. They lodged in their boat, and everybody entered and followed Jesus Christ. So if we must be able to overcome our ranging storms, the first principle or cardinal objective, we need to obey is to obeying God wherever he leads, not us leading him. The second thing we also need to obey is acknowledging Jesus in the journey. When you notice in verse 37, and 38, the scripture says, but soon a fierce storm came up. High waves were breaking into the boat, and it began to fill up. Jesus was sleeping. As quiet as it is, as raging the storm was, as fierce in the storm was, the scripture said that Jesus was sleeping. And I know in the practices of these disciples, so many of them were fishers of men. They must have known the technicalities of how to solve problems. They have known technicalities of how to, maneuver or maneuver their boats. But at this particular time, they have tried their possible best. They could not prevail. The storm was still raging so heavily. They quietly acknowledged the sovereignty of Jesus Christ in calming the storm. They acknowledged it immediately. The scripture said, as Jesus Christ was sleeping on that boat, they acknowledged him and they shouted, Jesus, Master, carest thou not we perish, in King James Version. And they shouted, in New Living Translation, said the disciples woke him up immediately and shouted, Teacher, don't you care that we are going to drown? They acknowledge Jesus in the boat. Every problem that must be solved and wants to be solved by Jesus Christ, you must be able to acknowledge that Jesus Christ is the master. As he initiated, he was acknowledged. When they noticed that this was actually getting out of hand, they didn't want to get involved. Even when they involved themselves, the scripture said it got to a point that they had to acknowledge him. They woke him up and say, Master, carest thou not that we perish. So if we must be able to overcome our storm as a nation, our national crisis, we must be able to acknowledge Jesus Christ in the life of our country. We must be able to acknowledge Jesus Christ in that critical situation in our family. In that sickness, you must be able to acknowledge him as the master, the healer, the deliverer, the provider. the one who knows how to give and give the best gift. We must acknowledge him.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
And the third of it, if we must be able to overcome the raging storm, we must engage faith into action. We must engage faith into action. And in verse 39 and 41 of Mark chapter 4, the scripture said, when Jesus woke up, he rebuked the wind and said to the waves, "Silence, be still." Suddenly, the wind stopped, and there was a great storm. And in verse 40, the scripture said, then he asked them, "Why are you afraid? Do you still have no faith?" Jesus Christ questioned them. Do you still have no faith? Why are you afraid? Where are you fearful? We must be able, as people of God, regardless of how the level of the raging storm, regardless of the crisis, regardless of the doctor's definition about the situation, that sickness, regardless of the economic crisis we are facing as a nation, Nigeria, we must be able to acknowledge, and as we acknowledge Jesus Christ, there is also need for us to engage into action of our faith. There must be a time when the Lord will call upon us to do something extraordinary. As a nation, it is expected of us that by the next year that we are expected to go pick our PVC cards. It is part of our engagement of faith to vote in the right candidate. As one going through crisis, health crisis, there is a time you need to beckon on the name of Jesus Christ. He is a strong tower, and when we run into him, we are safe. So this morning, the Lord has called our attention on 3 cardinal principles if we must overcome our raging storms. The one of it is we must obey God wherever he leads. As the disciples, they called upon the disciples and they obeyed him, and they launched into the seas, and they were crossing over the other side. And there was also, we must also acknowledge Jesus in the journey. As Jesus Christ, he was the one that initiated. And when there was a fears of storm raging, breaking the boat they were into, even as quiet as Jesus Christ was, the scripture said that Jesus Christ laid his hands on a cushion in verse 38 of the scripture of Mark chapter 4 and verse 38. The scripture said Jesus was sleeping at the back of the boat with his head on a cushion in New Living Translation. You'll find out that there is no problem that disrupts Jesus Christ. There is no problem that troubles Jesus, because he is the master. He knows he has what it takes to solve every problem. He has what it takes to provide for your needs. He has what it takes to heal your diseases. He has what it takes to bring still to the crisis raging in our nation. He has what it takes to give us the best gift. And we must acknowledge him if we must be able, if he must be involved in our problem. And another thing, like I said, as one of the principles to overcoming raging storm, is we must engage our faith into action. Like the scripture said, faith without works is dead. We must be able to put into action. And how do we do that? We do that by believing God's word. We do that by believing the word which he also expressed concerning our situation through his prophet. We also need to believe that by reading the precedents of what he has done. Has he said it? Has he healed someone? Has he delivered another person? Has he healed the nation? nations? Has he delivered nations? Surely God's word must surely come to pass. And we must believe his words as it is spoken through from his word and through his prophet. And it is my wish this moment to pray for as many that are going through crisis, that the storm is overwhelming their lives, their finances, their businesses. I come to you this morning as the one sent by the Lord to minister to your life, and I pray this moment that every storm in your life, every storm in your marriage, every storm in your businesses, every storm in your family, I decree this moment that the Lord will bring them to still in the name of Jesus, that the Lord will bring peace upon them. Like Jesus Christ, when they woke him, they acknowledged him, and they woke him up and shouted, Master, carry thou not we perish. And the Master spoke, peace be still. I decree over your life this moment, peace be still. I decree over that family that is facing childlessness. I decree this moment, let there be fertility, let there be fruitfulness upon that family, in that family this moment. That business that is going through bankruptcy, I decree this moment that peace be still. Let there be divine provision. May the Lord give you an escape route in the name of Jesus. That business that is going down, I decree this moment flourishness upon it. I decree this moment, let the power of the Lord that brings about peace calm every storm in your family. Thank you, mighty God, because we know you answered us. In the name of Jesus Christ we have prayed. Amen. I am still your beloved Pastor Chukwemeka Henry Osuji. I am coming through the Baptist denomination. God bless you, and I decree peace upon you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Iwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and act as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas, where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from governments and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security by leveraging local knowledge and community networks. Rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue, and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be a deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Hello, good morning, and welcome to Aneke Sports. Today, it is your one and only Good Hope Chukuma, the sports oracle, bringing you what's happening around the world of sports, how it has been going in the World Cup, what you are to expect, and what you should expect, the scoreline, the fixtures, and the rest of them. Not just the World Cup, but also the fixtures of football. I mean, the Premier League games, the people that will play the games are out. I mean, the teams that will face each team. It came out yesterday by 10 a.m. And I would have, just show you that, but it was actually the time ahead, a little bit ahead of the time that we had to bring you the sports yesterday. Also talking about the fixtures in the Premier League, we're talking about the, grace, the marathon, the qualifications, and also the tennis side, and also the greatest of them all, which we are trying to pick interest. That's in the boxing, in the world of boxing, and also in the world of wrestling. These two games are very crucial to the world of sports, and we're bringing all this your way today as you just stay glued to your set. First of all, before I shoot you with the information I have here, no, you're not going to die. You're just going to live to have more information and enjoy today. I would like to let you know that we are just going to be we would like to have your comments on our social media platforms. We would like to know what you think about the games, and also what you think about the fixtures, and also the predictions. If you get it right, yes, it will be a wonderful time for you. I will not tell you what will come your way, but it will actually be a wonderful thing that will come your way. We're going to try our best to send something across to you. And also want to have your comments on our social media platforms on Facebook and on YouTube. Also, you can just go down to the live stream where you would see type in space for chat, and tell us what you think. I'll right there be replying you what you need to be replied. Of course, we don't do hate speech here. We actually do banter. We actually drag, but it's not a hate speech thing. It's all love from here, from Aneke TV Sports. Now, shooting you with the most prolific information of today, I will tell you that the natural born thriller is out. Talking about Itaoma versus Hegovic. Yes, that will be the watch only on the Zone, DSDN. Yes. It is out, and the game is going to happen on Saturday, August 29th at the O2 London Arena. And you have those guys who are going to bring you the best of what's happening in that world, where Tauma is going to take Hogovic. It is one of the fights you would expect that Queensberry would see to the sponsorship of this fight. It's going to be an interesting time, I will tell you for a fact, because most times you're looking at those fixtures, and he will face Filip Hogovic, and it's going to be a time where a lot of people are going to see what Joshua Itaoma would actually bring to the game. And we are talking about Joshua Itaoma. We are talking about someone who has really shown how much he could do in the world of boxing. We are talking about someone who has proven himself over the time. The other day he came out to say that he is not going to he's not going to have a clash with Anthony Joshua. He is not that he's above Anthony Joshua, but he actually respects Anthony Joshua, and I would tell you that Joshua is getting ready for this fight, and I don't know if you're getting ready to see this game. It's going to be one of the most interesting games which will come your way on DAZN. Remember, DAZN is out there to bring you the best of the live coverage in the world of boxing and in the world of WWE also. Even while we are not yet recovered from that UFC 250 years America's a celebration fight, which took place at the Southern Lawn with the Claw just over the fight, where boxers came together. I don't mean the boxers you wear. I mean boxers came together to have a handshake and also a fight shake. It was one of the most prolific fight we've had in the history of UFC, and it took them about $30 million to have that fight put together, where you have the likes of Mr. President, talking about the American President Donald Trump, who was there live, who was also celebrating his birthday, and also talking about the viewership. It has reached, surpassed 150 million views across the viewing centers. And you know that it was initially budgeted to be about 80,000 people who would see it outside the venue, but right now it has taken a step, it has jumped, because that was actually the fight of the history. It took them about $30 million to fix the fight, but normally it used to take UFC $3 to $4 million to fix a normal fight and to gather it. And I'm telling you right now that this fight, we're not going to go over it, just, scale over it. We're going to talk about it, because UFC featuring Paramount Plus is having the time of their life. And I must tell you that is something that you need to know. It's something that you really have to, put your mind to. And I'm going to give you just a brief history about Joshua Itaoma. And Joshua Itaoma is someone who has really given himself in this world of boxing. I told you before that he said that he's not going to have any clash with Anthony Joshua. He's not going to disrespect Anthony Joshua. While it looks like he's not going to do that, he's still maintaining his position as someone who has some respect. Well, Anthony Joshua the other day opened up to Moses Itaoma fight, and then after the Fury clash, he has opened up to the fight. He actually opened up, that was on June 9th. He opened up to the fight. He said that he's open to have the fight. And I'm telling you right now that that's the fight you are going to just hang out to see. That's the fight you're going to have. He's a British boxer, of course. Moses Itaoma is a British boxer, and he's a Nigerian Slovak descent, He hailed from one of the division's brightest young stars, an unbeaten former world youth amateur champion. He turned pro in 2023 and has since captured the Commonwealth in the Commonwealth Games and the WBA International and the WBO Intercontinental titles with explosive early knockouts. Yes, I'm telling you that this guy, he actually has the Nigerian blood, and Nigeria know the carry last. I hope you know, and Nigeria know the carry last. So it is very interesting to tell you that this guy is ready for the fight. And still talking about the fights that are coming, we are going to bring you that it is going to be the Hall of Fame, where there's is going to be a night of champion at Riyadh, of course, on Saturday, June 27th, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Is going to be an undisputed WWE Championship triple threat match between Gunter and Cody Rhodes and Sami Zayn. Man, this is not just a fight. This is going to be a moment to declare who is going home with the championship belt. And I'm telling you, Gunter is ready. Talking about the Ring General and the American Nightmare. Talking about Cody Rhodes. And Sami Zayn is going to be a clash. A clash of not of the Titans, I will tell you. It's going to be a clash of the Titans, and men are getting ready to, have this game come to you. And I'm going to tell you that this game is one of the games that when you put your mind to, you're going to see what happens. They're going to face each other in an undisputed WWE Championship triple threat match at WWE Knock. So it's going to be an awesome time, I'm telling you. It's going to be an awesome time to watch the game. And now we're talking about Cashman champion, that's Amar, and winner of WBC Silver US Middleweight Champion. We brought that information your way, that this guy is getting ready for everything beautiful and everything in between. And this guy defeats Jonas Sylvain by unanimous decision to become the new WBC Silver US Middleweight Champion. That is something the Zone, you can watch the card on the Zone Boxing. That is where you could watch the
the highlight and the update. That is something that I want to tell you that is making a lot of sense and is shifting the tides around. It's really shifting the tides around. And I must tell you that this is something that he has dreamt of having all his life, and now he has it. I am sure that he does not just have it. He is the man of the moment. He is the man of the moment. Now let's take a look, just a look at the British athletics, talking about Asha Philip, who has announced her retirement from professional athletics after more than a decade representing Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Yes, you could see her just with the UK, Great Britain flag, just trying to, flaunt the country where she's coming from, country she has been representing, and it is so amazing. I must tell you, so amazing to have Asha Philip, go through the lane, go down the lane of men people who has gotten it right in the world of athletics. And moving on from that, we have the 10x national champion Shericka Jackson. Yes, Shericka Jackson. I must tell you that this lady, she opened up her 100 meters campaign at the Jamaican Championship in Kingston, winning the national title in 10.81 seconds. That's about a progress of 0.3 seconds, and her 10th Jamaican title. This lady is not just making rounds. She is making the moment. And I'm going to tell you that ranging from 100 meters to 400 meters, that was her 10th champion Jamaican title. And Tina Clayton was second in 10.85 seconds, followed by Jonelle Smith in 10.94 seconds for an MVP podium. Yes, these people are taking this to the next level, and I must tell you that it's not just a race for her, it's not just the championship for Shericka Jackson. It is about the moment she had to take it to the next level by participating and winning her 10th Jamaican championship. Yes, it is amazing to have this lady. I mean, ladies are really out there pulling weight and bringing, the progress, bringing in the championship, and men too are doing so. So in the world of athletics, I could tell you, and I officially declare as a sports oracle, there's neither male nor female. I got it wrong, because there is actually male nor female, or female, I will tell you. Why? Because the meters a lady can cover is also the meters a guy can cover. I mean, the championship games are different. It is very different, and you must always see it as a privilege or as a way to express your humanity. So now, what I'm saying is, these two, talking about the male and female, they don't have the same viewership. Men could view a lot of men's game, like talking about in the world of football. You could see a lot of football games, and then talking about this World Cup, I'm going to bring you a stat that I prepared, and I had to check around too. It was actually on point. I'm talking about viewership now. Men and women don't get the same viewership, so it may not be the same. But I'm telling you, in the sports world, what a man can do, a woman can do also. What a man can do, a woman can do also. I know many people don't like this thing I'm saying, but of course, if you say you are a feminist, if whatever you say you are, I must tell you that you should understand that it happens quite some time where people would want to, have themselves to prove their point. Now let's take a look at the fight. We brought this your way. We had to tell you yesterday on Saturday, 8th of August. Right there, ESPN is going to bring this fight, Desley Robinson versus Tam Tibalt. It's going to be the fight of the season, and this fight is taking place on August 8th. The ESPN is the MVP 05 Johnson Tutson. That's the fight that's coming. And also talking about the tickets on sale now, same day, same station, same ESPN. We're talking about Shuretta Metcalf and Amanda Gali. Super flyweight bout is going to take place at Orlando, Florida. is the fight of the time, and it's the fight of their lives. We're still talking about that on Saturday, 8th August. It's going to be the fight where the women are going to show their strength. And I'm telling you right now that you may not have seen this coming, but I saw it coming, and I want to show you also so that you could see it coming. And you will just watch out this fight at the ESPN, where we have Cheneka Johnson, who's going to face Dina Tolsland on the Spirit World Championship by Warren 18. And still talking about Desle Robinson. That's where the comparison, where the three of them are going to fix themselves to fight. It's going to be the fight time and the flight time of their life. I must tell you that this fight is going to take place without having any doubt to it. It's going to be the fight of the moment. It's going to be the fight of the time. And I must tell you that these ladies are ready. I mean, talking about Cheneka Johnson versus Tosland is taking on the Spirit World Championship, while Desle Robinson versus Tam Thibault is taking place. Is going to fight the Unified World Championship, and also Shureta Metcalf versus Amanda Gali Super Flyweight bout. Still the same fight. They say tickets are on sale now. You have to go get this ticket. And of course, you may not be there physically, but I'm telling you, I'm encouraging you. If you're watching me all around the world, you could just go there and get your ticket. You could just take, of course, on the flyers you see event tickets from the sponsors and also from the FanDuel and the Bot Lab. They are ready for this fight, and I'm telling you, the ladies are ready. I don't know about the guys. The guys are ready too, and it's going to be a wonderful time. It's really, really going to be a great time. And I want to bring your way what has been happening in the world of World Cup. But before I do that, I would like to ask you just a few questions. What have you been expecting? What have you been expecting? What has it been for you? What are you looking up to seeing? Who is the man of the match for the games that has, occurred, that has taking place just in these few days? But before I get into football proper, I would like us to take a short break. When we return, we will delve right into the world of football, where we'll be bringing you the latest updates in the Premier League and across the world of football. For now, stay with us. We'll be right back shortly.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Yes, welcome back. Now, we would take you through the world of football. Yesterday, the Premier League fixtures was released, and teams are going to face teams, and teams are going to really clash things out and squash things out. Like Manchester United is going to face Hull City for the opening game, and Arsenal's team's fixtures is ready. Yes, these teams are ready, and they are ready for the moment, and you're ready for the team. I don't know if you're ready for the next Premier League, but let's take a look at the Premier League fixtures. Premier League fixtures for the next phase of the Premier League, which starts August. That's talking about August. And now, well, before I would tell you, before I show you the graphics, I would like you to guess just in 10 seconds what team are you expecting to be on the fixtures. Seeing that Coventry and Hull City and Ipswich Town, these three clubs, they qualified for the next phase. Now, they came from the Championship and they are into the Premier League. I would tell you that they are not going to face friendly foes at the beginning of the league, at the beginning of the games. But first of all, let's just take a look at the Premier League fixtures for the season, where you have the 2026-2027 fixtures. August Sunday, you have the game that will be opening the match. But I think let's take a look for more clarity and understanding. Let's take a look at the the opening games, talking about from August, Fulham and Brighton. Fulham is going to play Brighton. Moving from that, then you go to September, you have Arsenal. This is for Chelsea. I'm talking about Chelsea. Sorry, I'm talking about Chelsea. I didn't let you know it was Chelsea I'm talking about. I don't know why I started with Chelsea, but let me start with Chelsea because Chelsea is the team of the moment. Everyone's eye, because of Xabi Alonso, everyone's eye is on Chelsea. Now, let's take a look at Chelsea first five. You have Fulham, you have Brighton, and then you have in September, you have Arsenal away, September 5th. Then in the Hull City, you have Hull City on 12th. That's home. And then away, you have Brentford. That's the first 5 games they're going to have. Then you have in Manchester United, you have the first 5 that, you know, well. Its statistics rank their start as Premier League's easiest. That's starting from Hull City. Manchester United is going to face Hull City. And people are asking, how many points do you think Manchester United is going to get from this first 8 fixtures that they're going to have? Playing Hull City away August 22nd, and then Ipswich Town August 29th at home, then Everton away September 5th, then Manchester City home September 12th, then Fulham away September 19th, then Tottenham Hotspur home October 10th, and Leeds away October 17th, and Bournemouth home October 24th. So that is really going to be what Manchester United is going to play. And everyone has been asking, some people have been asking the question, how many points do you think Manchester United is going to get from this point? And let us give you just what's happening, key fixtures in the 2026-2027 Premier League. The key fixtures between Manchester United and Manchester City, that's September 12th, 2026. Wow, what's going on here? Manchester United and Manchester City are the key fixtures from the Premier League. And we have Everton versus Liverpool. Guys, I hope you know that Everton versus Liverpool, that Everton and Liverpool, they are very close rivals. They are very close rivals, and Liverpool has not really taken their coat off, Everton. It has always been a fight of their life and a fight of their time. Because, looking at the stat, I would tell you that Everton and Liverpool has really seen themselves, where you have Liverpool have historically dominated the Merseyside derby, winning 31 of the 66 games, while Everton has won 9. Well, since 1995, Everton and Liverpool have faced each other 66 times across all competition. Liverpool has actually won 31. Now, what is really happening is that Everton and Liverpool are not just having to, this recent time, it's now very difficult seeing their form so far, the form they had while the season was ending. Now, seeing where Liverpool ended, how they struggled for the season, and also seeing where Everton ended, I mean, I can tell you for a fact that Liverpool and Everton has not really gotten themselves over the town. They have not really gotten themselves, and you could see the game on January again. They have to face each other, and in same way, Manchester United and Manchester City is going to face each other March 20th in 2027. So it's going to be a game of their life. And also talking about entertainment. Oh, wow. I just want to go back to the history. Very back in the history, where there's a lot of fixtures I was telling you about. You could see the result. Everton versus Liverpool as of 1894. You would see Everton versus Liverpool. The result, Everton had to win. Liverpool lost. And that was League Division 1. Same thing in November 1894, where they drew, and coming down to 1906, and also going down to, because I don't want, there's no time to, be giving you the updates, talking about just their game, which they finished. Everton had to win Liverpool. Everton won Liverpool last season, and also Liverpool won Everton. So I told you in recent time, Liverpool will win, Everton would lose. Liverpool will lose, Everton will win. So it has been a clash of titans for them, really, really. And let's go down to sport. That's Arsenal versus Tottenham. You would see the game on December 5th, 2026, and it will have the rematch will come. Arsenal versus Tottenham will come May 1st, 2027. And looking at Newcastle versus Sunderland is coming up December 5th, 2026, while the Sunderland-Newcastle is coming back on May 2027. You guys know that I've been talking about Newcastle, and also I have laid much emphasis on Sunderland, talking about their players. You see my voice, I'm very, very brutal with Sunderland, because looking at the likes of Brobbey is a one-time OTP shooting striker that we have in the Premier League. I don't know why teams are not coming for Brobbey. You guys don't know who Brobbey is. Brobbey does not take no for an answer. This guy is good. He is a Netherlands, of course. He's going to play in the World Cup, and he's playing in the World Cup. Of course, he was not able to feature on the last game of the World Cup, but I'm sure that the game today he's going to feature. Brobbey has been sensational. Brobbey, a very sensational guy. And watching his game versus Manchester United last season, when Manchester United visited them at home, showed me that this guy, if he keeps on with his feet, if he keeps on with his fitness, would actually amount to the best Premier League striker. But that future, I don't know where it's going. Well, I'm telling you that it's going to be the game of the season. That's what Premier League actually have shown us. Now, let's take a look also at Liverpool versus Manchester United. That's the game. Liverpool versus Manchester United coming up on November 21st, 2026. And the rematch is going to take place January 23rd, 2027. Yes, man, I hope you're alive to see these games. I hope you're alive to see the updates on this game. Because, yes, I'm going to be alive. I'm going to, bring you the updates just as the time comes. And also talking about Arsenal, Manchester City. Guys, Arsenal, Manchester City is the game of the season. And looking at how both of them ended in the Premier League, how they had to go head-to-head. Oh, bro, this is not just a stroll. It's becoming a walkover. And I'm telling you that these guys are really taking it to the next level. That's the game. Then Manchester City, Arsenal is coming up on January 30th. January 30th is the time this game is going to happen. And I'm telling you that Arsenal and Manchester City, just in 2 seasons, has never had a quiet time. I'm telling you that is really either they win or they lose, or the both of them have their draws. And from the stats we have, Arsenal and Manchester City have faced each other 214 times. With Arsenal winning 101, City has just won 65 and 48 draws. So Arsenal has actually won a lot. And when you take a look at it from the inside, you will see in the Premier League Division 1, Arsenal has won just 89 times, and the City has won 59 wins, and they have had 47 draws. Now in the FA Cup, Arsenal has won 4 wins. City just has won 2 twice, and there has been 0 draws. Now in the EFL, that's the League Cup, Carabao, and the rest of them, you have Arsenal winning 5 times, Manchester City winning 4 times with 1 draw. Then in the Community Shield, Arsenal has won twice, and Manchester City has won once. And then they have 0 draws. Talking about the biggest European championships, that's in the European competition, they have never met in the European competition. They have never met at the biggest stage of European football. Talking about the UEFA Champions League or UEFA Europa League, they have never met each other. But let's take a look at the biggest wins, where you have Arsenal won Manchester City 5-0. Manchester City, Arsenal won you guys 5-0. And you people are still there. Well, let's leave that. Now we have Manchester City. No, this was in 2000. Arsenal won this game in 2000, October 27th, in the year 2000. Now in the year 2021, Manchester City had to do them back. That's 21 years later. Manchester City had to give them their 5-0. In Igbo, it says or we say 5-0 versus Arsenal. That's the game, that's the score line. It was 5-0, that's in August 28th. Now, most goals in a match was actually Arsenal versus Manchester City in 1956. The game was 7-3. Guess who won? Yes, your guess was not right. Arsenal actually won. It was not Manchester City. Because, you know, I used to tell a lot of people, even though Manchester City seems to be pulling weight now and buying players and really registering a lot of progress in the world of football, I must tell you that they have not been the Manchester City of the years ago. Seriously, they have not. Looking at the stats they have really had their time of struggle. And this happens to everything. And they were just like, you know, talking about Blackburn Rovers, West Ham, West Brom, all those teams. But they are sharing the same city with Manchester United. So it's just like having two football teams in the same city. Like in Co City, you have Rangers and then Rangers International FC. Then you have another Rangers, but not FC, because they are home-based. I'm kidding. So they have two names. Okay, let me use something that you can understand. For instance, we are talking about Manchester United and Manchester City. Now, what example can I give you now so that you can understand what I mean? Okay, let me say, okay, we are in Independence layout. We are in Enugu. Let me use Enugu, yes, as Enugu 042. Now we have Enugu, then we have in Enugu, we have Rangers. I'm still going back to Rangers because they are really the best in the league now, in the Indian PFL league. Then we have, after we have Rangers, we have another team that bears Rangers in Enugu, where Rangers just close to Enugu, or we could say Achara layout, or we could say Independence. Okay, yes, Independence layout and Achara layout, something like that. Because Independence layout and Achara layout, they are just, you know, quite a distance between them. So both of them have been, I'm talking about Manchester United and Manchester City, they have been doing well. But Manchester United has been, you know, taking the victory, has been pushing and has been taking it up than that before, till Manchester City had to come to the limelight. And I must tell you that these two teams are really pushing it and they are really having the game. Now, let me take you through the top scorers in the rivalry, you know, in the Manchester City versus Arsenal, talking about the top, you know, people who have scored the most goals. You're talking about Sergio Aguero. You're talking about Aguero moments. And then you have who has scored 10 goals. Sergio Aguero has scored 10 goals in their game. Then you have Kevin De Bruyne. Kevin De Bruyne has actually scored 8 goals. And then you have Theo Walcott, who has scored 6 goals, and Raheem Sterling, who has also scored 6 goals. Then Emmanuel Adebayo, who has also scored 5 goals. Now let's talk about the stadium records for Arsenal versus Manchester City, where they have the stadium records of Emirates Stadium has had 34 wins, and City has actually had 36 wins and 23 draws. Then the Etihad Stadium, Arsenal has had 54 wins, then City 20 wins, and then the draws. Now, when you talk about comparison about trophy, you have Arsenal has had 29 major domestic trophies, then 2 European trophies. That's what Arsenal has actually had. Then Manchester City has had 20. I told you this thing, and you people think I'm playing. Just watch, just listen. Arsenal has had 29 major trophies, domestic trophies. Manchester City has had 25 major domestic trophies, 4 European global trophies, including the 2023 Champions League. So I think this is where we're going to draw a curtain on this particular comparison. But let me just give you a summary where you have the Arsenal versus Manchester City rivalry is one of the most competitive in English football. That is very undoubting statement. It's very undoubting because they are both having a clash, talking about the likes of Erling Haaland and Gabriel Magalhaes of Arsenal and Brazil. So you have that with Arsenal historically holding a slight edge in wins, but City dominating in recent years. Yes, I told you Manchester City has started dominating. It was just recently that they started dominating. And you also have matches that are often high stakes, influencing league titles and cup competitions, making this fixture a highlight of the English football calendar. Yes, it's going to be something that I must tell you that it has been happening, and it's something that I must tell you that everyone would see coming. But Arsenal versus Manchester City is going to be the game of our lives. And with this, we take another short break. When we return, we're going to dive right into the World Cup. What is really going on in the World Cup, the fixtures and the result, the scores, and how it has been happening. Teams that has qualified for the next phase of the World Cup. It's just only 2 teams, and I ask you to guess. If you can't guess, then when I come back, we will delve right into that. For now, let's take a short break. Don't touch that. We'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Now we take a look at the highlights of the World Cup. A lot of people have not been seeing this World Cup because of the time zone. Now, talking about Nigeria, a lot of people are also awake in the night to see the World Cup. Well, that's not for your sports oracle, because I have to be awake to see the games and also bring you the update. You could see my eyes. You could see it in my eyes. Now, let me take you through the scores yesterday, where you had the World Cup highlights 2026, where the United States had to win Australia. United States had to win Australia, the host country, in the Group D game. Then in the Group C, you also have Scotland losing it to Morocco. Scotland had to lose it to the African giants. Now you also have Brazil in the Group C playing against Haiti and scoring 3 goals. Your favorite scored. Everyone is asking who's your favorite. Well, your favorite is Matheus Cunha. He has scored twice, while the wonderful winger, talking about Vinicius Jr., had to take it home and slot in another goal. Now you have Turkey eliminated from the World Cup in the Group D, where you have Paraguay had to eliminate Turkey in the Group D, and it was not what they actually planned to have. And let's take a look at the Group D standings so far, where you are having United States up for the next round. United States are up for the next round with 6 points. They have played 2 games and they drew nothing, they lost nothing. The goal difference, just 5 goals. They've scored a lot of goals in this World Cup. They have points, the 6 points I'm talking about. They are top in the Group D. Then Australia is just 3.3, where you have Paraguay. Paraguay had just 3 points. They have won just 1 game, and it has been a very difficult moment for Turkey. It has actually been a difficult moment for Turkey. Now we're also talking about the match day fixtures. Match day fixtures that is coming up. That's today's fixtures that is coming up, and I'm telling you, it is one of the fixtures that you would want to see. It is going to be a sensational time. Before we give you that fixtures, I want to tell you that a lot of things are happening just out of the sports world, out of the football games that are taking place in the World Cup. A lot of people have gone ahead to praise the stadiums. I mean, talking about the stadiums where you have the World Cup in the US. A lot of people have gone ahead to talk about the stadiums, how they have aligned, how they should bring back the World Cup to the stadium. Now let me read you a quote. I mean, from X, from Mickey from Arcadia. He said something. He said the World Cup is absolutely insane. This is what he's talking about. Mickey said the World Cup is absolutely insane, talking about that every World Cup, where he's replying Mario Nafai, where he's replying him that the stadiums are packed with electric atmosphere. Now we bring the comparison to the 2022 World Cup, what actually happened in Qatar. Yes, what actually happened in the World Cup. What was the stadiums not packed? What was it in the World Cup? And I must tell you that this guy seems to be making sense. And while I put you a picture of any of the stadiums, while I give you the picture and then give you a slide, I will read you what this guy said. And looking at the beauty and the decoration, I will tell you that US, they're prepared really. US, Canada, and Mexico, they're really prepared for this World Cup. Now, let's take a look at what he said. He said, I've been running marketing campaigns for some of the world's largest companies for over 4 years. Across our network, we monitor roughly 300 billion impressions annually. He said, I have never seen anything perform like the World Cup. Across our clipping networks, influencers, media pages, communities, and creator campaigns, the level of engagement, reach, and content velocity is unlike anything else in the marketing. Well, he said the economic impact of the World Cup exceeds $60 billion. Man, that's a lot of money. But let's just still read what he's saying. He said the comparison, the Super Bowl generates roughly 1.2 billion in economic impact. Talking about the Super Bowl, he said it generates 1.2 billion, in economic impact. That's the Super Bowl. And then the World Cup is one of the largest attention events on the planet. Guys, now you have to believe me. In case you're not watching football, you have to go and watch football. You have to go and see a game. You have to go and see this World Cup, because a lot is happening. If at all, a lot is really not happening, because you are not seeing the games. I encourage you to go and see this game. Now, let me just finish what he said, because when I saw this, my mind was blown. I was like, man, $60 billion, while Super Bowl is just doing $1 to $2 billion in economic impact. Can you compare that? You cannot compare that. Now, let me give you what it means. It says the World Cup is the largest attention event on the planet. Now, I have to draw this from my own research, that right now, 2026 World Cup is, and there will never be a World Cup like this World Cup. First of all, the fusion of entertainment into football, into sport, has given it a widespread, gaining much more viewership. And, that blend of music into football, where you have the likes of Burna Boy, Davido, Shakira, Rema, having the likes of Future and the rest of them performing just for 90 minutes in the opening ceremony of the World Cup in this year's World Cup, has given an edge that this World Cup is not somewhere, it's not an event, a sports event you would play with. A lot of people who don't like to watch football must have actually seen the performance and the music. I'm talking about music, guys who are interested in music. Now, I must tell you that from the entertainment side, this World Cup is really doing a lot. And it is one of its kind, and will never be a World Cup. There will never be a World Cup such as the World Cup hosted by these three giant nations. Let's just take a look at what he says. Every goal, upset, controversy, celebration, and viral moments create an endless stream of content that millions of people actively want to consume and share. People are so interested. Wow, I want to see that goal. Well, I'm telling you that this World Cup, the goals, the highlights, all of them are nowhere to be compared with over the years. The cameras, now you have the ref cam. Goals are scored from the like the replays of the goals are shown from the referee cam. That's the cameras that the referees wear. It is so amazing. It is amazing. And I must tell you that if you are a consumer brand, sportsbook, casino, fintech, and crypto platform, media company, virtual lending business, targeting mass market, you actually have an advantage to watch the World Cup, and you are leaving an enormous amount of attention on the table. So guys, this World Cup, you have to, I'm just giving this as a free update. Do a content on this World Cup. Share your views, share your comments, share your update. Let us see what you think and post it. You can tag Aneke TV so that we can read and see what you think, or post the highlights, post the goals, what happened, what you think about those goals, what you think about the celebrations, what you think. Because guys, it is all about drama. It is all about the drama, and I'm telling you, it is the World Cup which is the current and the biggest moment of games. in the world. Now, let me give you today's fixtures, what you should expect in today's fixtures. And talking about that, you have Netherlands versus Sweden. It's going to take place today at the Houston Stadium. That's the local time is 3:30 p.m. in this afternoon. That's Netherlands is going to take Sweden. Then also Germany. Germany is going to face Côte d'Ivoire by 8 p.m. That's the local time. And you also have in Ecuador. Ecuador is going to face Curacao. These guys that scored their first goal and nearly tore everyone's shirt. Now, Germany's game is tomorrow by 1:30 a.m. That's in the morning, whereas the local time, but local time in comparison of their time would be 6 p.m. Then the four matches: one day, one world, one passion. Then you have Tunisia. Tunisia is going to face Japan. Tunisia is going to face Japan tomorrow by 8:30 a.m. What is that? 9:30. That's 9:30, really. But I'm telling you that it's going to be on a Sunday morning and they're going to be playing football and you have to watch the game. Then you have Spain versus Saudi Arabia. Would Spain play another draw game? That's the question that everyone has been, people has been asking. Will Spain play another draw game? Do you think Spain would win their game this time? I don't know, but I want you to really tell me if Spain would win their game this period, because it is going to be a time of their life if they don't qualify for the next round. Now, let me give you some stats. Talking about the Canada's 6-0 win against Qatar, the ratings record, Canada's 6-0 win against Qatar, the ratings record, 5.3 million viewers. It has been the most watched group stage match ever in Canada. The most watched group stage match in Canada, and you have 11.7 million total unique viewers. These viewers are from either third party or from just a streaming link. They are really not so direct to the stream. They could be from other streams. Now you also have 100% live streaming audience increase. So it was a game of the moment. It was a game of the season. Now also talking about 21 million Canadians have watched FIFA World Cup 2026 so far. 21 million Canadians has watched FIFA World Cup 2026. Then 92 million live tournament hours watched, and 1.2 million average audience for non-Canada matches. These are the stats for the World Cup. And I must tell you that in the hosting cost, that's the hosting cost from the World Cup since 2006, where you have Germany hosting it, costed what it took them to host the World Cup is $5.2 billion. Now in South Africa, the Zamina, Waka. Yes, it took them $7.2 billion to host the World Cup in 2010. Now coming down to Brazil, it took them $15 billion to host the World Cup. Now I'm talking about Russia in 2008. Russia, it took them $14 billion to host the World Cup. Now I'm talking about that Qatar World Cup in 2022. It took them about $220 billion to host the World Cup. Let me tell you why it took them about $220 billion to host the World Cup. You see, the stadiums, Qatar has no basic stadiums where people go to play. They don't have a lot of stadiums. They don't really have a lot of sporting facilities. They just have a good life or wonderful environment, while it is always hot down there because of the region, because of the atmospheric condition of the region. That's the weather. Now they had to start constructing stadiums. Unlike Brazil, unlike Germany, unlike these nations that has already established football and sporting complexes, this was a different case when it came to Qatar, because Qatar actually had to start afresh to fix, to build, to change, to make some adjustments in their ecosystem. They had to build ACs. ACs were all over the stadium. You could come into a stadium and it's as chill as the studio. Yes, they also had to, those stadiums were not built, like it was just a construction that they had to deconstruct when the when they finish the games. So that's why it's this costly. Now let's take a look at the FIFA World Cup going on currently for the 3 countries. The FIFA World Cup currently going on to 3 countries, where you have it costing them about $8 billion. Why is it costing them about $8 billion? Looking at they already have quite an established government and quite established sporting event, quite as established sporting facilities. That's why it cost this less. What about Russia? Would you even tell me why was that up to $14 billion? Then why was actually Brazil up to $15 billion? Now South Africa had 7.2, because these teams you're seeing, this cost is the cost of the arrangement, the rebuilding, the exchange in the construction, what it took them to have those stadiums moving and lined up. So it took them about that. And now these 3 countries, just combining 3 countries, is taking them about $8 billion. Are you not shocked? I'm shocked, really. I'm really shocked, because I will tell you, US already has they already have a thriving government, and they already have an economy that is moving, and they already have a footballing sports facilities. Talking about, if you come to the US, you have the likes of Inter Miami. They already have a stadium. I mean, stadiums even. They have a lot of stadiums in the US. Then also when you come, that they have a stadium in New Jersey, like a lot of it. So it would take them less. It will only cost them, hotel. And listen, it is an already established economy. So it looks like, and I could tell you that's where people go for vacation, and they are used to something like this. Now let me tell you also, in Canada may not have, this is their first time of hosting the World Cup, co-hosting the World Cup, and it is really a lot for them. But they also have their leagues thriving. They also have this established protocols in economy and in governance. So that has reduced a lot of expenses. Now coming down to Mexico. Mexico is also, having their time. I mean, doing well, trying to flourish, while they are still pushing themselves for more. Even though they have actually qualified, they have been the teams, just US and Mexico are the teams that have qualified the round of 32, the teams that had advanced from the round of 32. So as teams and countries play today, we're going to see what happens. So Mexico, even while being their first time of co-hosting too, they actually have, participated in the budget for the World Cup. Now, while we round up the show, I want to tell you that Hakimi is about to stand a trial in Spain, is about to stand a trial. And you are wondering what Hakimi has done this time. Hakimi, the guy, the GOAT, the man of the moment, a lot of people will call him. And telling you what he has done, he has not done, it's just, it's a rape issue that he's been accused of. Is actually a rape issue that they have accused him of, and it's something that is going to take place. Sorry, it's about an issue that happened far back in 2023. It's a question of an incident that occurred in February 2023 in Paris. So he has released a statement, and what he said was, looked me in the eyes and said to me, if you weren't famous, then there would never would have been a case. So he said he has chosen to remain silent over the years, and a story that was not told about him, so that he will now speak concerning the issue. And I must tell you for a fact that is something we're going to see. Now, as we round up the show, I want to bring you that teams, footballers has, in this particular World Cup has scored more than 2 goals. Talking about Lionel Messi, who's opened the hat-trick, and also the other guy who opened the hat-trick, and also talking about Balogun in the US, who opened a hat-trick game, and talking about Kylian Mbappe, who also had to, open his own hat-trick game. These guys and more have started the games and the fights in the Golden Boot for the World Cup. Now the question is, now Mateus Cunha had to join them yesterday. Who's going to have the Golden Boot? That's the question I bring as we round up the show. Who's going to take the Golden Boot for the 2026 World Cup? Yes, this is where we call, we draw the curtain close on this edition of Aneke TV Sports. It's a wonderful time having you. Remember, don't forget to comment and tell us what you think on our social media platforms on Facebook and YouTube. And we'll be right there reading you the update and what you think about the sports show and the sports events going on, especially in the FIFA World Cup. I am your one and only Good Hope Chukuma, the Sports Oracle. See you same time, same station on Monday. Have a wonderful morning. Bye.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
The financial and social strain of burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land is becoming a major concern, according to His Royal Majesty Igwe Ambassador Dr. Lawrence O.C. Agabozo, CFR. The elder statesman and respected traditional ruler raised the issue during a lecture delivered at the just concluded 4th Synod of the Catholic Diocese of Enugu held at the Jubilee Hall of the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Enugu. Speaking on the theme Burial and Traditional Funeral Ceremonies in Igbo land and their burden on the people, Igwe Agabozo traced the evolution of funeral practices from pre-Christian times to the present. He highlighted how modernization, religion, and social competition have significantly altered traditional customs. Recalling pre-Christian Igbo society, he explained that burials were swift, often conducted within 1 or 2 days due to the absence of mortuaries. Death were viewed as having spiritual causes, prompting families to consult diviners rather than medical experts. Burials were classified based on social status, with home burials for prominent persons, communal grounds for married or disadvantaged individuals, and even forests for criminals or those believed to have died abominably. Lavish second burials were traditionally reserved for traditional or successful individuals, although early missionaries condemned some practices, including alleged human sacrifices. Igwe Agabozo noted that Christianity helped eliminate discriminatory and dehumanizing burial rites, particularly those involving evil forests. Over time, population growth and migration contributed to the decline of village cemeteries, while modern mortuaries allowed families to delay funerals for extended periods, a factor now contributing to rising burial costs. Modernity has influenced a lot of changes in Igbo funeral rites, the monarch observed. He expressed concern over the growing culture of funerals for the living, where families stage elaborate ceremonies to display wealth and social status, often beyond their means. He condemned practices such as prolonged mortuary stays, house constructions, or renovation to meet burial standards, and the emerging first and second burials into extravagant events. Highlighting a recent example, he cited a high
A good morning and welcome to News Update on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, Vice President Kashim Shettima orders urgent security upgrade at the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies in Plateau State after a bandit attack. Nigeria Data Protection Commission and DSS probe INEC over alleged leak of voter data linked to actor Emeka. On the foreign scene, African and Caribbean nations adopt unified plan demanding reparations for transatlantic slave trade at Ghana Summit. On business, federal government launches 5-year cooperative reform program to boost financial inclusion and grassroots economic growth. Now the news in details. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, in collaboration with the Abia State Emergency Management Agency, has launched a relief distribution exercise for communities affected by recent windstorms and fire outbreaks in Abia State. The intervention covers Aba South, Umuahia North, Umuahia South, and Obingwa local government areas, where many residents lost property to the disaster. Items distributed include rice, beans, salt, tomato paste, vegetable oil, detergents, and mosquito nets to support affected households. Hundreds of Nigerians stranded in South Africa are facing worsening hardship due to delays in evacuation flights arranged by the federal government. Many affected citizens, including women and children, say they have exhausted their resources and are now stranded without shelter or food. The Nigerian Citizens Association in South Africa has called for urgent intervention from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs over poor coordination and lack of emergency support. Authorities say evacuation efforts are ongoing, with 258 Nigerians already returned, while more than 700 others await repatriation. The Oyo State government says its new contributory pension scheme is designed to ensure a sustainable and transparent retirement system for workers. Commissioner for Information, Dotun Oyelade, says the scheme will begin on July 1st, 2026, targeting newly recruited workers from January 2025. He explained that deductions will be remitted into a retirement savings account within 7 days of salary payment to avoid delays and backlog. The government insists it remains committed to employer contributions and says the scheme is protected from future political interference. The Nigerian Union of Journalists, NUJ, has raised concerns over child malnutrition, drug abuse among youths, and irregular migration as factors worsening Nigeria's security challenges. Speaking at a National Security Summit in Abuja, NUJ President Al-Hassan Yahaya Abdullahi warned that hunger and drug abuse are driving instability and crime. Stakeholders at the summit called for stronger collaboration between security agencies and the media to address misinformation and improve national security. Experts also urged government agencies to treat the media as partner in strengthening public safety and accountability. The federal government has ordered a full security overhaul at the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies in Kuru, Plateau State, following a recent armed attack. Vice President Kashim Shettima gave the directive during a visit after gunmen killed 3 security personnel at the facility. Authorities say surveillance systems, perimeter fencing, and security personnel will be strengthened to prevent future attacks. Plateau State Governor Caleb Mutfwang confirmed additional patrols and infrastructure upgrades are being deployed in the area. And on to electoral matters. Accreditation of voters is currently underway across polling units in Ekiti State as residents participate in today's off-cycle governorship election to choose a new governor for the next 4 years. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says the exercise is proceeding alongside the deployment of election materials, with officials describing the process as generally orderly in most areas. The Commission had earlier confirmed that over 97% of registered voters in the state have collected their permanent voter cards ahead of the poll. A total of 1,059,360 registered voters are expected to decide the outcome of the election, with major political parties, the All Progressives Congress, APC, People's Democratic Congress, People's Democratic Party, PDP, and the ADC fielding candidates in the contest. INEC officials, including the resident electoral commissioner for Ekiti State, had assured journalists during pre-election briefings that all logistical arrangements, including security deployment and backup accreditation systems, were in place to ensure a peaceful, credible, and transparent exercise. In Enugu State, accreditation is underway across polling units in the Enugu North Senatorial District as voters participate in the ongoing by-election. The Independent National Electoral Commission says it is fully prepared for the exercise, with officials confirming that materials and personnel were deployed early to ensure a smooth process across the district. The resident electoral commissioner in Enugu State, Dr. Chukwuemeka Chukwu, assured stakeholders that all logistics had been concluded, with adequate security arrangements in place for the credible election. Aneke TV's correspondent reports that the exercise is progressing peacefully across several polling units. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says it is prepared for the Enugu North Senatorial District by-election scheduled for Saturday, assuring voters and stakeholders that all necessary arrangements have been concluded for a successful exercise. The resident electoral commissioner for Enugu State, Dr. Chukwuemeka Chukwu, gave the assurance while briefing journalists at the commission's headquarters in Enugu. He said INEC was 100% ready to conduct a free, fair, credible, and transparent election across the senatorial district. Dr. Chukwu, who also serves as chairman of the Election Management Committee, was accompanied by resident electoral commissioners for Plateau and Imo states, Mr. Sam Egu and Dr. Chukwuemeka Ibeziako, respectively, who are in the state to support and supervise the process.
We are 100% ready for the election. You can see we distributed the sensitive material across the 6 local government areas where the election is going to take place.
The REC assured residents of Iwetiti, Iweze North, Iweze South, Nsukka, Udenu, and Uzowan in local government areas that all logistics and electoral materials had been deployed to ensure a smooth exercise across the district's 1,488 polling units.
We are prepared. That's why we have this number of ad hoc staff who are going to man all the 1,488 polling units across Enugu North Senatorial District.
He said the commission remained committed to conducting an election that will reflect the will of the people, adding that adequate measures had been put in place to guarantee transparency, efficiency, and compliance with electoral guidelines.
So this is the measure we put in order to control this, any issue that's going to be arise. But another angle, of course, is only God can control. We also put it in prayer that God can touch the heart of every person to behave themselves for the betterment for Enugu North and the Enugu State and Nigeria at large.
Addressing concerns about security and possible technical challenges, Dr. Chukwu said that INEC had collaborated with security agencies to ensure the safety of voters, electoral personnel, and materials. He noted that backup bimodal voter accreditation system BEAVER's devices had been deployed to promptly address any technical malfunction that may arise during the exercise. With preparations completed, the Commission urged eligible voters in the 6 local government areas to come out peacefully and exercise their civic responsibility. In Enugu, Princess Ken Ochoma. Security has been tightened across several states for today's legislative by-elections in Nigeria. Police authorities in Rivers, Kano, Ondo, and Enugu states say movement restrictions are enforced to ensure a peaceful electoral process. Thousands of security personnel have been deployed to protect polling units and collation centers. Authorities warn that electoral offenders, including vote buyers and political thugs, will be arrested and prosecuted. The Nigeria Data Protection Commission has opened an investigation into the Independent National Electoral Commission over an alleged voter data leak. The case involves personal details of actor and politician Wike, which reportedly appeared on social media from an internal INEC portal. INEC says the breach was caused by misuse of authorized credentials, not an external cyber attack. The NDPC says the incident raises serious concerns about data protection and has begun a wider review of electoral data systems. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has launched a new strategy targeting drug cartels through financial disruption. Chairman Buba Marwa says the agency is now focusing on asset forfeiture, including seizure of properties, bank accounts, and luxury assets linked to drug trafficking. The ndlea says the approach is aimed at cutting off funding channels for organized drug networks across Nigeria. The agency also plans a nationwide awareness campaign to mark World Drug Day and strengthen public engagement against drug abuse. You're watching news updates on Aneke TV, coming to you live from our studios. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube, at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Vice President Shatima ordered security overhaul at Plateau Policy Institute after bandit attack. NDPC, DSS, probe INEC over alleged voter data leak linked to Wike. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene. African Caribbean states push unified demand for slavery repatriations in Ghana. On business, federal government launches 5-year cooperative reform plan to boost financial inclusion. Do stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. The Inspector General of Police, IGP Tinju has approved the appointment of Chief Superintendent of Police, Aneke Inedu, as the new Force Public Relations Officer. The appointment was confirmed in a statement issued by the outgoing Force PRO, Assistant Commissioner of Police, Anthony Placid. The statement described Mr. Inedu as an experienced officer with strong background in public communications, operational policing, intelligence management, institutional accountability, and administrative duties. It noted that his appointment aligns with ongoing reforms to strengthen the Nigeria Police Force's public engagement structure. Before his new role, Mr. Inedu served as head of Complaint Response Unit at Force Headquarters, Abuja, where he handled public complaints and promoted accountability mechanisms within the force. He also previously served as Police Public Relations Officer at the Police College of Information Technology, Ogun State. Health authorities and aid agencies have raised concerns over a possible Ebola outbreak in Kingonze displacement camp in Bunia, Northeastern Democratic Republic of Congo, following a sharp rise in deaths. More than 30 people have reportedly died since early May. According to humanitarian workers, most of the victims showed symptoms consistent with Ebola, including high fever, severe headache, and vomiting. However, testing efforts have been hindered by resistance from residents who fear medical procedures and post-mortem examinations. The crisis is worsened by poor sanitation conditions in the overcrowded camp, which hosts about 15,000 displaced persons living in tightly packed shelters. Reports indicate that overflowing latrines and unsafe waste disposal are increasing the risk of further infection. The United Nations and aid organizations have warned that reduced global funding for water and hygiene programs is weakening response efforts, raising fears of an uncontrolled spread if urgent intervention is not strengthened. African and Caribbean leaders have adopted a joint 19-point action plan demanding reparations for the transatlantic slave trade. The agreement was reached at a 3-day summit in Accra, Ghana, bringing together the African Union and CARICOM Commission on Repatriatory Justice. The plan calls for formal apologies, debt cancellation, and financial compensation from countries that benefited from slavery. It also proposes the creation of a global repatriations fund and reforms to international financial institutions to improve representation for developing nations. Additional proposals include the return of looted cultural artifacts, climate justice financing, and citizenship pathways for the African diaspora. The document is expected to be presented at the next United Nations General Conference. Ghana's President, John Mahama, said the initiative reflects a shared responsibility to address historical injustice, noting that present generations must confront the long-term consequences of the past. A major train on the Kadıköy-Sabiha-Gökçen airport line in Istanbul has derailed during rush hour, leaving at least 3 passengers injured. The incident was caused by switch malfunction, according to Turkey's Anadolu agency. Emergency responders evacuated hundreds of passengers from the tunnel after the train left the tracks. Many commuters were forced to walk along the rail line in darkness before reaching safety. Medical teams provided treatment to the injured passengers and transported them to a nearby hospital. Authorities have since begun investigations into the cause of the technical failure. Rail officials say safety checks have been intensified on the metro line as recovery operations continue. The European Union, EU, has described Nigeria as a key driver of Africa's emerging digital and creative economy. The EU ambassador to Nigeria and ECOWAS, Guthrie Mignot, made the statement at the Omniverse Africa Summit in Lagos. He said Nigeria's youthful population and growing innovation ecosystem position it to lead continental economic transformation, especially in technology, media, and finance sectors. The EU announced a €45 million digital development partnership with Nigeria, including support for fiber optic expansion and digital skills development. German Ambassador Annette Günther also highlighted Nigeria's growing role in global fintech and artificial intelligence innovation. Officials said the collaboration is aimed at expanding digital infrastructure, boosting employment, and strengthening Nigeria's position in the global tech economy. The federal government has launched a 5-year reform program aimed at modernizing Nigeria's cooperative sector and expanding financial inclusion. The initiative was announced by the Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, Dr. Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, in Kaduna. The program, known as the National Cooperative Reform and Revamp Program, targets marketers, traders, farmers, artisans, and transport operators nationwide. It seeks to improve governance, digitize operations, and strengthen accountability within cooperative societies. Key figures include the National Digital Registry, unique identification numbers for members, and a new cooperative bank to provide accessible financial services. Officials said the reforms will help reduce poverty and improve access to credit. The government added that the program is designed to make cooperatives more transparent, technology-driven, and economically productive across the country. Nigerian-American forward Folarin Balogun has continued his impressive form at the 2026 FIFA World Cup, winning his second consecutive Man of the Match award after helping the United States defeat Australia 2-0. Balogun played a key role in the opening goal, forcing an early error from the Australian defence in the 11th minute. The results secured the United States a place in the knockout stage of the tournament. The striker, born in New York and eligible to represent Nigeria and England, has now become one of the standout players of the competition. He previously scored a brace in the team's opening match against Paraguay. Football analyst says his movement, finishing ability and link-up play have made him a key figure in the United States World Cup campaign. Nollywood actress Linda Ejiofor has achieved a major milestone after winning both Best Lead Actress and Best Supporting Actress at the African Magic Viewers' Choice Awards. She described the recognition as a reflection of years of discipline, consistency and dedication to her craft in Nigeria's film industry. Ejiofor said sustaining success in Nollywood requires professionalism, humility and resilience, adding that she has focused on building a career free from controversy. The actress noted that balancing her career with family life has deepened her emotional range and strengthened her approach to complex film roles. And now to end the news, the main point again. Vice President Kashim Shettima has directed an immediate and comprehensive upgrade of the security architecture at the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, NIPSS, Kuru, Plateau State. The directive follows a recent armed bandit attack on the facility and includes reinforced perimeter security, enhanced surveillance systems, and increased deployment of security personnel to prevent further breaches. The Nigerian Data Protection Commission, in collaboration with the Department of State Services, has launched a joint investigation into the Independent National Electoral Commission over an alleged data breach involving the personal voter information of Nollywood actor and politician Aneke. On the foreign scene, a coalition of African Union and Caribbean Community member states has adopted a unified framework demanding repatriations for the transatlantic slave trade. The agreement, reached at a high-level summit in Accra, Ghana, calls for structured compensation mechanisms, debt relief, and the establishment of a global repatriations fund to address historical injustices. In the business sector, the federal government of Nigeria has launched a 5-year national cooperative reform and revamp program aimed at strengthening financial inclusion and expanding grassroots economic development. That concludes news on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Good morning.
The financial and social strain of burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land is becoming a major concern, according to His Royal Majesty Igwe Ambassador Dr. Lawrence O.C. Agabozo, CFR. The elder statesman and respected traditional ruler raised the issue during a lecture delivered at the just concluded 4th Synod of the Catholic Diocese of Enugu held at the Jubilee Hall of the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Enugu. Speaking on the theme burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land and their burden on the people, Igwe Agabozo traced the evolution of funeral practices from pre-Christian times to the present. He highlighted how modernization, religion, and social competition have significantly altered traditional customs. Recalling pre-Christian Igbo society, he explained that burials were swift, often conducted within 1 or 2 days due to the absence of mortuaries. Deaths were viewed as having spiritual causes, prompting families to consult diviners rather than medical experts. Burials were classified based on social status, with home burials for prominent persons, communal grounds for married or disadvantaged individuals, and even forests for criminals or those believed to have died abominably. Lavish second burials were traditionally reserved for traditional or successful individuals, although early missionaries condemned some practices, including alleged human sacrifices. Igwe Agobos noted that Christianity helped eliminate discriminatory and dehumanizing burial rites, particularly those involving evil forests. Over time, population growth and migration contributed to the decline of village cemeteries, while modern mortuaries allowed families to delay funerals for extended periods, a factor now contributing to rising burial costs. Modernity has influenced a lot of changes in Igbo funeral rites, the monarch observed. He expressed concern over the growing culture of funerals for the living, where families stage elaborate ceremonies to display wealth and social status, often beyond their means. He condemned practices such as prolonged mortuary stays, house constructions, or renovation to meet burial standards, and the emerging first and second burials into extravagant events. Highlighting a recent example, he cited a high-profile burial where 200 cows were reportedly donated, describing it as inactive, as indicative of the trend. These displays place a huge burden on middle and low-income families, he warned, noting that many now take loans to fund burials of relatives who died in poverty. Efforts to curb excessives are underway. Several Igbo communities have shortened burial durations and abolished oppressive widowhood practices or rites. The Catholic Church has also introduced regulations limiting how long a corpse may remain in a mortuary. Onitsha Donidu's decision to abolish second burials for Christians was cited as a model worth emulating. The Obi of Onitsha, His Royal Majesty Igwe Nnemeka Alfred Achabe, has repeatedly condemned ostentatious funeral displays, emphasizing the protection of families with modern means. In his own Ezema Olo Kingdom, Igwe Agobozo revealed that practices that demean widows such as sleeping beside corpses or compulsory head shaving have been abolished. He also warned against the emergence of committees of friends exploiting funerals to collect money fraudulently via social media. The monarch called for a return to traditional values, encouraging families to conduct burials within their means while allowing voluntary contributions from well-wishers. He urged the diocese to update regulations that balance cultural identity with Christian values, reduce financial pressure on families, and discourage extravagant spending. This paper will consider its mission accomplished, he concluded, if it contributes to resolving emerging challenges that impede the advancement of Christian burial practices in the diocese.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. "7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Good morning, people of Enugu. Kekunome. It's a Saturday morning. It's another day to unwind and relax. Welcome to Week in Retrospect, where we bring to you highlights and an overview of the conversations in the course of the week. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning and welcome to the Week in Retrospect.
Okay, I know usually when we start off on this weekend show, we like to talk about how the week was. And for me, I would say it's been one, heavy week. Series of events in the newspaper across Nigeria. And of course, today across some parts of the country, we're experiencing, in Ekiti State, we have the governorship election. And in Enugu State and Rivers and Kogi, we are experiencing by-elections. So in the course of the conversation today, we shall be looking into these elections and the processes and, a few analysis on what has preceded this moment and has brought us into today and the events of today, of course, and across all other stories on the paper we shall be looking in this morning. Before I get into that, Mr. Uche, how would you, it's probably the second to the last Saturday in the month of June, and like we often say on the morning show, like we said the last time, we're not sure how we have gotten to the third week and almost the end of the first quarter of June. How would you say 2026 has been so far for you?
Anyway, 2026, so far as the issues made the news, we would definitely be here to talk about them. And then 2026 has been quite eventful, not just for me and for every Nigerian as well. It's been a roller coaster of a year, a lot of things, expectations, and most importantly, it's been one that is been characterized by, the 2027 election. On a personal note, there are a lot of things to be grateful for. A new age. I celebrated my birthday last week. On the 6th rather of this month. And then staying out to recount God's faithfulness, and a lot of people in my life, who have been at crisis-prone areas, and getting to speak with them and knowing that at the end of the day, they would exit the place, no lives lost, being at the thick of, exchange of gunfires and the rest of them, knowing that they will be coming back to us, is quite exciting and a lot to be grateful about. And then generally for Nigeria, on the economic and political aspect, a lot of things has happened. But as you know, we can't x-ray it all today. So, but one thing our audience will be well aware of is that whatever made the headline, we'll be here to analyze it. And you did quite well while heralding it. We'll talk about the politics, the by-elections that are going on in Ekiti, in Enugu State, in Rivers State, in Kebbi State, Nasarawa State, Ondo State. A whole lot of by-elections to fill vacant positions.
And we are sure by this time next year, election conversations, election processes. We would have gone past the elections and probably getting, at this point, we would have sworn in the president of the time. So we hope for a better remaining 6 months of the year. Now, on this morning's week in retrospect, for today, Saturday, we shall be reviewing newspaper headlines from the papers, The Sun, The Guardian, Vanguard, and of course, analyzing the Enugu North by-election. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be diving right into these conversations. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. This is still the week in retrospect. We're starting from the Daily Sun. The Daily Sun newspaper this morning says, Abdusalami Abubakar, Abacha never looted treasury. Abdusalami Abubakar, Abacha never looted treasury. All right, the former Nigerian head of state, Abdusalami Abubakar, has defended the late Sani Abacha, stating that Abacha did not personally loot Nigeria's treasury. Abdusalami argued that funds linked to the late military ruler was often misrepresented, and that some of the money recovered over the years may not have originated directly from the nation's coffers. The statement is likely to reignite debate over Abacha's legacy, given the billions of dollars reportedly recovered by successive governments from accounts and assets associated with him and his associates. Okay, we've heard in the past 1 week, I think from Saturday, Sunday into Monday, we've been getting, snippets from the autobiography of Abdusalami Abubakar, and he has said things. He has said, in the course of the week, he has said, how nobody knew where MK Abela was hiding, and then some other day he said how members of the I think it was the Genco at the time. I don't know. I'm trying to get the commission that was to introduce, democracy into Nigeria, how they met him and said they needed more time extension, and how he had, asked them to publicly write to him through the papers to be sure that they are really requesting for an extension. And today we are hearing that Abacha did not loot any treasury. Now, even after he's there, we've heard some recoveries over the time, how the EFCC recovered billions of that was looted in his name, and how assets were seized, and how probings in the administration of Sani Abacha. Now, for him to come out and tell us this, it's hard to decide, or it's hard to decipher which is the truth, who is lying to us, because from what he has said in the past couple of days, we've seen some sense of truth in it, because we saw him, or we see him as that man who handed over the rulership of Nigeria to the democratic rulers, and have had things to say that, even when we look back at history, appear to be somewhat true. Now, he coming out to tell us today that Abacha did not loot anything, and most of the resources he had acquired, most of the wealth he acquired was not from the Nigerian coffers. I don't know which, is it a case of, we saw something else, and now we are hearing something else, and the Abacha that we are talking about is not even alive again to come and defend this statement. So we don't know who to believe at this point. Who would you say is, he is right, because we've seen politicians or former politicians come out to write books, and from when someone writes a book, you realize that the person is telling his truth about whatever situation had occurred at the time. So if retired General Abdusalami Abubakar is coming out to tell us now that Sani Abacha did not loot Nigeria's treasury, maybe we may have, wrongfully accused and tried Abubakar in the whole Abubakar case that trended over the years.
Anyways, first of all, I have a position on this issue long ago. However, let me start with the popular saying that until the lions, have historians, the tale of the hunt will always, be that will extol the bravery of the hunter. And in this instance, you rightly pointed out, Abacha is not alive to speak and answer for himself. Be that as it may, I'm quite excited that a lot of leaders, previous leaders, are beginning to write their memo, their autobiography, and begin to unravel a lot of, issues that has generated controversies. There is a lot of half-truths, mistruths that have been circulating. And if one is to marry this account, like the former head of state, Absalami Abubakar, had come up publicly in his autobiography to reveal that even members of NADECO were, prompting him to, stay on in power. There are a whole lot of things that happen. A lot of people today who parade themselves as Democrats were enablers of dictatorship in Nigeria. These whole issues, if you begin to unravel, it may cause a lot of catastrophe in the system. But be that as it may, yes, General Abdul Salami Abubakar retired, former head of state, for me, may be right. And I told you I have a position, on this matter. And I agree. Abacha is no saint. But when it came to funding, there's a lot of justification to believe that he had good intentions for this nation. And I'm one of the people who believe that be as it may, that he has his individual tendencies of wanting to perpetuate himself in power. And, in Africa at that time, we were well aware of military incursion in politics and stay, sit-tight syndrome of African leaders. So you cannot, in that instance, want to feel that Abacha wouldn't want to, stay. And however, you saw he's taking a cue from the Babangida's books by trying to, transit from a military ruler to a civilian ruler. That's why we talk about the 5 leprous fingers of Abacha, the 5 political parties that adopted Abacha as his sole candidate, with the intent to transition before date occurred in 1998 for him to become the president of the civilian democratically elected president of Nigeria before date occurred. Having said that, now looking at the issue about fundings and funds that were found in foreign accounts, and I have collaborated that with other accounts, especially listening to Al Mustafa, one who we know is his loyalty to the former head of state, is undivided, total, and purely submissive to the late head of state, that he was bold to even say that should he resurrect, he will serve him more faithfully and more diligently than he did in the past. Over time, has continued to say that there was nothing like Abacha loot. And I have listened to eminent Nigerians who were privy to that administration coming out to say that there was nothing like Abacha loot. Yes, monies were found overseas. Money were found in accounts. And this very money, remember that Nigeria was a pariah state. Nigeria was sanctioned under Abacha. We couldn't do business with any nation. So Nigeria as a nation couldn't move money into any Nigerian account or transact as a nation with most nations, because we are a pariah state under Abacha. What did they do? They devised what they termed in the best interest of the nation, developed some accounts, some obscure accounts or offshore accounts, where they put money with the intent to use that to get the things that the nation needed. They were able to transact from those accounts on behalf of the nation. When they sell oil, in international community, they were able to move those fundings to those accounts. Then some reverted home, some used for other transactions. So when you saw those accounts, and I am meant to understand, because you know that General Absalom Abubakar was in the Provisional Ruling Council. He was a top member of that ruling council, and they were aware. It was said that that decision was taken collectively at the Provisional Ruling Council. It wasn't a decision that was taken solely by Abacha alone. However, I'm not holding forth for Abacha. And one would wish that things were turned out differently, that he would be alive to give his own side of the story. But for the greater good, Nigerians so far celebrate the fact that he had to go to his Mecca at that time for this nation to become democratic as it is now. However, the question that we are forgetting to ask, what has happened to Abacha loot? You know, a number of times we talk about Abacha loot. A lot of individuals who are highly placed in Nigeria today, who has gone ahead to be, you know, in positions of authority, have benefited from the seemingly Abacha loot, taking commissions from what was sealed to be recovery. How did they come to know about this funding if they were not privy to helping move those money to foreign accounts in order to help the juntas at that time? They turned around, they took heavy commissions for doing what we may term as whistleblowing in this instance and enriching themselves, and that has given them political edge, you know, in this nation as well. But the cogent question we forget to ask is this question: what has happened to Abacha's loot? Has it been relooted? If it wasn't relooted, where did we channel it to? What was it used for? These are the issues here. You know, retrogressively, and fortunately this is the retrospect, yes, the statesman has come out publicly now to begin to debunk a lot of myths, a lot of kites that were flown by a lot of governments in order to justify its inadequacies, in order to paint itself good. I will tell you, a day will come, even when we begin to see that the sense of today were in themselves the actual people that looted the treasury of this nation. At the end of the day, there is another angle to it. We are talking about Abacha loot that has been discovered, either brought home or relooted. But how much more the nations where these funds are kept? Because I am quite aware, if there is no receiver, there will be no giver in corruption. And when you are dealing in a nation or in a climate where people are not sincere, where you have greedy people all over the place, even in closer to beyond the, even at the level of councillorship, even in families and homes, if people are so greedy, you will continue to see this trend of looting because there is insincerity. People are greedy, not wanting what was meant for the people to go around for the people and being sympathetic to the woes of the people. Now you ask yourself, these foreign banks, these foreign nations that receive these funds, why do they keep quiet, receive it, use it to turn around their economy? Why don't they refuse to take it? Why don't they repatriate the money back and say no? Because you will know when a leader is beginning to move funds. You see, these funds are traceable in the times that we are in. If you like, move it to Cayman Island, move it to the islands where that you do not have fiscal banks, or you put them in escrow accounts and all that. They are traceable. And these nations, they know that these are looted funds. So why not repatriate it? Why can't we be fair enough to the nation and repatriate it? In as much as I celebrate this, boys, yeah, it's now become an academic exercise in itself and will help historians dig into the past of the administration. But I believe General Abdul Salami Abubakar is doing us a whole lot of favor by setting a lot of records straight. However, even his own account would equally be called to question, you know, until we get the, what in history you call the participants in the event, until they begin to give their account. You understand? You now begin to collaborate them. You now be able to say this is what the truth is. But like Abu Salami Abubakar has said, it has collaborated what Al-Mustafa has insisted over time, that there was no Abacha loot, that these were money meant for the, you know, to help the Nigerian state, being a pariah nation at that time.
Okay. Next is from the Guardian newspaper. It says, upbeat as Ekiti electorate dream hitch-free poll. Upbeat as Ekiti electorate dream hitch-free poll. Voters and stakeholders in Ekiti state are expressing optimism ahead of the election, hoping for a peaceful, credible, and transparent voting process. The electoral process and electoral experts expect security agencies, electoral officials, and political parties to play their roles responsibly to ensure a hitch-free poll. The positive mood reflects growing confidence in the electoral process and a desire for an outcome that truly reflects the will of the people. If this is in its entirety true, it is quite commendable. I mean, for a state where rivalry violence and heightened security concerns have been prevalent over the years. And to hear, to get this report that today they're experiencing remarkable peace is quite commendable. I don't know whose effort it is we would commend for ensuring this peace. I don't know if it's the security personnel. I don't know if it's the citizens. I wouldn't say, I don't know if it's the INEC officials and all the personnel involved. But over 1,059,360 voters are headed to the polls today to elect, you know, one out of the 15 governorship candidates across all political parties. And there is seeming peace across the state, and so far this is still 9:55 a.m. So I'm sure that, you know, towards the throughout the duration that this peace is sustained, which is quite tricky. Is it possible? Now we're experiencing peace. This is from yesterday. They have said, oh, peace in 3 senatorial districts, although there was an upstare with a political party candidate from the SDP. There was an upstare, but then again it was silence. Is it possible to have, you know, absolutes that could be calm, right? But to say that there is an absolute peace, you know, in the election, any election process, and one as huge as Ekiti State, from a state that is known, we've known Ekiti State, maybe not in the past election, but over time, they have a precedent for having a chaotic and rowdy election. Are we seeing one that is, you know, calm from morning till the end of the election in Ekiti State?
All right. It may be right and justifiably so, you know, believing the trajectory of Ekiti State when it comes to elections. Yes, it's been so crisis-prone during elections, but there are a number of factors that is at play here. One of such factors, starting from the top, is that we'll have a new INEC chairman. We'll have a new INEC that is doing everything possible to, you know, assure Nigerians that it has the capacity, the capability to organize a rancor-free election. And to that effect, they will do everything from the angle of INEC to ensure that that election is hitch-free, because its reputation, since the appointment of Josh Amupitan, INEC has been battling with reputational issue, where a lot of us over time have cited the imbalance in our constitution that allows, speaking to the appointment of who emerges as INEC chairman, that a sitting president appoints an INEC chairman when such president or head of state would be involved or participating in that same election, that it devoids of due process in this very instance and may negate the opportunity to have a free and a fair, balanced election. Having said that, you will remember that Josh Amupitan's reputation has equally been questioned by across party lines and many majority of Nigerians, given to his neutrality, to his partisanship in this very instance. So in Ekiti, we'll have an INEC that is battling to ensure that he is seen to be fair and non-partisan in this very election. Having said that, when we get to Ekiti in this instance, there are other variables that is at play. You have the citizens who will be voting in this very election. You have the security agencies. And my take is that if we had a rancor-free election, you know, in Anambra State, off-cycle election, when the incumbent governor, Soludo, ran for his second term in office, that election, despite its challenges, was reputed to be rancor-free, peaceful, free, you know, to a larger extent, free and fair as well. So I believe that INEC will be able to equally organize a free, rancor-free election in Ekiti State in this very instance. So it now depends on other variables. If the security agencies are there to live up to their mandate, and we've spoken to the deployment of police officers to the state, and you talk about the citizens and materials. So if all these factors come together, and I am aware that the number of policemen that has been sent, you know, to be around the 2,400 and something polling units that you have in Ekiti State, around the 100 and something wards that you have in that election in that state. So one may be able to expect a chaos-free election in Osun State. And you know, this is an incumbent who is gunning for to be re-elected in an office. Is quite different when you have, you know, a situation where every aspirant to that position is angling from the position of wanting to get to the government house. You have an incumbent who's been there, and I expect, tough as it may be, because every political party in this very election would want to, you know, show that it has the capacity to win election, while the ruling party that Abiodun Oyebanji belongs to would want to show that, yes, that is prepared for the upcoming elections in 2027 by wanting to secure the state again. Other political parties, the PDP, the ADC, would want to stake a claim to Ekiti State as well. But in all, I expect that Ekiti will be peaceful in this very election. Mr. President has assured us. The IG of police has come out publicly to speak, and INEC, this, you know, sent materials ahead of time, you know, which is usually where the issues starts in election, and they are doing everything possible to see that there are no logistical issues coming, you know, into play in today's election. So by and large, what I am worried about is voter turnout. You remember that this incumbent administration, the Governor Oyebanji, in 2022, how many votes did he use to win the election? It was less than 200,000. We had actually 187,057 votes that took him to the government house in 2022. You understand? So that speaks to the turnout to that election. But I am excited that INEC has come out publicly, you know, to tell us that about 97.1% of registered voters have collected their PVC. So with this, we want to be able to gauge how Nigerians would approach the 2027 election if we have massive voter turnout. So in all, a lot will be dependent on the preparedness of the security agencies to handle the election.
Also if to upload results and everything.
So these are other issues. But before we talk about uploading the election results and all that, you need to have a rank-free election. Yes. And I am believing that the security agencies will replicate the civility it exhibited in Anambra State. Anambra's election was quite civil, such that armed policemen stayed far away from the polling units. Unheard of in our election. That's been mad over time with crisis, with that has been said to be militarized. And I hope Ekiti won't be militarized. And I'm expecting that they will be civil, staying away, watching that there won't be issues, you know, crisis. And in this instance, apart from the voter turnout, another thing that worries me the most is issues around vote buying. These are the common threads where you see the crisis starts. When one party tries to outbuy the other, it becomes an issue. So if the agencies, and I assume that EFCC too should be available as well. ICPC should be available in this very instance. And if I have my way, but you know there is politicians that is in charge, we should have a mobile court that would try on the spot, you know, offenders, especially when it comes to vote buying, try them, sentence them on the spot, and then dispense with justice immediately. That may deter people. But if we're able to overcome the issues around vote buying, the involvement of security agencies, and not allowing party members and agents to cause crisis, you may have a peaceful election. And then, one, you may raise the issue of uploading. Like in Anambra State, it was seamless as well. And this is an off-cycle election, so I suppose that transmission will equally be seamless as well.
And I'm sure that whatever we experience today should, you know, form some sort of yardstick for what we are to experience and expect in the general elections next year.
Exactly.
You see that INEC is really making efforts.
It's not just INEC. You know, I told you, INEC is battling with reputational issue. Since the appointment of Josh Amopitan, INEC has been embroiled in a lot of, reputational crisis. So they will do everything from their end to assure Nigerians and prove to Nigerians that they are not partisan, that they are prepared and ready to go for the next election. And again, it speaks to even the presidency that would want to assure Nigerians that they would not meddle in the election. So I bet you, while this may be a filler to 2027, it may not give you the necessary ammunition to be able to decipher how 2027 will be like. Like in political studies, it will tell you that every election is distinct in itself.
Yes.
There are various factors. I am believing, which is why I am making the correction. I do not have the actual number of registered voters in 2022, and the number of people that turned out. But when you see the margin with which Oyebanji emerged, it speaks to low voter turnout, which in itself is an issue in 2022 election, which hopefully we hope will be corrected, and which is why in my engagement with INEC, I always encourage them to do enough in terms of voter education and reassuring Nigerians that their vote will count. You know, these issues stem from the fact that Nigerians, a lot of them believe that their vote don't count, so they stay away. You see people playing ball on the street. You see people drinking, partying on election day because they do not believe in the process. So if we can reassure the people, and I hope that it will be an example, that 97.1%, people that collected their PVC, if they turn out in mass, you will see large, participation, and that may send a clear message across party lines for everybody to know that the people are key in elections, and therefore we should be able to, in our preparations for the election, know that we may not muzzle our way. We would rather send credible candidates, then create more awareness and pander to the people in this very election as we go into 2027. So like I said, from the presidency to the councillor in Ekiti State, there's a lot at stake. Across party lines, there's a lot at stake. Nigerians are keenly watching to see how it will pan out, and then from there we may begin to interpret the other election. But these off-cycle elections are really a pointer to the preparedness of INEC
for the next year. Okay, we will go more into our newspaper headline for this morning, but we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Every day, your health shapes your life. Your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. This is the week in retrospect. Now, moving on, moving to the next story on the Vanguard newspaper. And the headline reads, Nigerians to federal government. Terrorists can't truly repent. Terrorists can't truly repent. Many Nigerians have expressed skepticism over government-led de-radicalization and reintegration programs for former terrorists, arguing that individuals involved in violent extremism cannot be fully trusted to abandon their ideology. They contend that allowing ex-terrorists back into society may pose security risks and undermine justice for victims. I mean, we've seen the government set up, first they've launched the operation Safe Corridor to facilitate the reintegration. They've, welcomed people that abducted schoolgirls in Yobe State, and some other state on Democracy Day, 720 men, 992 spouses, and 2,050 children that were killed. The people that perpetrated this incident were integrated into society at the Hajj camp in Maiduguri. And now a certain man, Ambassador Okaba, has come out to say that these men cannot truly repent. This is Professor Okaba, the speaker of the past president of the Ijaw National Congress, Professor Benjamin Okaba. He said these are not just policies. They touch on the very soul of our national life, justice and security. The idea of a terrorist genuinely repenting is the most difficult hurdle for any Nigerian to accept. And he says the pain of the crimes that these terrorists have committed are still fresh. The families are still grieving. There ought to be some sort of reparation for the families when it comes to these people. So going ahead to say that you want to reintegrate them, what punishment have they served? I think we've had this conversation over the week here in the studio. When you say you want to reintegrate and reinvent a terrorist, I read in the news this morning that a certain terrorist's son that was reintegrated, yesterday his son kidnapped some other people with his gang. And then you're wondering, what are the measures for reintegrating? Did they serve a time? And then the time duration, or the duration between them being captured and them being reintegrated, in your layman understanding, it is not enough time to have served a punishment for a crime you have committed. And they are telling us this morning they cannot truly repent. A leopard cannot truly change his spots. So what are you, when you say you are reinventing, you are reintegrating, on what grounds? What do you want them to come and start doing? Are you giving them white collar jobs and then you put them in IDP camps, you give them food, you set them up to do what exactly? These are people that have brought sorrow to family members, to communities, not just a family. You know, when it is one thing when you hurt a family, okay, it's just a family, but when these people are continuously perpetrating evil to citizens in a state, in a community, not just the state, not just the community, in a region, not just the region, in an entire country. And then when you arrest them, after a couple of time, you are reintegrating them. And Professor Kaba is saying they do not truly repent because the hurt they have caused is still fresh. Imagine last week we learned that General Rabe died and his family received his dead body and buried him. And then let's assume you arrest such persons. After a week or two or a month, you organize funfair, you set up canopies, call the music, and then you give them you know, treatment that you want them to repent, you wish they will repent, and then you want to reintegrate them, you give them houses. Come on. These things, it just makes the people that are hurt more hurt. You just keep stabbing them and, you know, adding more salt to injury.
It's quite unfortunate. And then this statement, in any way you look at it, it speaks to the truth. You know, it's quite unfortunate, but we'll have to continue saying these things. And we've been talking about it. When you talk about reintegrating terrorists into the society, there are a whole lot of issues here. For me, starting with the fact that it tells you that the Nigerian state doesn't have any clear pathway on how they handle the insurgency that we are witnessing in Nigeria. What are we talking about? We are talking about men who have, you know, raised arms against this nation, you know, mutilated, killed, kidnapped, tortured, mutilated, you know, Nigerians in this very instance, deprive them of, you know, having a meaningful, purposeful life, deprive them of their economic activities and earnings as a human being in life. So, when you talk about reintegration, let me bring our mind clear to what the law says around our military. Remember that as a military officer, if you mutiny or you are involved or caught in any of such acts, is, let's say, the issue of attempting to even remove a government, which in itself, kill, which when you study reasons why, you know, the military stage kill, sometimes they have sympathies from the citizens as to why what they've done, from the social perspective could be justified. But when it fails, what do? You execute them, because they've raised arm against the government. And when a soldier deserts for the sake of deserting and he's punished. Now we're talking about individuals who have raised arm against this nation. And there are a whole lot of issues here. When we talk about, for example, in Niger Delta, we call them militants. They were agitating, advocating for a known interest. What happened? Nigeria solved the issue because they were fighting for what they saw as inequality, maltreatment, not having to gain anything from the resources that is tapped from their place. What happened? Nigeria called for amnesty. They dropped their they came out from the creeks, dropped their ammunition, and then we made peace in this very instance, and they were forgiven. Now you are talking about terrorists who are using various means, killing Nigerians, and over time, Nigeria has called for them to come out. They refuse to come out. And then when they see that they are losing the battle, they either surrender for one reason or the other. And you now begin to tell me that you're reintegrating them into the society. There are issues that will be questioned. Let's assume that is the in thing to do, that these people could be repentant. Then, what sort of training did you take them through to be able to reintegrate them to the society, take away their orientation, their indoctrination, and then be able to reintegrate them into the society? You and I are in this nation. Do we have that capacity, at being able to give them proper orientation such that they can truly denounce what orientation they've been given in wherever they went for training in this instance? And then, what about the family? Let me give you an example. You mentioned General Rabe in this instance. When the children are sitting and they now have to see the very terrorists, the very kidnappers, bandits that killed their father, that shot their mother, and then what sort of reconciliation are you talking about? There's one thing, you've committed a crime. One thing is to serve the time for that crime. Then there's another thing at forgiveness. Then when you're done with forgiveness, what about reconciliation? These are issues in this very instance. And we are talking about not having a formulated approach to this. The federal government on its part has shown us that it now has the willingness to prosecute these terrorists. And in Borno State, we are reintegrating over 700 persons into the society. So what is the state policy on this reintegration? What is the state policy on fighting insurgency and reintegrating people in this very instance? And let me bring your mind to what is called taqiyya in Islam, because I'm using this term not to disrespect the respected religion of Islam, but a lot of persons who we know that has operated from the bush, even though over time they are said to be infidel, not believing in any state known religion and all that, but from the outlook from the start, before they became bushmen, not believing in religion or pushing their own form of Islam, there's what we call taqiyya, and taqiyya in Islam simply says the outright deception, primarily to protect oneself from persecution, harm, or death. Do you get the point? Meaning that an insurgent can deceive you, even swearing with the Quran, not to go back, to have repented. And at the end of the day, what happened? You will not persecute such an individual, give the person the freedom to move, and then, bam, the person perpetrates another evil, like you just cited, about a family whose son now later kidnapped people. And over time, there's what you call intelligence gathering in warfare. You understand? Yes. Spying. So a number of times, do you believe that these soldiers could send out people to get back to the society, become logistics suppliers, become informants, supply it with intels, and they begin to survey and then pass information about new territories and areas, map out places? So there are a whole lot of issues to contend with, which is why the people that have talked about these people not being repentant, I quite agree, because we are still battling with this issue. If we are talking about secluding them, holding them until such a time when we've had a handle on the situation, then is a different ballgame altogether. But knowing what the nation is and the processes, I continue to question the fanfare, the jollof rice Owambe, with which we want to reintegrate them into the society after how many months of reorientation? Is it possible for someone who has raised arm, lived freely, to want to be reintegrated to society, then come and learn to become a cobbler and be making maybe in a day make 2,000 naira, while in the bush he's being paid with foreign currency? In this very instance, when they kidnap and then they get ransom, you've seen the lump sum they've become influencers on social media. You see the lump sums they parade and the bundles they throw up and then show you that they have access to it over time. So there are a whole lot of issues, and it has to be questioned, and which is why I am not happy with the Nigerian government on how we approach this issue of reintegration. Let us know what the state policy is on this very issue. It's not clear, it's confusing, and I side any part of the country or any person or people who feel that the terrorists cannot repent. And in this instance, it leaves a lot of things to be desired. And as I speak, I'm imagining most of our servicemen who've had to lose an arm, lose one limb in the fight against insurgency. You've not taken care of them. You've not catered to their welfare. And then you're pampering the very people who inflicted this very pain, who caused them this damage. It leaves a lot to be desired. And I, for one, I do not subscribe to it, even when, yes, there could be conciliatory ground for reconciliation, but I don't think we are there. And high time, because I know security is on the exclusive list. So the high time the federal government sits down, formulates state policy and approach to this whole insurgency, from combating it to prosecution. If as a nation we've adopted the point of negotiating with terrorists and then reintegrating such people into society, let us have a clear pathway. That's
so we'll know what is obtainable and what we are to expect. And like you've said a couple of times, we need to know what they are doing, because one minute we are hearing that they are on it, the next minute you're hearing that they are planning to. We need to have a structure. So if you're telling someone, oh, if you surrender, that you will get leniency, or if you get jail time, you know that, okay, anybody that is now going ahead to defy the authority knows what they're going to face. And from, like you've said, most of these people, they could just surrender today, probably to get some break, and then when you reintegrate them, like you said, I think over the week we read that they arrested a pregnant woman, arrested some people that are serving as spies and logistic collectors for these insurgents. And then you integrate them back into the very society.
You see, when we talk about combating insurgency, I don't even, is a field being in civil life is an area I want to just scratch from the surface. There are a whole lot of issues where you get to the conversation, you don't even know, you may be even risking your family members. For some of us who doesn't care again about whether we live or die, who see that the life we live is a gift, but we don't want to endanger those around us by going into it. But let me shock you, there are communities, there are individuals who are quite, the people you see with every day, who are quite sympathetic to the cause of these insurgents. It may shock you. Highly placed individuals who are sympathetic. There are people you eat and wine with who believe in the cause of these bandits, of these terrorists in this very instance. So when you talk about reintegrating people into society, you are, at times, if you don't do that properly, you are equipping and raising more number of men, for them to have a harvesting ground. And, and a lot of time, we treat symptoms, we treat symptoms without treating the real ailment. And until, as a people, we are sincere enough to ourselves to treat the real issues. The other day, I just tried to go beyond the surface a little and raise awareness. Have you have cause to ask yourself, why is it that there are a whole lot of villages where people have abandoned their homes, are in IDP camp? Many of them have vowed not to go back. But in such villages where people are running away, there are mining companies who are mining and making money from such village. Why is it happening? These are the issues that any well-designing Nigerians should look into. I don't want to go there because I want to go back home to my loved ones. I don't want them to mourn quick. Why is it that it's difficult for the Nigerian state to take the advice of the northern governors that asked it to suspend mining for at least 6 months? So it tells you, is a pointer to you that that could be a key to helping to solve the, part of the security challenges that we are facing. I do not want to go to the international angle to it, because who are the enablers and the buyers and those who equip them with ammunition to continue to mine while there are crises? So there are a whole lot of things, and I feel we are not yet ready to confront this issue. Until the Nigerian state is ready to confront it, then we can begin to have peace and begin to speak about either reintegrating those whom we assume, the word is assume, to be what? Repentant, because you cannot permeate a man's heart.
Okay, now before we round off this morning, we just need to take a look at the Enugu North Senatorial District by-elections going on today. Enugu North Senatorial District across 6 local governments: Nsukka, Udenu, Uzuwani, Igbo-Etiti, Igbo-Eze North, and Igbo-Eze South. Now, yesterday at a press briefing, the REC, Enugu State, had to give some explanations and details as regarding the elections. Let's take a look.
We are 100% ready for the election. You can see we distributed the sensitive material across the 6 local government area where the election is going to take place. We are prepared. That's why we have this number of ad hoc staff who are going to man all the 1,488 polling units across Enugu North Senatorial District. So this is the measure we put in order to control this, any issue that's going to be arise. But another angle, of course, is only God can control. We also put it in prayer that God can touch the heart of every person to behave themselves for the betterment for Enugu North and the Enugu State and Nigeria at large.
That's the Enugu State Resident Electoral Commissioner, Dr. Chukwuemeka Chukwu. And as we know, this by-election is conducted to fill in the vacant seats left following the death of the Senator Okechukwu Eza. He died last year, and we have 11 political parties across this election that are to be held today. We have the Ikeje Asogwa from the All Progressives Congress, APC. We have Nesto Ezeme from the People's Democratic Party, PDP. We have Kingsley Chukwebuka Aneke from the Boots Party, BP. We have Ejike Simon Eze from the Labour Party. We have Chika Idoko Emmanuel from the African Democratic Congress, ADC. We have Elias Okudili Osai from the National Democratic Congress, NDC. And of course, the People's Redemption Party candidate, Charles Ugochukwu Ugwanye. I mean, political observers generally regard PDP as the leading contender. But of course, election is all about having an equal playing ground. And we wish, as I think by now, the elections ought to have started across all political parties. Yesterday the REC said everything is in place. I rightly asked earlier about the Ekiti people, the uploading, the beavers. He said there are standby equipment to help with power, sustain, and he seemed quite confident in their activities for today. So I'm sure it's going to be a smooth run, just as we are hoping that the Ekiti State governorship elections run smoothly. We also expect that this by-election at the Enugu North Senatorial District runs smoothly as well.
Yeah, hopefully, like I did tell you in the case of Ekiti State, given to Enugu State, we expect that everything will go smoothly as well. And given that Nsukka over time, since 1999, you know, has had these arrangements where they, you know, they balanced and distribute, you know, amongst the various federal constituencies, which zone is its turn to take such one position or the other. And given the way this thing had gone since 1999, where you see the equitable distribution of positions among these various federal constituency, starting with in 1999, where we saw Senator Fidelis Okoro, you know, popularly known as Millipad then, from the Nsukka Igboeze South Federal Constituency, being the senator. After him, we saw where Igboeze North and Udenu Federal Constituency, you know, had the opportunity through Ayog Eze. And then from thence came Igbo Etiti and Uzuwani Federal Constituency, where Chuka Otazi, you know, was equally the one who went to represent until he got to Nsukka Igboeze South, where Okeza, may his soul rest in peace, you know, was the one that was there before they now about to do a by-election to fill the position he left before leaving or departing the world in this very instance. So one would expect that this arrangement may be a big factor in deciding, you know, where the election will be called for. But like you posited, that PDP are making a strong showing, that would not negate the fact that ADC too, you know, would want to make a strong showing as well. And the governor of the state himself has come out publicly to say that ADC would push a less strong claim to reclaiming this very seat in Enugu North, where Honorable EKJ Israel Asogwa is contending and contesting for that very position. And those who are the proponents of not destabilizing the arrangements in Enugu North amongst this federal constituency are so, you know, so strong that EKJ should be given the chance to complete, you know, the cycle before any other zone in the Enugu North would get that opportunity to go represent. But be that as it may, there are factors that we are looking at that would necessitate the very outcome of this election. And given by the position of the INEC rec here in Enugu State, the briefing that we've listened to, INEC has dispatched every material on time, and we know that there is adequate security. I listened to the police PRO of Enugu State, where they assured that they've sent out adequate police, you know, manpower. They have adequate manpower to be able to provide security around the various pooling units in Enugu North. In this very instance, pooling men from even as far as Ekiti State, Oji River, and other police commands within the country to muster the required number to be able to assure that there will be security in this very election. Be that as it may, we are supposed that INEC is prepared to ensure a free, fair, credible election. If the process had been so credible up to this moment, one would not factor any reason why the outcome would not be credible as well. And the participants in this very instance, I do not see where the participants will want to compromise. But as in any off-cycle election, given the fact that 2027 election is close and handy, every political party would want to make a claim for the position that they are going for, to show the people that they are prepared, especially you mentioned PDP, the ADC, the NDC, and very other political platforms that are contesting this very election. And again, one would want to watch to see what the voter turnout will be like. I am quite particular about voter turnout because especially in Southeast Nigeria, where a political apathy, voter apathy has been a thing over time, and then we've heard that people have turned out more massively to register. So we'll be watching keenly to see what the turnout in Enugu North election will be, and then see the preparedness of the security agencies to handle any eventuality, you know, and manage any situation that would occur, and then we've spoken to INEC and every other thing. So these are the factors that will come into play. Then kudos to the governor of Enugu State, who has created a secure environment, an enabling environment that would, give room for a peaceful conduct of this election. Hopefully, and we are pleading to every party to be law-abiding. If possible, eschew any form of voter buying in this very instance, and then we'll have a credible process and election and let the winner in this when emerge. The rest of the contestants would be able to place that call and congratulate such a person. The Enugu North will see that these are one family, and the election there at the end of the day could be conducted as an issue among family members, where everybody now comes together to continue to build moving forward.
Okay, I mean, as regards the election, let the best man win, and let those who did not win accept it in the spirit of sportsmanship. That's all we're taking this morning on Week in Retrospect. Thank you so much for sitting with us through this morning, and it's been a wonderful time. Till we come your way again next week.
Yes. And I'm Uche Osai saying thank you for staying with us. Remember, the Week in Retrospect is the way we'll start our Saturday before we move on for the Owambe. So we'll come your way, same time. Bye-bye.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in Retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by His Excellency, my brother, Senator Kashim Shettima. Your Excellency, General Gowon, Your Excellency, Mrs. Gowon, Your Excellencies, General Abdul Salami and President Jonathan, Your Eminence, please permit me to stand on already established protocol. It is a great honor for me to have this opportunity to speak for 2 minutes on this occasion of the presentation of the book from our father. Unlike Kingsley, I would like to say that I'm here in a personal capacity. If my father were alive, he would be the one seated there. General Gowon appointed my father High Commissioner to Canada, Ambassador to Belgium, and First Ambassador to China. And my parents remembered the visit of General Gowon to China when he was ambassador. And I'm proud that I was able to continue that relationship, father and son, up to this day. President Jonathan spoke about leaders be remembered for policies and infrastructure. The reality is that policies change, infrastructure also changes. What is abiding in the memory of people about their leaders is who those leaders are. Do they remember you for your integrity or for corruption? Do they remember you as a patriot or as a parochial person? Do they remember you for justice or for injustice? And I think General Gowon represents for us and all subsequent generations an example of the values that should govern you in your life. And this is the most important thing. I'll leave you with one memory abiding for me. At the age of 8, I was sent to a Catholic school in Kaduna, St. Anne's. And I was classmates with a young man called Yusuf Opam, whose father, Colonel Pam, unfortunately was one of the victims of the 1966 coup. But what I remember at the age of 8 was that General Gowon, as head of state, would send a handwritten letter to Yusufu, signed Uncle Joe. That is a window into the person that you're dealing with, that as head of state, commander-in-chief, he would write a handwritten letter to the son of his dead friend so that the boy would continue to feel he had a father. That is our memory. Thank you for being a father. Thank you for being a role model. Thank you for being an example of what a true Christian or Muslim leader ought to be. Thank you.
Thank you so very much indeed. The Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Dr. Lamido Sanusi Lamido, who is making his way and greeting those in the front row. And as he does this, I'd like to take the microphone very quickly to His Eminence, who has a word or two. Your Eminence, sir, the sworn.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hello and welcome to Health Matters on Aneke TV. I am Sharon Uchi. Health is often described as wealth, and maintaining good health involves caring for every part of the body, including the mouth. Oral health is an important aspect of overall well-being, yet it is often overlooked by many people. Good oral hygiene helps keep the teeth, gums, and mouth healthy, while poor oral care can lead to a variety of dental and health-related problems. Despite its importance, there are still many misconceptions and unanswered questions about proper oral care and dental health. On this program, we break down medical issues, speak with experts, and provide practical guidance to help you live healthier, longer, and better. This is Health Matters, where your health comes first. We'll take a short break now. Stay with us.
Information moves the world.
At Aneke TV, we deliver trusted news coverage, professional event coverage, and impactful storytelling.
We don't just report the news. We connect brands to audiences.
For news coverage, events, and advert placements,
Call Aneke TV today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Today on Health Matters, we are discussing an important aspect of personal health, oral health and dental care. Oral health plays a significant role in our daily lives, affecting our ability to eat, speak, and interact confidently with others. However, many people neglect regular dental care or are unaware of the best practices for maintaining good oral hygiene. In many communities, misconceptions and inadequate information about oral health often prevent individuals from seeking proper care or adopting healthy habits. However, with the right information and professional guidance, many oral health challenges can be prevented or effectively managed. Our focus today is understanding oral health and dental care. Joining us in the studio is Dean, Faculty of Dentistry, University of Nigeria, who will help us explore this important topic in detail, Professor Linda Okoye. Welcome, Ma.
Thank you very much,
for joining us in the studio.
Thank you.
Okay, as we said, we are discussing understanding oral health and dental care. Now, let's lay a foundation for our discussion and help our viewers understand this subject. What is oral health, and why is it important to our overall well-being?
Thank you so much, Sharon. Actually, when you talk about oral health, it simply means that your mouth, the teeth, and gums, they are free from any kind of disease, pain, and other problems that may limit your ability to chew, to smile, to speak, because these are the functions of the mouth. And then it's just more than there is no caries or there is no cavity in your teeth. So it includes healthy gum, healthy tongue, healthy lips, and even all the other tissues that are within the mouth. When everything is in order and your mouth functions properly, you can chew, you can smile, you can speak, no limitations, then you are in oral health.
Okay. So let's continue. When we talk about our overall well-being, how does that connect with our oral health being properly taken care of?
Oh, beautiful. Actually, the mouth, the oral cavity, is the gateway into the body. So oral health matters in the overall well-being. Is it true? A lot of people don't consider it. Some of the times they just derogate it to the background. They don't seem to look at oral health as anything important. Nobody thinks of seeing the dentist except there is pain. That's the common practice over here. But your mouth is the entry point into your body. So problems in the mouth, they don't remain in the mouth. They move on to other parts of the body. For example, if you have gum disease, there is gingivitis or periodontitis, and there is inflammation of the gum, you find out that if it's not treated, the bacteria in that inflammation and disease of the gum will get into the bloodstream, and from the bloodstream, it flows to the heart, and the heart tissues get infected. You begin to talk about endocarditis and the rest of them. But everything started from the gum that is in the oral cavity. Okay, another one. When you talk about diabetes, people that have diabetes, when there is a severe gum disease, it's difficult to control the blood sugar when there is severe gum disease. And again, you find out that the high blood sugar makes it even, the gum disease makes it worse. It's the other way around. Okay. When there is gum disease, to control the blood sugar becomes harder. Again, when there is a high blood pressure, high blood sugar, then the gum disease increases too. All right. In the respiratory system, the lungs and the rest of them, you find out that bacteria from poor oral health, sometimes it could get so much that it gets inhaled from the mouth. It gets inhaled and it gets into the lungs. You begin to talk about running a risk of pneumonia and all this inflammation of the lung respiratory system. Now, it is proven by research that gum disease is linked to the preterm birth and low birth weight. So when people have this gum disease that is not controlled, in pregnancy, it affects pregnant women. They now kind of have preterm babies. and even when they deliver their babies, they have low birth. So these things are connected. Let me tell you, the oral disease actually affects almost every aspect, the major organs of the body. They are just beginning to discover that now, because all the while everybody was like, is it not the oral cavity? Is it not the mouth? What's there? It's not a big deal. Because the diseases of the oral cavity, they are destroying gradually, but they're not making too much noise about it. Everybody, when you talk about hypertension now, wow, diabetes, mortality, and all these deaths from pregnancy and the rest of them, everybody is singing about it. Money is being voted to it. Attention is geared towards it. But the oral cavity is the gateway. And whatever that is happening there is very important. Okay, now see, is it not your mouth you used to eat? In terms of nutrition and digestion, it starts in the mouth. If there is a disease of the mouth, there is painful teeth, you can't chew. If you have missing teeth, maybe some people say, oh, it's painful, I've extracted it. They are now missing. Can you chew well? You can't chew well. And these people tend to avoid chewing certain things, eating certain fruits and vegetables, and they end up having what we call poor nutrition. Why? Because of disease of the, or when you don't have good oral health, poor oral health. Okay? Now, let's talk about the mental health and the social well-being. Listen, when you have a tooth pain or bad breath, you find out that you have missing teeth or scattered dentition, your self-esteem is affected. And with this self-esteem, it affects your social interaction, even job opportunities. Because somebody has gone for interview for a job opportunity just because of poor oral hygiene, and then bad breath, halitosis. You know, the interview ended fast because he had the good credentials, he came with certificates, but it was not conducive for the people to continue the interview. Of course, they didn't take him. They took somebody else that he was really better than. Okay?
Okay,
so,
okay,
like,
before you proceed, I'd just like to wind back. When you talk about noise people make, I believe you mean awareness.
Awareness, yes.
So despite this awareness people make about our overall health and well-being, but there are less attention given to our oral health. Why do you think this is so?
Well, people give less attention to oral health. One, they are poorly educated on the oral health matters. You know, I must be sincere with you. It's currently, of late, that awareness on oral health started increasing. You know, because now we are producing more dentists, we are producing more dental professionals, and they are going around to create the awareness in this part of the world. Because I know over there, the awareness is more than here. Even when you do all these natural health insurance schemes, you see what they budget for oral health is actually higher over there than what is budgeted for oral health here. Even the procedures that are covered in a national health insurance scheme by national health insurance scheme for oral health is limited here. So awareness is improving. The mindset too. People see it as it's not urgent. Also, I told the patient, you have to come and see your dentist every 6 months so that they could do the professional cleaning for you, and also see if there is any decay coming up. He said, no, when I've not eaten 3 square meals, which one do I have to go and give to the dentist? And this issue of paying out of pocket, because if it's covered, it's the office that will call you to come and do a check. But because you're going to pay from your pocket, many people are not ready to pay from their pocket for what is not causing any serious pain or all that. For some people, it's fear and avoidance because of previous experience or what other people have experienced in the past. They have even vowed, if it's possible, not to visit the dentist at all. Some people will like escort somebody to the dental clinic and see all the gadgets. You say, wow, hey. And of course, nothing starts without injection. And everybody, when they're scared of the injection, they don't want to even talk about it. Okay? So these are some of the reasons why some people, they don't consider oral health important. You see, the irony is that neglecting this oral health usually makes it cost more. You see, I don't want to take care of my oral health, I don't have the money. If you have a cavity and you feel it now, it's less expensive. It's cheap. But if you leave it and it gets close to the pulp, then you should be talking about root canal therapy or extraction and replacement, which is much more expensive. So it's actually...
Okay. I just want us to talk about, when you talk about mindset and the lack of literacy of our oral health, quite often individuals, we ignore certain signs because we feel like they are minor at first.
Yes.
So what are those signs, what are those symptoms that when you see you need to check to your dentist?
First of all, like you just see, let's start with tooth decay. You wake up and you begin to feel that there's some roughness somewhere. Doesn't matter. After all, it's not pain. Sometimes it could graduate to sensitivity. When you drink cold water, I'm still managing it. I will change the temperature of the water I drink. Then you get to a point that you finish eating and food packs somewhere. The next day you brush your teeth, but after, if you use toothpick or something, it's got that food is packing at a particular point in my mouth. Why? You are not bothered, because after all, it didn't make me to lose sleep, and you just let it go. Then you wake up, you see that, when I brush now, there is this tinge of blood on my brush. But it's not really so painful, because if it's gum disease, the thing builds up, the pain is dull and builds up gradually. It does not bother, and then they don't feel the symptoms until the symptoms get advanced. That's what I mean by mindset. So whenever you see a tooth and there is discoloration, your teeth should be white in bracket, that's in quote. And this white teeth, somehow, a portion of it is discolored, and it has remained discolored. You brushed your teeth, it's still discolored. Try and find out why. Oftentimes, it could be a hole that is from in between the teeth that is eaten deep, and now it's stained the dentin and is discolored. But there is no pain yet. Then when there is sensitivity when you drink, go and find out why. Okay? So these little things, you should be able to find out. Sometimes it grows to the point that there is a pocket. There is a pocket somewhere. Sometimes in between two teeth, you brush and brush. You know, some people, they carry this calculus that is so stained. So it's like you have lined the edges of the gum, especially in the inner part. For some, as you're talking with them, you're seeing it. You're seeing the calculus. They are dark stains, and you can see that they're like chalk, and they are stained. Some are brown, and the person is still bold, making noise in meetings and talking and everything. Then for some people, there was no bad breath there. But over time, because your brushing is not so effective and then it's building up, it's now causing some kind of bad breath. I know a patient of mine, whenever he comes, he will say, doctor, my wife is complaining again. So it's actually the wife now that tells him, your mouth now smells again. And after the cleaning, professional cleaning, everything is fine again. And it's just about that same time, 6 months, he's supposed to come and do it. The woman will start complaining again. But one thing I've never really asked, what about your own wife? Why is she not coming to do the cleaning? Well, you find out that all mouths are not the same, and then some brush better than the others. Okay,
let's talk about that last point. Some brush better than the others. Now let's talk about our oral hygiene practices.
Good.
And there's a lot of information about brushing and mouthwash. What would you describe as essential oral health hygiene practice?
Oral hygiene practice, even they sing it as song these days. Brush your teeth twice every day. There is this debate. Is it first thing in the morning or after breakfast? I don't want to get into that debate. Anyone you choose, twice every day. Because if you brush last thing in the night and you wake up in the morning, who says I shouldn't go and eat meal or take something? It's my mouth. After feeding, that's when there are some particles, debris that is left in the mouth. Then I need to brush it out and move. Okay? brush with fluoridated toothpaste. It's very important because that fluoride in the toothpaste actually helps to make your teeth more resistant to decay. And it is now actually advised that when you brush with fluoridated toothpaste, you can brush the first one, spit out. The second brushing, don't rinse your mouth. Don't just spit out so that the fluoride in the toothpaste will have enough time to actually play its own role on the surface of the teeth. There is this flux, dental flux, that you use to flux in between the teeth. The brushes may not get to in between the teeth. Before I even go further, it's not any brush we recommend. Some people say, hey, because your teeth are brownish and everything, use the hard one so that you brush and scrub. No, the hard toothbrush will destroy the gum. And there is a way to brush. For those of you that still brush horizontally and with all the vigor, you're destroying your gum gradually. You should actually brush the upper teeth, brush it downwards, and then the lower one, brush it upwards, so that you're brushing it from the gum down. If not, you're pushing the debris you have scrubbed out into that little space between the gum and the tooth. Very important. Then you should also use mouthwash. Mouthwash, for some people, when they have some little complaint, they say salt and warm water. That one is so natural. Then there are other mouthwash that have the bacteriostatic effect so that it will reduce the load of bacteria. Of course, it's obvious that bacteria lives in the mouth. That is their home. Okay? What we do every day is to reduce the quantity so that they don't go attacking the structures in the mouth. But to make sure it's carries, bacteria free. I don't know how you can sterilize a mouth. It's really difficult. Yes. I should say impossible anyway. Okay. So that is about taking care of your teeth.
Having a good
have toothbrush. Change your toothbrush every 3 months, and even if you don't. So brush with your toothbrush and good toothpaste, and then floss as an adjunct, and see your dentist every 6 months. They do the professional cleaning for you, because all these things you're doing, somebody brushes very well, but when I looked into the mouth, I saw that the last tooth in the mouth, the back of the last tooth in the mouth, was really well coated by calculus and is like comfortably resident there. But he brushes twice every day. So the dentist will be, you get to the office, the therapist will be the one to see all those things and then help you to remove them from time to time.
Okay, previously we talked about the lack of literacy of our oral health.
Yes.
A lot of people, especially Nigerians, we have a lack of literacy of our oral health. And due to that, we don't really take our oral health serious. Now, you talked about fluoridated toothpaste. For the sake of our viewers, explain what you mean by fluoridated toothpaste.
No, I just mean that some toothpaste contain fluoride. Okay. Fluoride is actually what do you call it? An element. But when it gets incorporated in the tooth surface, instead of hydroxyapatite, it forms fluoroapatite. And this fluoroapatite is so difficult for the bacteria to now demineralize easily, to break down easily. So when you use it to brush, it protects your teeth surface better, protects the enamel better than the other ones that don't have it. So it's just that the toothpaste contains fluoride. Some contain, some don't contain. Of course, I'm not here to demarket any company or anything, but if you're wise, go for what is needful, okay? And then you find out that apart from brushing and oral hygiene, the kind of diet you eat, and when you eat it, sugar, when it comes to the teeth, sugar is an enemy. Sugar, when you talk about diabetes, you mention sugar. When you talk about obesity, you mention sugar. When you talk about a lot of things, even growth of cancer cells, high speedy growth of cancer cells, sugar. Then for us in dentistry, sugar has a way of leading to tooth decay. That is why when you eat, try to avoid refined sugar. And if you must take it during meal. When you're eating all the fruits, all the vegetable, drinking water, so everything is washed down the system. It does not remain in the mouth because it has its bad effect. It has a way of allowing the bacteria to feed on them and produce that acid that will now demineralize the tooth surface. I mean, break down the tooth enamel, causing that hole cavity in the tooth. That is tooth decay.
Okay, one recommendation we frequently hear is about regular checkups with our dentist, which you just mentioned.
Yes.
So why is this important, especially for people who feel perfectly healthy? You know, a lot of people, because there's no pain in the cavity, they feel like there's no problem. So why is it important for us to have a regular checkup?
I like the way you said it. People who feel perfectly healthy because there is no pain. Our people here, the way they rate health is absence and presence of pain. That is the truth. You go to the dentist. The dentist is the specialist. He looks into your mouth. Let the dentist give you the clean oral health bill, that everything is fine. But you see, the reason why you go to the dentist every 6 months is actually to do your professional cleaning and do a check. A check because anything that is starting, as I said before, when it's still beginning, is less expensive. Some don't like going to the dentist because of cost. If you can catch it early, it's less expensive. But if you leave it until you cannot sleep in the night, then get ready to pay real good money. So the dentist does the check for you, checks the teeth, and then find out if there is any tooth decay, find out if your gum is still in good shape, and also find out if your arrangement of your teeth, they are okay. If they are not okay, something can be done for you. It is the dentist that will find out that very soreness on the mouth surface that has refused to heal after 2 weeks, and you are just managing it and pampering it. Oftentimes, it's something very serious. It's something that is scary, that is coming up. The dentist is the first to see it, and when he sees it, he saves you from that big whole problem everybody is running away from.
Okay. Beyond brushing and dental visits, what I believe that lifestyle choices can influence our oral health. So, what role does our diet and nutrition play to make our mouth healthy?
Just as I've just said down, our diet is important, especially to tooth decay. Sugar. Beware of sugar. I told them that a fresh sip of soft drinks, you know, we call soft drinks, all these sugary drinks, is colored either orange or dark or anything. Give it any brand name. Now you sabi, but it contains a lot of refined sugar. Somebody says he's reading, and he will just sip it and sip it. One bottle of soft drink, he's sipping it for over 1 hour. A fresh sip of a bottle of soft drink is a new insult to your dentition. Each time you take the refined sugar actually brings down the pH level, and then it becomes acidic, and this acid is what leads to the damages of your teeth. People also use their, talking about nutrition, when you eat healthy diet, the idea is to eat healthy diet. Your fruits and your vegetables, they are good for the overall health, they are good for your dentition. All this calcium and the phosphorus and everything, they are good for you. And they make your teeth strong and they remain strong. Then stay away from sugar. Sugar, all sorts, as much as possible. And don't use your teeth for some activities that you're not supposed to. I was somewhere, somebody used his teeth to open a bottle of beer. You're using your teeth to open. Say, don't do that. And somebody might say, he's a dentist. Okay, don't worry. I've marked your face. If you crack your teeth, if you come, your bill will be double that of ordinary person. So just jokes aside. But all these people that use their teeth to cut things, to cut thread, to do this and do that, that is not what is supposed to be. You will call it parafunctional activities. You're not supposed to use your teeth to do that. Take care of your teeth, value them, Use them for what the purposes they're supposed to be used for. And then eat healthy. Stay away from sugar, sugary drinks, eating sugar. See, children these days, they will get the puff and put the sugar on top of it to make it sweet. If you must take your ice cream, your cake, all those your goody fine sugary things, take them all at once during meals. So as you're taking them during meals, the other water and vegetables will also handle the outcome.
Okay, we'll be right back. We'll take a short break now. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching Health Matters on Aneke TV, and our discussion on understanding oral health and dental care continues. So we are still in the studio with Professor Linda Oge Okoye, Dean Faculty of Dentistry, University of Nigeria. So we have been talking a lot. We spoke about lack of literacy of our oral health hygiene, and now let's talk about misconceptions we have in communities. People often rely on self-medication or home remedies when it comes to experiencing dental discomfort. What are the risks associated with this?
Okay, talking about misconceptions, you just mentioned this misconception.
Yes,
I was looking at you. Can you just give us a broad smile? You see that gap in between your teeth?
Yes.
In the dental world, it's called diastema.
Okay.
It's an abnormal thing.
Okay.
But in some part of the world, it's a sign of beauty.
Okay.
And I tell you, when you smile, it's a beautiful smile. That is it. One of the misconceptions is that some people think that is one bacteria thing that is causing a tooth decay and all that and all that. They don't need to see the dentist. When they drink this and drink that and all that, they will be fine. But not so. A patient came to my clinic some time ago, and he told me he went to one enugu and they met somebody that gave him something to drink. And he drank that thing and gargled, and then spat out all the bacteria that he saw, all the maggot and everything. Then I said, okay, that's beautiful. So why did you come to see me? He said, doctor, the hole is still there. I say, well, that is one of the misconceptions. Okay. Some people believe that if there is tooth decay, once you remove this one, another one will start, another one. It's misconception. It's not because you saw the dentist and the dentist tries to prefer solution that it's happening there. The whole teeth are inside one mouth. Everything happening is happening at the same time. But it's just that when you spray tear gas in this very complex, some will get down first. Others will run away and catch some fresh breath before it will get to some others. But it's the same thing that is causing it. That you've just collapsed immediately does not mean that the other man that ran away that is really free from the effect. No. So a particular tooth gets, it's most affected, and it's the one that is tender, painful, and you will take care of it. That is why at that time you're getting some solution for the tooth that is hurting you, that is making you not to sleep in the night. At that same time, the whole thing in the mouth should be checked. All your teeth should be checked because they are all subjected under the same oral health condition. Therefore, whatever that is happening to A is a matter of time. It will come down to B if nothing changes. So it's not because you saw the doctor and he removed this one, the next one. If you once you remove one, you will continue removing. That's the way they say it in the village. And so some people, they said, forget these people, all this toothbrush is not necessary. Just we have been here, my grandmother, my great-grandmother, they didn't have to use all this. And their teeth, very strong. Misconception, another one. Why? Your grandmother, did she take sugar? Your grandmother, how much cake and ice cream did your grandmother eat? That is it. Your grandmother ate fresh vegetable diet, fresh from the farm. That's what your grandmother fed on. And that thing you think doesn't mean anything. Chewing stick is recommended. Chewing stick is good. When I go for awareness outreaches and they ask me about chewing stick, I say just use it well because it is good. When you chew the chewing stick, there are some fibers, some kind of bristles that come out of it. If you can use it and scrub, brush all your teeth surfaces, it's doing the same thing that the toothbrush is doing. Even sometimes we encourage them, add toothpaste to the chewing stick, and you are good to go. All right? So a lot of misconceptions about maybe mothers. You say, what is it? Leave the child, Joe. It doesn't matter. The child, is it not a deciduous teeth? It doesn't matter. Even if it decays, even if it falls off, it's not a problem. No. That deciduous tooth, the child tooth, baby tooth, is keeping the space for the permanent one. Sometimes when you uproot it before the time, when the permanent one starts coming, the arrangement gets scattered, and it's you that is causing it. So the people that want to help themselves in the house, they say they want to drink this and drink that. Somebody say, I apply touch and go. Touch and go. By the time I saw the patient, he opened the mouth. He has already burnt the mucosa, oral mucosa, by adjacent to that tooth, because he wanted to stop the pain. Instead of taking your paracetamol or aspirin or painkiller, you go and drop it by the side of the tooth that is paining you, because they believe it will get at it fast. It doesn't work like that, and it causes a chemical burn on the mucosa down there around that area. So these and all that is not good. And when people engage in such things, they actually prolong the evil day. That's why I talk about awareness, and people need to know the right thing. I like what you're doing, because this thing you're doing, anybody who listens to us will get some correct information. Yeah. It's important. Some people don't even know what you're talking about is this. A woman brought the son to me, and he was worried, though. The dentition of my son is not good. Look at it. It's scattered. And as this woman was talking to me, I looked at her mouth. Do you know what? The upper teeth and the lower teeth in the front cannot come together. We call it open bite. She had very serious open bite that she cannot cut pure water with her teeth. So I just say, madam, I think you did this treatment more than your son. You say, is it possible? At my age, as I speak with you now, the son is still wearing the braces, but she has finished the correction of her own because she was enthusiastic and eager to get it done. So she was keeping an appointment, unlike the son that will go to school to dance tomorrow. So because she didn't know, she had the money, she was willing, and she wanted solution, but she didn't know that anything could be done for her. Dental awareness is very important. What you're doing now is dental awareness. Even if you put it in the print and they read it, it's dental awareness. If you go to the market place and you are telling them, gum, everybody needs to know, brush your teeth, this is the way to brush, it's dental awareness. It really saves some people a lot of pains, because children who get into problem of toothache or teeth problem and then they can't go to school, they are losing school hours. They can't go to school, and at the end their performance is affected in school. For some others who are not aware and their parents are not aware, psychological effect that follows them. A child came to my clinic and I was interacting with him. He said that in the class that he will know the answer, but he cannot speak. Sometimes they're answering rubbish. He knows it, but because of his dentition and the way he talks, he cannot raise his finger and whatever. I knew that psychologically something is getting damaged gradually. But
okay. Let's talk about, before we are about to conclude, sure. Now let's talk about awareness. Now, you just spoke about awareness, what we are doing, and dental awareness. Now, awareness is one thing, access to care is another important thing. So what would you say about access to dental care, the accessibility to dental care?
Accessibility to dental care is still the same thing that we, the dental professionals, were still working on. Speaking with the government, because in the city here, we have a lot of dental clinics people can go to. Then we have the government dental clinics, yes. But my own take now on the things going on, we have what we call primary health care. What about the primary oral health care? Because you know where we started? We started with oral health as related to the general health.
Yes.
Primary health care is in every local government in Nigeria. We have 774 local governments in Nigeria. What about the primary oral health care? It's not a big deal to integrate the oral health care into the primary health care. That is exactly where we are with the government. The government should make every effort to do that. Because sometimes people have a dental problem. Nobody around can do anything. And they are managing. Then you have people who are saying, do it like this, drop this and drop that. Before they can see a dentist who will treat them, sometimes they travel from one state to another. Sometimes they have to get to the local government headquarters and everything. Sometimes I have to wait for the dentist that visits once in a week or twice every week. So it's a place, the underserved people, the underserved areas of Nigeria, government should look into this. We need to cover everybody. Because you create awareness, what about accessibility? We can make it accessible. It doesn't take so much, at least in prevention. You know, prevention is better than cure. When the awareness goes to those areas, the underserved areas, and they begin to practice what they are taught, you find out that they are better off.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharon.
We appreciate our guests for sharing valuable insight on this important subject. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Sharon.
As a reminder, maintaining good oral health is an important part of overall well-being. Seeking accurate information and professional dental care can help individuals make informed decisions and adopt healthier oral hygiene practices. That brings us to the end of today's program. I am Sharon Uche. Thank you for watching Health Matters on Aneke TV. See you next time.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or busyness. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape, popularly known as Japa. The term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers,
and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched. Universities lose experienced lecturers. Industries struggle to find qualified hands. Productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of Japa are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity and economic diversification. Retention strategies in essential services must also improve. Competitive pay, safer work environments, modern equipment, and clear professional development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward: better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and backing, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies, and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home,
Valuing talent and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of Japa into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Pleasant welcome to You and the Law, the program where we break down the law and defend your rights and bring real legal issues to light. I'm your host, Gift Obodo, and today we are discussing a topic that lies at the heart of democracy: election and voting rights. Every eligible citizen that has a right to participate in choosing a leader through a free and fair and credible electoral process. Yet many people do not fully understand this, their voting right, the legal protection available to voters, and what they have to do when their right has been violated. This leads us to the topic, election and voting rights. And to discuss this issue is a very well distinguished legal practitioner with high years of experience in the field. He has won numerous high profile cases and very well respected in the legal field. May welcome Barrister Emmanuel Dekachi Wachuku. Barrister, you're welcome.
It's a pleasure to be in the station with you this morning.
Okay, and to discuss this further, we'll go on a short break. When we will be right back, we'll dive into the main conversation of the day. Stay tuned.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Welcome back to You and the Law, where a program where we dissect your rights as a citizen. You know, Barrister, we have a lot of issues surrounding today's democracy and
election rights, voting rights, and as a citizen, I will ask the question, is voting rights a civic duty or both under Nigerian law?
Well, we can say that voting is actually a duty, but then we can say that the laws, the Constitution, 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and other international enactments like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, and other African Charter of Human Rights and People's Rights, and other enactments or statutes that have been put in place, either enacted by the national government or other international bodies like the United Nations, has made it, has been emphatically clear that the people deserve the right or have the right to vote and be voted for in any election cycle. So, you know, it's considered a duty in this sense that you are expected to vote and be voted for. However, it doesn't mean that you'll be forced to vote. Rather, it's a civic obligation that you're expected to perform. But then no one will fine you for not voting, but it is right and proper that you do cast your vote and do participate in the election of people who will represent you at any level or stage of governance.
So why is a voter, why is his participation in the incoming election, why is it very important in a democratic society?
Well, like it's widely believed that democracy is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. So as a people, as a person who believes or who claims an ownership of the governance, you must participate in how the representative, those who represent your interest, emerge. You cannot sit hands akimbo in your home and decide or expect for the representatives to emerge and for them to represent your interests without sitting down to critically examine those who are, you know, vying for those elective positions, study their antecedents and what they have been capable of doing both in the public and the private sector, and what then they are bringing to the table. Are there people with competence? Are there people with integrity? Do they have the capacity to deliver? So if you can't do this basic task of analyzing these issues, analyzing these candidates, and making a stand and say, okay, I've put all these people, all these cards on the table, and this candidate is likely going to represent my interests more if he's elected, then step up to the responsibility and deliver. So it's necessary, because you can't sit at home, complain that those that are doing the job are not getting it the way they ought to do, they are not delivering on the mandate, they are not delivering on their manifestos without being an active participant. So by not participating in the election, I would rather say that you have given up your right to complain if those who are elected fail to deliver on what you term are the dividends of democracy.
So you see that 12th June is a day where we remember democracy for the people. And at this day, election is far approaching. Do you think this celebration of democracy would, you know, rise the feeling of the people towards the incoming election?
Well, June 12th is a symbolic day in the history of the country. You know, it dates back to June 12, 1993 election, and what happened with MKO and the electoral cycle, and how, you know, in the guise to fight to restore his mandate, which the generality of the people, of the population, of the electorate, you know, willingly gave to him during the 1993 election. He died in the process, and you know, he didn't finally had the opportunity to be the president of the country. So today reminds us of the journey, the democratic journey, those who fought for democracy, those who ensured that despite the challenges, despite the authoritarian nature of the military regime and how they fought to make sure that democracy was restored in 1999. So today reminds us of our core responsibilities to defend democracy, to do our bit, to make sure that we contribute in fostering you know, the continuous existence of democracy. So when you vote, when you participate in the election cycle, this is your own way of contributing to sustenance of democracy in the country. So if you don't vote, if you don't participate in the election, or in deciding who leads you or who doesn't lead you, then you are not participating, you are not contributing to the well-being or to the growth or development of the country and the democracy generally.
Now you can see that so many things is going on in the country. Sometimes, recently we see a protest going by the very known activist, Very Dark Man. You see people trying to protest and tell people, you know, go and pick your PVC and get some things. And at that point, people are afraid of picking their PVC and, you know, getting to, you know, vote for the people. Don't you think it's because of the numerous issues arising is there any way the government or the people can urge their fellow citizens to go and pick in the name of democracy in the society?
Well, like the Igbo people, we say, "Ade Jimbabu Alog." So we can't use, because the society is bad, that there are security challenges to fail to do the basic task you can do. I know the government is behaving, their performance is below average. They are not doing the security issues we have in some states like your state, and even some parts of Enugu state and other places. It's not encouraging, but then that should motivate you more to do what is necessary to enthrone the kind of government that will secure your life and secure your properties. In the cases of seeing children being kidnapped, being taken to places, being murdered unnecessarily, unjustifiably, and see people being kidnapped and whatever issues. These issues, the root cause of these issues is the kind of leaders we have. If you elect someone or you allow someone who doesn't care about your well-being to emerge, either as the president, either as the governor, or members of the legislative houses, you have lost that right to complain that the society is not okay. So this should be a moment of sober reflection, a moment for us to pick up the courage. I know with what happened in 2023, a lot of people lost the confidence and courage and said that, okay, probably the election or their votes were wasted votes, that it didn't count. But then this is democracy, or nation building is not what we get in a day. We take some baby steps, we keep on improving. It's a day-to-day obligation. Even old democracies like the United States, United Kingdom, and other old democracies, they haven't gotten it all figured out. They still falter in one way or the other, but they keep, the most important thing is that you're on a journey and you keep moving from strength to strength. So you don't relapse. You don't say, okay, we did this, it didn't work. No, even as a student, you don't give up on school because you failed a course. You strive harder to pass, to improve, and to make sure that you keep on the movement. So I encourage everyone who is opportuned or who has not had the opportunity to go and pick up their PVC to register, because the time frame is almost at the tail end of the registration. So it's very, very necessary for us to register and be eligible to vote in the upcoming general elections.
Are there legal rights a voter have in this country? If they are, what are the legal rights?
Of course, a voter has a lot of rights. One, you have a right to register to vote. That's the most important thing. You have a right to have your name included in the register of INEC, voters register of INEC. Thirdly, you have a right to have your permanent voters card. See you negatively, without undue pressure, without coercion, without anyone telling you who to vote or who not to vote. Is your sole right, your sole decision to make, no matter how perverse your choice could be. Even if you want to select the worst of the worst candidate, it's still your right to exercise such right. So a voter has that inimical right to choose whoever he wants to and to participate actively in the electoral process without any form of coercion.
Do you think that the Nigerian Constitution protects every voter's rights?
Of course, it's not just the Constitution. We have other laws like the Electoral Act. We have other regulations like the one being made by INEC and other statutes that covers the subject matter. So issue of Nigeria is that we are not in short supply of laws and statutes. The most important thing is on its implementation. We believe that the laws are sufficient enough to protect the citizens and the electorate. But the most important thing is, are those rights being implemented? How are those rights enforced? You get to polling units, and you see even members of the security forces being biased, members of the INEC officials, taking one position or the other due to one form of probably financial inducement or one form of threat or what have you. So if everything works according to the laws, you will see that everyone is protected. But then it's about the implementation, which we urge the government and other stakeholders to ensure. Now, not just the rights of the electorates are protected, but even their sanity, their safety, so that you don't just go and you return in several pieces or you don't return in one piece. So that's the most important thing.
So if a voter's right is violated or intimidated during the casting of vote in a polling unit, what should he do at that particular point in time?
At that particular time, you should at least have some semblance of an evidence that your rights have been breached. For instance, if you are denied to vote and if you're able to at least take recordings, thank God for social media, thank God for that you have smartphones that you can use to make some recording, then the most appropriate thing is to send a petition petition them. You can petition them to the other regulatory agencies, or you can even petition depending on where the infringement arises from. If it is members of the INEC or the staff of the Independent National Electoral Commission are infringing on your right, you have the right. They have an agency. They have an agency within the electoral body that takes care of the complaints of citizens, of electorates. Equally, if it is the members.
Fair election have been, but looking at the situation of a democratic society today.
Where is one of the viruses affecting the country called Nigeria is the issue of electoral irregularities and malpractices. Where people have the confidence that okay, we want to vote for this candidate and we voted for this candidate, and who probably were there when the votes were counted, and then at the end of the day we are seeing an entire different result. It discourages and demoralizes them from continuing to vote for future elections. So what is open for the citizens and for the public when these issues arises is not to take the laws into their hands. They can, like you rightly stated, very dark man, is conducting a protest. This is one of the ways people air their displeasure about the things that are working in the society. You can do petitions, you can go on protest, you can institute matters in court against the government. So these options are open to you. You can even petition, other, international or world bodies, or grant press releases, and the media has a role to play to amplify those voices and those issues. So with these options, are open to the electorate or to the voters or to the people, I believe that at least they would have taken a step to make sure that their voices are heard.
So I'm trying to pick out an option for what you gave, and the most emphatic one is the protest. Now we see some people trying to protest against government. They are being taken, as them committing a crime. Do you think protest is a crime against the state?
No, protest can never be a crime. It's just that sometimes some of these protests are being hijacked, not by the people protesting, but it could be members of the other people that are not happy that some are speaking out. You could see agents of destruction coming to hijack, send moves into the protest, because if you are protesting rightly, you are not destroying government properties, you are not destroying public properties, you are not destroying private properties and businesses, and you are emphatic that this is the essence of this protest. So the government is bound to listen to you. So it is not a criminal action. Matters have been won time after time in court against people who have, against the government and other security agencies who have clamped down on those protesting, or who have infringed on the right of the citizens to protest. So we still have recourse to the court to address some of these issues, but it can expressly and be stated that protesting can never in any guise be a criminal action, unless such protest moves from being a peaceful protest to a violent protest. That's the saying is, where your right stops, another person's right starts from. So if in the exercise of your own rights you infringe on the rights of either other citizens or even the government, they are bound to come and restrain you from committing further damages to public assets.
So in a country like this, do you think it's compulsory for during an election that everybody must vote? Because seeing the fact that most people trying to vote and they feel that their vote doesn't count, or their vote is per se, after their voting process, still they are left with the option of bad governance. Some people have this not open-minded situation of voting. But do you think is the situation in this country that we should, or there should be compulsory voting in Nigeria?
Well, I don't think there should be compulsory voting in Nigeria. But we have universal suffrage, right? Everyone has that right to vote. But you can't be compelled to vote. On election day, you might decide to say, like we saw during 2023, they will say that is an Ofe Obono day, is an Salah soup day, so they will enjoy themselves, they will not vote and do all those things, which are very, very discouraging. We are encouraged in whatever capacity we are to exercise this option, this right, this choice to vote for competent citizens, because competent people to get on the hem of affairs of the country. These people will not elect themselves, and if good people don't elect, bad people will elect their members and those who share the same values and philosophies with them. So those who claim that they are good citizens must rise up, stand up, and count themselves opportune to enthrone good governance in the country.
So according to Barrister Wachuku, he always say that you have your right as a citizen to vote and elect who you want to lead you in governance. Because if you don't do it, nobody is left to the option. You are left with the option to be ruled by whoever claims the seat. We'll be right back. We'll go on a short break.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to You and the Law, a program where we break down the law, defend your rights, and bring real legal issues to light. As Barrister Wachuku will always say, your right depends on how you use it. And going back to this, I will ask, is there something like vote buying, and is it legal in the country or illegal?
And there are instances of vote buying in our country, when people are giving, naira notes, giving food, giving bags of rice, not even bags of rice, cups of rice, and other gifts and other inducement to vote for a particular candidate, a particular party. These are vote buying mechanisms, and it's a crime against, as provided in the Electoral Act, and it's, you can get yourself fined or even up to 12 months imprisonment. So it's a crime in the country, and it's not encouraged. So, but then there has been an effort to sanitize the system for people to say no. No matter what you give us, if you give us a bag of rice, how much, how often, how long will that kind of bag of rice last us? Will it last us for 4 years? Will it be enough for us to settle kidnappers when they demand for ransom? Will it be enough to sort out my bills, school fees of your kids and all those things? So you see that those kind of inducement, even if you don't reject, even if you accept those gifts from the government, but you or from other people interested in buying your vote, but you should be emphatic that you want, know the kind of country you want, know the kind of candidate that represents what a decent society should look at.
Now, well, you see in Nigeria that most of our politicians do this towards election period, and none of them have been touched. Is it that the law is blind, or is it that they are more than the law?
Well, it's not about morality, or it's not about whether someone has been, caught or not. The most important thing is this: if you commit a crime, it behoves on the prosecuting agencies to charge you to court. No one is. We have rule of law in the country. No one is above the law, as the Constitution makes us to understand. No one is above the law. No one is sovereign or supreme that he cannot be arrested. But it boils down on those who have that responsibility to charge those people to court. So these are crimes, these are criminal actions, and the prosecuting agencies, being the state, should take up this responsibility so that we can be able to sanitize the system and make sure that the electoral process is not just seen is not just fair and free and credible, but seen to be fair, free and credible.
So do you see voter apathy becoming a bigger threat to democracy than election, rigging?
Well, I think both of them go hand in hand. It's like two sides of a coin. When people believe that the election are being rigged, they will say, come on, why am I going to waste my time? Because no matter who I vote for, no matter how the election result turn out, in the polling unit, things will still be rigged out. So they will just relax and say, okay, is it not better that I just stay indoors, watch Netflix, chill, relax, and not just go and waste my time? But then, if you do that, you are giving them more rights, more opportunities to continue the rigging. But if the people come out in mass to say that, to protest at the polling units and say that this election will not be rigged, that our vote, that we will vote and our vote must count, then those who are perpetuating these criminalities, those who are indulged or involved in these criminal activities like rigging, they will be discouraged from continuing such actions. But then if we leave it up to them, say, after all, they will still rig the election, definitely you are handing the victory over to them.
Have technology improved the credibility of election in Nigeria today?
Of course. I believe that technology is here to stay. Technology has made our life better. You and I can, can stay at any part of the country and see what is happening in other parts of the country. So I believe that technology has, we have what we call a bimodal voter accreditation system, that the BVAS and other technologies being employed by INEC to make sure that voting seems to be credible. And there's equally a mass movement or mass call that we can have electronic voting. So if these technologies are put in place, like we've seen in the United States, people can stay wherever they are and cast their vote for their favorite candidate. If technology is being used effectively like the way it should, it will reduce the cases of rigging. It will reduce the cases of even violence at the polling station, or people making away with ballot boxes or what have you. So, but then the issue we have is that those technologies being put to use, like we saw in 2020 elections, at the end of the day, it seemed that either we have one issue with the technology or not. Either we, they start telling, stories, like in some polling units in 2023. At a point, the BVAS stopped they stopped doing the accreditation with the BVAS, and then they turned into manual accreditation, which was actually provided by the law, that you can do electronic or manual. But then if the laws are enforced and are amended in a way to ensure that accreditation must be by electronically done, so you see that there will be low chances of manipulating the process and the results of the election. So technology has a great say in whatever our election or the electoral experience could be. But it's about how we implement it.
Now, cutting you short, you talk about using this electronic thing. Have Nigeria gotten to that point where we could safely say our system is working perfectly to use these electronic high gadgets to do our election? Because if you check, for instance, sites can be hijacked. Sites, there has been reports, there are some interviews that I view that 2023 election, why people are trying to insinuate the case that elections, that they are the ones inciting this thing, they are the ones, having network glitch during the process. Don't you think these are, circumstances in which we say no to this electoral, high upgrade of technology?
No, we can't say that. Because if we want to be sincere to ourselves, you see that these are man-made issues. These are man-made problems. These are manufactured excuses and reasons. So if we are sincere, we can see that other established democracies are doing it and they are getting it right. So it's not even about the system and the infrastructure being in place. They are in place. It's about the people doing it, right? Okay, people are writing, the JAMB and their wike and all those things. They are employing the use of technology. You don't have to wait to see your results on the newspaper, on other, modalities. You write your JAMB exams, you see your results being sent to you directly to your phone, to your telephone. And equally, other parastatals and other, even, institutions of higher learning, they use technology. So these issues are manufactured issues, and they can resolve it if we get the right people who are willing. And there is a great check and balances on those who are being appointed or who are being employed to man these devices. If we can get people who have that credibility, it depends on if we have someone as INEC chairman who is determined to give us the kind of election that we'll be proud of. We have a president that is willing to make sure that elections are fair and credible. It will trickle down from the president down to the least staff of the Independent National Electoral Commission staff. So these things is not rocket science. It's what is possible. It's happening in other places. We are using technology in other places. Okay, for instance, MTN can reach as many people as they are. Most of the banks, in fact all the banks, they have digital segments of their corporations, of their businesses, and it's still working very well. You can have minimum effort, but then generally speaking, at least 90% or 95% of their businesses are online. So if we can get those in the private sectors can do that happen, imagine the public sector, the federal government with the enormous resources at its disposal. So it's just being unsincere and unfair to ourselves to say that it can be done.
Do you think that election offenders should face stricter punishment or just
of course,
a minor one?
We just have our laws. Our laws are there, and is a very treasonable offense to deny the people the right to choose the kind of leader they want. So if by your action or your inaction you participate in making sure or denying the people this opportunity to vote or for their votes to count and their voice to be heard, you should go in for it. You should be given the maximum sentence if possible.
Thank you, Barrister Wachuku, on your opinion and your views on election and voting right. As we conclude today's discussion on election and voting right, one thing you should remember: democracy thrives when citizens are informed, active, and willing to participate in electoral process. That's all we have for you on today's episode on You Are the Law, where we tell you your legal rights. Remember, knowing your rights is the first step to protecting yourself and ensuring that we have a state safe place and society for us to cohabit and live. I'm your host, Gift Obodo, and thank you once again, Barrister Wachuku Dikachi.
Thank you so much.
That's all we have for you on Aneke TV today. Bye.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice, and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV. Good afternoon and welcome to the news on the hour. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. Headlines. Large voter turnout recorded as Ekiti governorship election gets underway. Court jails mother, sister of suspected terrorist for terrorism-related offenses. Federal government and Enugu State move to launch direct cargo flights between Enugu and China by December. Now the news in details. Presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress (NDC) for the 2027 general election, Mr. Peterobi, has donated 10 million naira towards the renovation of the Mother of Christ Specialist Hospital in Enugu State following a recent fire incident that damaged parts of the facility. Mr. Obi presented the donation during a visit to the hospital, where he inspected sections affected by the fire, including the children's ward. The hospital is owned by the Reverend Sisters of the Immaculate Heart of Mary of the Catholic Church. Speaking during the visit, the former Anambra State Governor commended the management and staff for their contributions to healthcare delivery. He described healthcare and education as critical sectors that require sustained support and encouraged the institution to remain committed to its service to humanity despite current challenges. Responding on behalf of the hospital, the Chief Medical Director of Immaculate Heart Hospital, Reverend Sister Dr. Maria Nkiru Kokafo, thanked Mr. Obi for the donation and described him as a consistent supporter of humanitarian causes. She disclosed that the donation had already been transferred to the hospital's account and pledged that the funds would support ongoing restoration efforts.
The Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of training and development, Mr. Ifeanyuche, has commended the Enugu State government for its investment in modern security infrastructure and personnel development. The AIG spoke at the end of a 5-day security training program organized by the state government for personnel of the Nigerian Police Force, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Enugu State Forest Guards, and neighborhood watch groups. The program focused on intelligence gathering, data management, and cybersecurity. After inspecting the Enugu State Command and Control Center, Mr. Uche said modern crime has become increasingly technology-driven and requires security agencies to embrace digital tools for effective prevention and investigation. He described the state's surveillance systems, drones, and command center as critical assets in strengthening public safety. Also speaking, Commander of the Enugu State Forest Guards, Dr. Olasoji Akimbayo, and the Chief Security Officer to Governor petermbah, Superintendent of Police Ifeanyichukwu Osondo, said the training would improve interagency cooperation and enhance the ability of security personnel to respond to emerging threats through technology-driven solutions. 112 junior officers of the Kwara State Police Command have completed a 2-week combat operations training program aimed at improving tactical skills and operational efficiency. The officers, comprising 30 corporals and 82 constables, underwent intensive practical and classroom training at the police training school in Ilorin. Areas covered included firearm handling, rescue operations, tactical movement, ambush and counter-ambush techniques, use of force, and officer safety. According to a statement by Police Public Relations Officer Superintendent Adetowun Ejire Adeyemi, the exercise forms part of efforts to strengthen the operational readiness of personnel in addressing contemporary security challenges across the state. Addressing participants at the closing ceremony, the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Dekimi Ojo, described and expressed satisfaction with the officers' performance and discipline. He stressed the importance of continuous professional development in enhancing modern policing and public safety. The Commissioner of Police in Anambra State, Mr. Ikioyo Rutugu, has expressed concern over what he described as rising moral decadence and social vices among young people in society. The police commissioner spoke while reacting to the death of a 25-year-old female student whose body was discovered in Onitsha under circumstances currently being investigated by authorities. Mr. Rutugu said the incident highlights the need for stronger parental guidance, moral upbringing, and emotional support for young people. He urged parents and guardians to pay closer attention to the behavioral and emotional well-being of their children and wards. The commission also called on schools, religious institutions, community leaders, and civil society groups to intensify mentorship and advocacy programs aimed at promoting positive values. He has directed that the case be transferred to the State Criminal Investigation Department in Oka for a comprehensive investigation. Accreditation and voting are on the way across Ekiti State as residents elect a governor in the state off-cycle governorship election. Officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, arrived early at polling units with both sensitive and non-sensitive materials. At several polling centers in Ado-Ekiti, election officials were on ground before voting commenced. Presiding officers displayed ballot papers, empty ballot boxes, and bimodal voter accreditation system devices while providing voters with information on voting procedures. Accreditation began smoothly with officials reporting successful verification of early voters. The election is taking place across the 16 local government areas of the state. INEC says adequate security arrangements have been made to ensure a peaceful, transparent, and credible electoral process. There was a strong turnout of voters at several polling units in Ado-Ekiti as residents came out early to participate in the governorship election. At Ward 4, Units 1 and 2, located at St. Michael Primary School, Ijibo, voters, including elderly citizens, were seen waiting before the official commencement of accreditation and voting. The exercise experienced a brief delay after bimodal voter accreditation system device failed to function on arrival. Election officials promptly addressed the technical issue to prevent disruption of the process. Presiding officer Mrs. Muchiat Aliyu confirmed that the malfunction was resolved within minutes. Voting subsequently commenced, with election officials expressing confidence that the process would continue smoothly across affected polling units. News on the Hour is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Voters turn out in large numbers as Ekiti governorship election begins. Coming up shortly, court sentences terror suspects' murder, sister to 20 years imprisonment each. Federal government and Enugu State target direct Enugu-China cargo flights by December. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us. Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly, with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Justice Hawa Yewa of the Federal High Court, Abuja, has sentenced Safia Salihu and Halima Abdullahi to 20 years imprisonment each for offences linked to terrorism. The two women, identified as the mother and sister of slain terrorist suspect Kachala Ibrahim Batujo, pleaded guilty to charges brought against them by the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation under the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022. The court found them guilty of aiding the activities of the terrorist suspect and concealing information relating to his operations. Halima Abdullahi was also convicted for withholding information on illegal firearms allegedly possessed by her brother. Justice Yewa ordered that the sentences run concurrently and directed that both convicts undergo rehabilitation after serving their prison terms. The Cross River State Police Command has arrested a 49-year-old man, Akaniyene Ignatius, in connection with the killing of two elderly men in Abayama community, Odonkpani local government area. Police investigations indicate that the deaths of 75-year-old Oko and 73-year-old Okon Akpan created widespread fear in the riverine community, forcing several residents to flee their homes. According to investigators, the suspect allegedly confessed to the killings and claimed he carried out the attacks in retaliation for the deaths of his parents and brother during a communal conflict more than 2 decades ago. Police spokesperson, Assistant Superintendent of Police, Eti Kpokpa, Sunday, says the matter remains under investigation and urged residents to remain calm while detectives conclude their inquiries. An Anambra State High Court sitting in Awka has granted bail to Nnewi-based native doctor Ikechukwu John Paul Ezenago, popularly known as Momiri Afolanya. Justice Jude Obiora granted the defendant bail in the sum of 50 million naira with one surety and directed him to deposit the title documents of his residence as part of the conditions. The court also ordered the defendant to refrain from granting media interviews throughout the duration of the trial. Counsel to the defendant, Mr. Kingsley Awoka, welcomed the ruling and expressed confidence that the bail conditions will be met. The matter was adjourned to July 3rd for continuation of hearing. The federal government and the Enugu state government are working towards launching direct cargo flight operations between Enugu and Gunzhou, China, before the end of the year. Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Mr. Festus Keyamo, disclosed this during the unveiling of newly acquired aircraft by United Nigeria Airlines in Lagos. The minister said discussions were ongoing to establish regular cargo services aimed at supporting traders and manufacturers across the southeast region and boosting international trade. Mr. Keyamo added that the initiative aligns with efforts to position the Akanu Ubami International Airport, Enugu, as a major logistics and cargo hub, while Governor Petermbah's administration continues to expand aviation infrastructure through Enugu Air. Enugu State has received 2 major honors at the 2025 State Competitiveness and Investment Readiness Awards, organized by Business Day Media. The state won the Infrastructure Development Competitiveness Award and the Outstanding Performance in Internally Generated Revenue Award in recognition of its development initiatives and revenue reforms. Governor Petermbah, represented by the Commissioner for Works and Infrastructure, Engineer Ben Oko, and the Chairman of the Enugu State Internal Revenue Service, Mr. Emmanuel Nnamani, received the awards in Abuja. Speaking at the event, organizers commended the state's investments in infrastructure, education, healthcare, and transportation, while state officials described the award as encouragement to sustain ongoing reforms and development programs. President Bola Tinubu has approved a 6-month extension of the tenure of the Comptroller General of the Nigerian Customs Service, Mr. Adewale Adeniyi. Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Mr. Bayo Onanuga, announced the decision in a statement issued in Abuja. The extension will enable the Customs Service to consolidate implementation of the National Single Window Project and ensure a smooth leadership transition within the organization. During the period, Mr. Adeniyi is expected to oversee the promotion of qualified officers and the retirement of personnel who have reached the statutory age or years of service. Now in sports, Brazil moved to the top of Group C at the 2026 FIFA World Cup after a convincing 3-0 victory over Haiti. Mateus Cunha scored twice in the opening stages of the match before Vinicius Jr. added a 3rd goal to seal the win for the South American side. The result marks Haiti's 2nd consecutive defeat of the tournament, making them the first team to be eliminated from the competition. Brazil now lead the group on goal difference and will face Scotland in their final group match, while the battle for qualification remains open among the remaining team news. Before we go on news, a recap of our top stories. Large numbers of voters turned out across Ekiti State as the governorship election commenced, with electoral officials deploying materials early and the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, assuring residents of a peaceful, transparent, and credible exercise. The Federal High Court in Abuja, presided over by Justice Hawa Yiwa, has sentenced Safiya Salihu and Halima Abdullahi, the mother and sister of a suspected terrorist kingpin, to prison terms after they pleaded guilty to terrorism-related offenses. Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Mr. Festus Keyamo, says the federal government and the Enugu state government are working to commence direct cargo flight operations between Enugu and Guangzhou, China, before the end of the year to boost trade and regional economic growth. That's the news. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Goodhope Chukuma.
Community secondary school in Valley. A minute more.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex in regions like sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria. The problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas and states across Nigeria, women, girls, men and boys continue to face physical, emotional and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear. Gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in killings are deeply rooted in societal systems. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marital rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization, and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment for the purpose of emphasis. Some of the factors contributing to prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistic supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increased number of state councils. Having a reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have queued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition (VAP) Act. The register includes information on the convicted offenders, as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice. In the case of SGBV, strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame this scourge, which is more than a societal issue, but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives, as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles, such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Welcome him very, very warmly.
Our President, tinubu, here ably represented by our Vice President, and let me also appreciate the wife of the Vice President. Let me sincerely appreciate my dear friend, the President of Sierra Leone, His Excellency President Madabio, and the Chair of ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Governments. Thank you for coming. The chairman of this occasion, our revered former head of state, His Excellency General Yakubu Gowon, thank you, and thank you for chairing very well. Let me appreciate President Olusegun Obasanjo. Thank you for your leadership in this country. And let me sincerely appreciate who brought us here, the celebrant, His Excellency General Abdulsalami Abubakar, and the former First Lady, Mrs. Abubakar. Thank you. The keynote speaker of this occasion, though he's not here with us, but we enjoyed his speech, His Excellency President Thabo Mbeki, former President of South Africa. Thank you for accepting to speak today. President Nana Akufo-Addo, the immediate past President of the Republic of Ghana, here represented by the minority leader. Thank you for the speech, and thank you for being here with us. The Senate President, His Excellency Godswill Akpabio, thank you for your leadership. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, His Excellency Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, thank you. The Deputy Senate President is here with us. The Deputy Speaker is here with us. Let me also appreciate the presence of my Vice President, Architect Namadi Sambo. Thank you for being here with us. And the immediate past Vice President, Professor Yemi Osibanjo, SAN, thank you for being here with us. Let me appreciate our key traditional rulers that are here with us, His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, and His Imperial Majesty, the Oni of Ife. Thank you for being here with us, representing the traditional institution. We have very, very senior and respected members of the audience that I will not bore you by going through the list. For example, the Secretary of Government is here, the Chief of Staff is here, the President of ECOWAS Commission is here, and so many others that they have mentioned their names. So please pardon me and let me stand on the protocols as presented by the Masters of Ceremony. It's a great honor and privilege to join distinguished guests, friends, family members, colleagues, and admirers in celebrating an exceptional Nigerian, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, GCFR, on the occasion of his 84th birthday. It is also an occasion for the public presentation of three very, very relevant books that chronicle the life, service, and enduring legacy of a remarkable statesman. At 84, General Abdulsalami has no doubt entered the distinguished pantheon of national leaders. But this is not merely a celebration of age. It's a celebration of a lifetime devotion to the service of our nation and humanity. General Abdulsalami belongs to that rare class of leaders whose influence transcends the office they occupied. His life story is a testament to humility in leadership, patriotism in service, and wisdom in statesmanship. The theme of this occasion, Legacy of a Statesman, is both fitting and profound. Legacy is not measured by the number of years one lives, but by the values one leaves behind, the institutions one strengthens, and the lives one touches. In this regard, General Abdulsalami's contributions to Nigeria stand as enduring monuments. At a defining moment in our nation's history, he demonstrated uncommon courage and selflessness by guiding Nigeria through a peaceful transition that restored democratic governance and renewed hope in the future of our country. His actions during the critical period reinforced the principle that true leadership is not about service, sacrifice, and commitment to the greater good. So, when we listen to this Chief Security Officer to Abdulsalami, he gave us a review of what happened for that short period he was in office. To me, I used to say that sometimes, because when I lost the election in 2015, some people used to pour on me encomiums that sometimes I don't even deserve. But if there is anybody that we can give credit to, who has stabilized democracy in Nigeria today, is General Abdulsalami Abubakar. A military head of state with so many well-ironed khaki people around you with assault rifles and APCs saying that we will still stay on. And for you to have the courage to say no, it takes somebody who has a common commitment to the peace and progress of the country. I know of a president that the time to leave, critical time to leave because of certain circumstances, and the wife just said, no, we are not going. And he caved in. And the rest is a very ugly history. So we must commend Abdulsalami Abubakar. Beyond his tenure in office, General Abdulsalami has remained a steadfast advocate for peace, dialogue, national unity, and democratic stability through the instrumentality of the National Peace Committee, which he chairs. He has continued to advocate for peace, peaceful elections, as well as intervene in conflict resolutions and nation-building initiatives. And some of his activities were even during when I was in office, so I knew what he did, especially in Sudan. The launch of these 3 books is therefore a rare opportunity to preserve history, document lessons in leadership, and inspire future generations by one Nigeria's most respected elder statesman. As we celebrate General Abdulsalami today, we are reminded that nations are built not only by policies and institutions, but also by the character of those who lead them. His life offers enduring lessons in integrity, humility, patriotism, and commitment to the national service. On behalf of my family and the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, I congratulate General Abdulsalami Abubakar on attaining this age of 84, not ripe age of 84. Age of 84, he still have more years to live. I also commend the authors, editors, and all those who have contributed in one way or the other to the production of these very important books. May Almighty God continue to bless General Abdulsalami with good health, wisdom, strength, and many more years of fulfillment and service to all of us. May his legacy continue to inspire generations of Nigerians to place country above self and service above personal ambition. Happy 84th birthday, Your Excellency, and congratulations on this remarkable celebration of a life dedicated to the service of Nigeria. I thank you all.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite to give his address former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR. Thank you so much. Let's keep the applause going. Thank you.
I will stand on the established protocol and I will tender my unreserved apology for being here late. Not what I want to do, but I will admit my guilt with explanation that I was to be picked up from Lagos at 12 o'clock. I was at the airport at 11 o'clock, and I was not picked up until 1:45. So that's why I am here, not at the time that I should be here. General Absalami Abubakar, congratulations. And if you will permit me, I would say 4 military leaders have made tremendous contributions to Nigeria of today. And without their contribution, we will not be where we are. They are all not perfect human beings. They all made mistakes, but they all made contributions without which we could have not been able to have Nigeria of today. Let me emphasize that I am talking of military leaders, not Nigerian leaders. Military Nigerian leaders. And let me begin by saying I'm an eyewitness and a direct participant in almost all the actions and activities of the four of them. If you kindly permit me, I will speak briefly on three and more copiously on one. I start with our Oga as a military leader. And of course, I'm referring to General Yakubu Gowon, who launched his long-awaited book about a month ago. I had to tender again an unreserved apology for my not being able to attend the launch. I explained in my letter of apology to you. But at his 90th birthday anniversary, almost 2 years ago, I said a bit of what needs to be said without his mature and nationalistic way of handling the post-second coup crisis. The Nigerian story will have been much different from what it is today. And that post-second coup crisis include the Civil War. The second person was Murtala Muhammad. Last March, we celebrated 50th anniversary of his death. He hastened bringing democracy back at the time he did and lifted Nigeria up internally and internationally. The third was Adekunle Fajuyi, who displayed uncommon loyalty and courage and chose to die for the unity of Nigeria. Maybe more should be said about him in future. The fourth, of course, is the one who has gathered us here and who we are celebrating today. And it is you, my brother, General Abdulsalami Abubakar. A great military leader, an officer and a gentleman, a patriot and a nationalist, an elder statesman and a peacemaker. You sagaciously managed the seeming confusion and uncertainty that followed Abacha's death. You emerged from the clouds and carefully proceeded to untangle the nation politically. Political prisoners were released, and I was, as has been said by the President of the Senate, a beneficiary of that. Your next move was how to get MKO Abiola released. And you got me regularly informed and also to relate messages to the family. Kola was already in Abuja to pick up his father when the unexpected happened. I remember you telling me on telephone, our man is dead. Who is our man? Was my question. And I screamed when you mentioned Abiola. And again, following advice, you handled post-Abiola demise dexterously. And within less than 1 year of your taking office, we had democracy restored. And 27 years after that restoration, we still have democracy. I should tell this august audience that not only did you initiate and ensure the restoration of democracy, you sustained it. Not only because of the peace that you had worked with other people, but the way you actually work with me after I took over. Can I forget how regularly you come with a piece of paper with all the points that you wanted to discuss with me about what is going on, about what should be done, about how you saw things, and we sat down and we look at them one by one. I answered what could be answered on the spot and what could not be answered on the spot. I gave you an answer within 24 hours. That was a magnificent way of sustaining what you have initiated, and I cannot thank you enough. I must say that I learned and I cherish that from what I had when I was military head of state. And I just want to give 2 examples of what I learned at that time. There were 3 or 4 Nigerians who I will run to or will call me and give me pieces of advice. One was Dr. Ibiam. Another one was Sir Kashim Ibrahim. Another one was Chief Adebo. Another one was the Sultan of Sokoto. And let me give 2 or 3 examples. In 1977, the economy was very bad, extremely bad. And we banned a number of things. And then came the pilgrimage to Mecca. The year before, 1976, 150,000 or thereabout went to Mecca, and we supported them with foreign exchange. 1977, we couldn't do it. How will I handle this? I went to Sir Kashim Ibrahim in Maiduguri. And when I told Sir Kashim said, go to the Sultan. Within 48 hours I was in Sokoto. And Sultan said to me, how many people do you want to go to Mecca? I said, sir, I'm not the one to determine the number of people who will go to Mecca. But we cannot support 150,000. He said, how many can you support? I said, sir, I don't want to mention any number. He said, tell me. I said, maybe about a third. He said, you can go. The Sultan set up a committee. And that year, 48,000 people went to Mecca. And I was not, my hand was not in it. I was not blamed for it. It was accepted. That was what I learned from going to people, elders, and using them, and youth did that to me. The other thing was when in 1979, the first time women will vote in the North, and there were rumors that it may not go well. There might be protests. I went again to the Sultan. And the Sultan said, what is your problem this time? I said, the voting. And the Sultan said, voting? You don't want people to vote? I said, no. The women will vote for the first time, and we had this problem. And Sultan said, if that's your problem, go home. On the day of election, my wife will be the first to go out to vote. And that's what happened. And that was the way that was settled. The other example I want to give was what today is even part of our Constitution, the Land Use Act. When the Land Use Act was promulgated as a decree, a colleague of mine in government came to me and said, sir, this your Land Use Act is not liked by anybody. The North doesn't like it. The South doesn't like it. And jokingly I said, well, we are making progress. When we come up with a plan or a program or a policy, it's either it's too much in favor of the North and the South doesn't like it, or too much in favor of the South and the North will not like it. This time, we have been able to have a policy that both the North and the South will not like. That's progress. And we laugh about it. And then we heard that Agbekoyas in Ibadan will go on protest. I went to Chief Adebo and I said, Baba, this is what I've heard. What can you do to help? He said, Shegun, I cannot help you. You have to help yourself. Go out to Agbekoya in their houses and explain things to them. I left Lagos at 2 a.m. By 4 a.m. I was in Ibadan. By 5 a.m. I was going to villages around Ibadan. By 8 a.m. I have visited more than 12 villages in Ibadan, meeting Agbekoyas in their houses and the leaders. And then we were able to suppress the Agbekoya protest on land use decree. And that's why the Land Use Decree or Land Use Act is able to stand till today. Again, the use and the help that you get from people who have the interest of country at heart and who are able to give the type of help to sustain whatever you are doing. In your case, to sustain me and democracy in power. 84 years. Long time. Congratulations. You will reach 90. And I will be there. You will reach 100. I and General Gawan will not be there. Thank you. Thank you.
Please excuse me. I've been ordered to go to the true presidential platform. Thank you. Your Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, ably represented by our own Vice President. Thank you for the honor for me to do this address from your platform. I welcome you to this auspicious occasion of the special recognition of the celebrant General Abdul Salami Abubakar, GCFR, CSG, and of course, may I say, our General Abdul Salam, may I use, our supporters are always called the other leg. Ma'am, Your Excellency, Mrs. Abdul Salam. And of course, his family that is here with him. I also welcome all President Jonathan and the President of Sierra Leone that is here with us. And of course, in absentia, but you've seen him on the screen, former President of South Africa, and our keynote speaker, His Excellency Thabo Mbeki. Thank you for reviewing the books. Let me also extend my warm welcome, to other presidents that are here. And let me abide by the protocols that had been done already. But let me also extend my warm welcome to other top government officials, leaders, and members of the National Assembly, the members of the Diplomatic Corps, our revered traditional rulers, and all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Granted my personal knowledge of the celebrant and the genuine respect I have for him, it is with utmost pleasure that I accepted to serve as chairman of this occasion, mindful of the words of Sir Winston Churchill, who said, "A nation that does not honor her heroes will soon have no heroes to celebrate." I truly acknowledge the significance of this gathering as we celebrate a consummate patriot, a veritable icon of democracy, peace, and national unity, and of course, certainly a good general who served Nigeria well to ensure that it remains united. Thank you, General Abdulsalami Abubakar. God bless you. It is therefore quite exciting that this occasion is marked with intellectual content by the launch of the 3 books, with one of them that chronicle pivotal role of General Abdulsalam Abubakar in Nigeria's transition from military rule to democracy within 11 months, from June 1998 to May 29, 1999, serving as an invaluable historic and academic resource for democratic transition, governance, and peace building, ably presented earlier on by President Thabo Mbeki. I'm sure I speak for all in this room that we are happy to be associated and indeed learn from the worthy lessons of General Abdulsalam Abubakar exemplary leadership, which continues to attract and receive national and international recognition. The legacy of leadership and peace building is a key referential aspect of his achievement. I say without fear of contradiction that he led one of the fastest and seamless democratic transition from military to civilian rule in recent history. Well done, well done. He supervised the drafting of a new Nigerian constitution, which is prevailing operational constitution of our country. He also midwifed and supervised one of the most seamless and credible elections in Africa today. His contribution to peace building in Africa remains legendary. He has been and continue to be a highly sought-after, active, and credible mediator in regional peace processes. His mediation role, particularly in Liberia, Sudan, Mali, Niger, Congo, and the Gambia, are shining examples of consistency and dedication to peaceful coexistence and good governance, on the African continent and beyond. It is also pleasing to note that his contribution through the Abdul Salam Abubakar Institute for Peace and Sustainable Development Studies, AAIPSDS, with the Catholic Bishop of Sokoto, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, consolidates and fosters dialogue on conflict resolution as a major contribution for intellectual and human capital development. Today is significant as we gather to acknowledge the unique place the celebrant occupies in the roll call of our national heroes, a leader whose patriotism is evident in his consistent choice of country and humanity over self. This choice has granted him worldwide acclaim, distinguishing his voice as a beacon for peace and stability in Nigeria and beyond. With the recurring challenges of democratic transitions in Africa, many African nations on the continent continue to face electoral violence arising from weak democratic institutions, military coups, as well as ethnic and religious conflicts that undermine national unity and development. I affirm that the strategy of strengthening democratic institutions through the rule of law, credible elections, good governance, and accountability at all levels through the peace initiative championed by General Abdul Salami Abubakar and Bishop Matthew Kuka has remained a source of inspiration and stand as a commendable model worthy of replication across Africa. From my individual reflection about General Abdul Salami Abubakar, I have many connections with him that include military command responsibilities, which he discharged admirably as an officer and gentleman during my tenure as head of state, and later as head of state and commander-in-chief himself. His ideals and contributions reflect exemplary selfless service and patriotism. His military professional wisdom and steadfast commitment to Nigeria's unity is positively referential, according to Mahatma Gandhi, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Yes, that is what General Abdul Salami Abubakar did. Thank you. Well done. Finally, on behalf of my family, the other leg, myself, and Nigeria at large, I warmly congratulate and appreciate General Abdul Salami Abubakar, GCFR, on the occasion of his 84th birthday. Let me reiterate my commendation for his exemplary contribution to the art of leadership and good governance in Nigeria, Africa, and the world. I encourage scholars, leaders, and policymakers alike to draw lessons from his trademark seamless leadership style in order to strengthen democracy and peace building in our nation and beyond. Permit me to also call on the young people as future leaders to learn from the, Permit me to also call on the young people as future leaders to learn from and to emulate his examples of selfless service, patriotism, nation building, and commitment to justice and unity. On this note, I wish to declare, well, I think you've had the review of the book already by Thabo Mbeki. These books, of 3 books, launch officially, launch or open with a warm commendation and with the following closing words. There is dignity in labor as demonstrated in the life of our dear celebrant of today, General Abdul Salami Abubakar, GCFR CSG. We need to leverage on his trademark softness, politeness, and respect for others, irrespective of the part of the country you come from. At a time like this, when some unpatriotic elements are emphasizing our differences instead of our similarities and common bond, as demonstrated by our patriotic sportsmen and women, the calmness of His Excellency General Abubakar and many other patriots remind us that there is hope for our country. Let us hold on to the uncompromising values of peace, democracy, and good governance for the prosperity of our great nation and Africa. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless you all. But before I end, I don't know, I haven't seen Aneke. I had wanted all of us to sing a special happy birthday to the General. But I don't know, is there any, oh, I see, I've not just seen the cake there. Is that the cake to be done? Well, I do not know what the arrangement is, but certainly is either because I would like to hear us all singing a happy birthday to him. Do you want it to be done after this has been, the cake has been done? I don't know when. Yes, or we can do it now, and I will be the conductor of the happy birthday. So, right. Well, it seems as though everyone seemed to be agreed that we should sing. We should all stand and sing a happy birthday to General Abdul Salami Abubakar. Good. Happy birthday to you. We wouldn't ask how old you are. We wouldn't ask that. God bless you. Well done. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman of today's occasion, former Head of State, General Yakubu Gowon. Another round of appreciation and applause for our General. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellencies all, very, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We move on with this event with that heartwarming happy birthday song conducted by the former Head of State, General Yakubu Gowon. Please be seated, sir. Man of peace, who would sacrifice everything for peace. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, His Excellency Kasim Shetima, and your dear wife, being the able representative of our President Bola Tinubu. Your Excellency, General Yakubu Gowon, the chairman of the occasion, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my senior colleagues and junior colleagues, good evening. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, eminent scholars, friends, family, and well-wishers. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent and the Merciful, let me start by expressing my deepest gratitude, in particular, thank the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for his gracious presence and sending a representative vice president to represent him, for kindly hosting us here at the presidential villa for this memorable event. Your Excellency, we are most honored by your generosity and support. I want to thank His Excellency, President Tamada Bio, who has just left us, and the Chairman of ECOWAS, Heads of States and Government, who, despite his national engagements, found time to come and honor me. The same goes to His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Niger Republic, Lamin Zain, and your entourage. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. I also want to thank Thabo Mbeki, who has earlier expressed his desire to come, but due to the sad event, couldn't come. I want to thank him. He was our chairman of the African Union High-Level Implementation Panel on Sudan, HUIP. For 12 years, we have been working for our organization, the African Union, to assist Sudan out of its crisis. Thanks to my boss, Olusegun Obasanjo, who dragged me onto this mission. For 12 years, we were globetrotting the world to help Sudan. Unfortunately, we couldn't save her into what is happening now. Please allow me to thank His Excellency Musa Paki, the immediate past African Union chairperson, who inherited our mission. He also wrote the foreword for the first reach by Mediation for Peace in Africa, one of the books being presented today. Also, let me thank His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, who then, as chairman of ECOWAS, assigned me to chair the panel for Republic of Niger Political Dialogue and the Liberian Peace Corps. Allow me also to thank the governors who have honored me with their presence. I want to thank my governor, the former governor of Niger State, His Excellency Mohammed Umar Bago, for his support. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. To our traditional leaders, the Sultan, the Oni, and other emirs who are here, what can I say but thanks and ever more thanks? I appreciate the presence of all the royal fathers here present, but also allow me to recognize the royal fathers from Niger State. To my remaining classmates at primary and secondary school, people like Debo Adeyemi, Yamusa Mohammed, General Nasco, Kanasani Bello, General Magoro, and IBB, I say thanks for walking this journey with me. Please allow me to thank my senior officers, some of whom I served under, and those I served by proxy. Generals Akin Riade, Mwachuku, Zamani Lekot, Paul Omo, Paul Tarfa, Ola Oni, IBB, T.Y. Danjuma, Hanania, and Aliu Gusau. Your presence is a testament to our shared commitment to Nigeria's peace, unity, and development. To all our distinguished guest presenters, and co-presenters who have come from far and near to grace this occasion, I thank you all. I'm deeply humbled on this auspicious occasion as you all gather to honor me with such an unprecedented response to the invitation to launch the 3 important books that reflect my journey. I recognize and thank the launching committee for the launching under the chairmanship of General Abdurrashid Aliyu, supported by his members who have done a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, history is a way of defining the destiny of nations through critical moments. When I assumed office as head of state in 1998, Nigeria stood at crossroads, a nation yearning for stability, democracy, and good governance. The calls came loud and clear to return the country to civilian rule from various segments of society: political leaders, civil society, the international community, and most importantly, the Nigerians. With profound sense of duty and with the help of my colleagues in the armed forces, members of the Armed Forces Ruling Council, members of the Federal Executive Council, and members of the press, I made a solemn promise to the Nigerian people to facilitate a democratic transition in the shortest possible time. As a build-up, we had to depart from the era of decrees and fashion out workable constitution to legitimize the transition from the military rule to democratic governance. As I have often said, and I quote again, leadership is not about power, but about responsibility, and the best way to lead is to serve with integrity, unquote. True to this commitment, within 11 months, my administration midwifed the transition that restored democratic governance to Nigeria on May 29, 1999. This was not just a political but a moral imperative to set our nation on paths of stability, unity, and progress. Today, as we reflect on our democratic journey, it is my hope that we continue to deepen our democratic culture, build stronger institutions, and promote good governance for the benefit of all Nigerians. Stepping aside from public office did not mean stepping away from national service. The pursuit of peace has always been at the core of my mission. Recognizing that no nation can truly survive without peace, I championed the human capacity development with the establishment of the Abdulsalami Abubakar Institute for Peace and Sustainable Development Studies in Mina. This center has become a hub for research, dialogue, and strategic engagement on conflict resolution, mediation, and nation building in Nigeria and across Africa. As the saying goes, and I quote again, peace is not the absence of conflict, but the presence of justice, unquote. This conviction continues to guide my efforts in fostering dialogue and reconciliation. It informs my desire to scale these values by the establishment of Abdulsalami Abubakar Resource Center here in Abuja, the seat of our national government. Beyond my personal efforts, National Peace Committee, the NPC, which I had the privilege of chairing, has also played a significant role in ensuring credible and peaceful elections in Nigeria. Through dialogue, advocacy, and engagement with political actors, civil society, and security agencies, the NPC has superintended 3 peaceful elections, immensely contributing to stabilizing democracy in Nigeria. I would like to thank the distinguished members of the committee for their commitments and tireless efforts. If you are around, please can I ask the members of the Peace Committee to rise for recognition? Thank you. As we move forward, I urge all stakeholders, political leaders, traditional religious institutions, and the media to continue championing peace, justice, and national unity. Indeed, the gains of sustained democratic progress outweigh any other option of governance. Today's event is not just about me, but about all of you, friends, family, colleagues, and well-wishers who have walked this journey with me. I appreciate the authors and the contributors, people like Rabiu Adamupan Uku, Dr. Mustafa Mohammed Jibrin Al-Heri, General Ishola Williams, Professor Mohammed Kuta Yahya, Professor Babafemi Badejo, Professor Olawale Albert, and Simon Kolawale, who have painstakingly worked on these books to document my experiences, struggles, and contribution to national and international peace. These books are not just a celebration of my life, but a resource for future generations to learn from our history. The aspiration is to avail to generations after us a narrative, commitment, patriotism, and progress. To my dear wife, who stood by my side with love, wisdom, and unyielding patience, I owe a depth of gratitude that words cannot fully capture. Thank you, Mrs. Abubakar. You have been my partner in every sense of the word, sharing both the burdens and blessings of this journey. You have delivered your duty of care and support all through my career and our union and family. To my children, I want to thank you for your love, understanding, and sacrifices through the many years of public service. You have been my pride, my joy, my constant reminder of what truly matters. To my wider family and close friends who have been backbone, I remain eternally grateful for your love, patience, and prayers. You have been my greatest strength on this journey. As we celebrate this milestone today, let us all be reminded that the work of building a great nation is a continuous endeavor. Let us strengthen our resolve to work continuously together for Nigeria, where justice, peace, and prosperity reigns. As Nelson Mandela once said, and I quote, it always seems impossible until it is done, unquote. With unity, commitment, and shared vision, Nigeria's days are still ahead. Once again, thank you for your support, presence, and prayers. May God bless you all. May God Almighty continue to give us peace, stability in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless the Republic of Nigeria.
Hands together for the celebrant. May God continue to strengthen you on all grounds.
Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria, is one of the nation's most dynamic and enterprising regions. Created in 1976, it takes its name from the Anambra River, a tributary of the Niger. Its land is steeped in history from the ancient Nri Kingdom, the cradle of Igbo civilization and spiritual authority, to the bustling commercial rise of Onitsha, one of West Africa's busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soil seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and the quiet power of innovation that defines the Igbo spirit. Anambra's people are known for their industrious drive, intellectual prowess, and unyielding creativity. Across Nigeria and beyond, they stand tall as business leaders, scholars, inventors, and professionals whose influence reaches every corner of society. From the sprawling market of Onitsha to the humming industrial machines in Nnewi, fondly called the Japan of Africa, the state exemplifies the fusion of tradition and modern enterprise. In Awka, the capital, new technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation. The state's endowments are immense. Anambra boasts of fertile soils that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava, and vegetables, feeding not just its people but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, kaolin, and limestone, waiting to be fully harnessed. With a well-educated populace and a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, the state's economy is driven by small and medium-scale industries that continue to expand Nigeria's manufacturing frontiers. Culturally, Anambra is the heartbeat of Igbo identity. Age-long traditions and legendary figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chinua Achebe, and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds and progressive values that inspire excellence in every field. Anambra's potential lies not only in its natural and human resources, but in the unbreakable spirit of its people, a people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture lifestyle and entertainment. We inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. fire safety matters, and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
It is our utmost pleasure to have you join Security Watch once again on Aneke TV. It is the enlightenment program that is designed to x-ray the level of insecurity in this nation and then provide solutions for the protections of lives and property in any way it occurs. Thank you so much. You can join us on our socials, our Facebook, our Instagram, our X, and our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. My name is Chukwemeka Obase, and today our focus is on the disaster management of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC. Permit me to introduce to you the gallant officers of the NSCDC that made the guests we have on the studio today. By my right, I have the Head Disaster Management Unit, NSCDC, Enugu State Command, and then the Deputy Commandant of Corps, Chidebere Christian Achime. And then I have again the PA to the State Commandant of the NSCDC, Enugu State Command, Superintendent of Corps, Watu Emmanuel A. You're welcome on the show.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right, madam, how are you today?
Thank you. I'm very fine.
All right. As the head of the Disaster Management Unit of the NSCDC, how has it been?
It has been wonderful. It has been so good. Firstly, I have to appreciate my state commandant. I call him a workaholic commandant because since he came to Enugu State, it has been wonderful. He is so versatile. Working with him is a good thing. It's an opportunity to grab what is in his upstairs because he is too much.
I want to believe, since you glorify him in this way, he is providing veritable grounds for you to do your work effectively.
Very well. And we will still come to that. He will still throw more light on the achievements so far. He has been a wonderful leader, a wonderful boss.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me come to you, SC Watu. I believe your work in disaster management. Yes, we believe in you, and I want to ask you this. In what situations can there be casualties then for you to come into rescue?
Thank you very much. Disaster management is a very wonderful topic, and I'm delighted to be here. I've had the privilege of working in the NSCDC Disaster Management Unit for several years, and it's always been wonderful. Managing disasters is something that is so important, so important, because we are talking about protection of lives and property. And of course, we're also talking about protection of critical national assets and infrastructure. And we know that when disasters occur, something heavy happens. Disasters are catastrophic events that when they occur, they cause a lot of damage to lives, property, farmlands, and you know the resultant effect of that. That will be loss of economic revenue. There will be economic recession, there will be hunger, there will be famine, and a lot of other things, and even disease. Imagine when, crops are destroyed, farmlands in hectares are destroyed. It has a ripple effect that will definitely be negative. So your question was on casualties. Eh?
Yes.
Once again, reframe it, let me be sure.
In what situations? Yeah. You've mentioned what could happen in the farm and all of that. Then in what situation can there be casualties? Then for you to be able to come for the rescue?
Yes, there can be a lot of casualties in maybe flooding experiences. Because Enugu State, like we know, is one of the states in Nigeria that is prone to flooding. There are quite many areas across the local government areas of Enugu State that are prone to flooding. And of course, fire disasters also happen. And most of the markets, from time to time, we hear about fire disasters in one market or the other. And of course, this requires a lot of intervention.
Okay.
We are grateful to God that we have a well-established fire department in Enugu State. Also happy that the governor has done much with establishing CCTV cameras that help us to monitor our environment. These things are very, very useful. Of course, there can be accidents, there can be building collapse, and there can be public health emergencies. I mean, people are talking about Ebola, you know, and we are trying to make sure that we do not, that God will save us once again, as he did the other time when there was that kind of entry into Nigeria. So quite a lot of things like this will mean that we need to put ourselves together as an agency, and the people also need, because the agency cannot do it alone. Disaster management is a collaborative work. So everybody needs somehow to have some knowledge of disaster management and put it into good use at moments that are like this, moments of emergency and moments of disaster.
Okay, thank you so much. This is Madam. Back to you. You talked about structural collapse and then even flooding. How do you attend to that when such happens?
Like he said, we have, when you talk of disaster in the first place, we have 3 key things: prepared for, respond to, and recovering from.
Okay.
The 3 keys, if it is in place, then
disaster can you mention that to us? Yes. We are interested, yes.
I said the 3 keys are: 1 is responding to, recovering from, and preparing to. You prepare before the disaster happens.
Okay.
Then you respond, quick response, and then recovering from after the disaster.
Yes, okay. That's exactly true. You know, when we talk about preparedness for disasters, that means that these are things you do before the disaster happens.
Okay.
Yes, because, you know, in fact, the preparation is even more important than when the disasters happen, the things you do after it happens. Because if you prepare well, if you are able to build what we call a resilient community, a community that can cope, you know, that a community that is properly sensitized, properly educated about the roles they can play. And that is, these are things that you must do before.
Does it mean you anticipate possible disaster?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Good. In fact, you cannot rule out disaster. Wherever you find human existence, there's possible of disaster.
That's right.
You get it?
Yes.
Then we'll have the man-made, that is self-induced disaster,
okay.
And we have natural.
Okay.
So, and our aim, disaster management, the aim is to reduce or even to prevent entirely,
okay,
or reduce the casualty.
Then what you talked about human-made or human-induced disaster. What type?
You know, this country is so blessed that some of the things we call a natural are really human-induced. Let's assume when you want to erect a building, you employ fake engineer or contractors to construct your building. That means, so when it collapses, can you call that natural? It's man-made. And when you are, you know, the drainages, when you're blocking them, when the drainages are blocked and you have flood, do you call that natural? It's man-made. So we are here to, the management, disaster management units are there to enlighten people, the public, to prevent it. It's better prevention that, they say prevention is better than what?
Cure.
Cure. So it's better prevented than when it happened.
That's right.
And when it happened, we are there to minimize, to reduce the rate of casualties.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. Let me come back to you.
Thank you.
In terms of fire outbreak, how do you attend to pipeline vandalism fire outbreak? Because in most cases, yes, it occurs.
That's right. You see, the disaster management unit falls under what we call the crisis management department. And under the Crisis Management Department, we have several other units that are under it. That would include the Disaster Management Unit, the Health Services Unit, we have the Peace and Conflict Resolution Unit.
Okay.
We have the Counter-Terrorism Unit. And I think we have the CBNR. The CBNR is short for Chemical, Biological, Nuclear, and Radioactive Response Unit. So all of these units are under the Crisis Management Department. Okay. And so you mentioned the fire outbreak. Like I said earlier, that the nscdc does not work in isolation. We work in collaboration. And that means that while we will naturally respond to this fire outbreak, we will not do it alone. We will, right from the moment we begin to get ourselves ready for this intervention, we have already radioed the fire service because they are the specialists. We do recognize the lead agencies in various types of disasters. Where there's a road emergency, for instance, we will be, of course, relating with the Federal Road Safety Corps. Where there is a large-scale public health emergency, we will be relating with the Red Cross. And in the case of a fire outbreak at, we have our anti-vandal unit. Now that's a separate unit, separate altogether, that are specialists in that particular kind of response. But the disaster management unit will definitely play a very important role. One of them, of course, is to cordon off that area. You know, that area needs to be cordoned off because we do not want to have extra casualties, further casualties after that. If there is need for traffic control within that, around that area, that will be established. And of course, if there is need for first aid provision, because when the disaster management intervenes, they don't go alone. They go with the health services. These are people who can provide first aid services. Every disaster management unit personnel is trained in first aid, but we have another unit where they are specialists. They can assist in provision of this, and also they come with the ambulances also to help evacuate injured persons. And of course, they will do so many things in that line. Yes. Okay.
I want to believe that all of these efforts are to save lives and property.
That is the idea.
Okay. Thank you so much. Madam, let me come back to you. You talked about the operation or rescue operational unit, right? Okay.
We talked about what we call the search and rescue.
Search and rescue.
Of the disaster management unit.
Okay, please talk to us about that.
Just a minute. Let me just highlight on the functions.
Okay.
Before she comes in. The disaster management has several functions within the unit. Let's look at them as just functions. We have the search and rescue function.
Okay.
That's very important. In the search and rescue function, they are more interventionists. You know, they more or less wait for something to happen before they move in. It could be a building collapse. It could be a distress call was received for maybe fire disaster somewhere in a marketplace or something like that. It could be maybe after a heavy rainfall. We see, what do you call it, EEDC equipment, live wires on the ground, and that could be dangerous. People could be electrocuted. And so the NSCDC receives those kind of distress calls, and we respond. That is the search and rescue. And maybe something has happened, somebody has been electrocuted. So the search and rescue people generally move in to search for victims, locate them and evacuate them, and ensure that whatever is causing that particular problem is managed. In some cases, we radio the other responsible agencies, like the EEDC, for instance, to maybe put out the electricity in a particular area to ensure the proper management of that particular disaster. The other function is the prevention, what we call the mitigation and prevention function. Mitigation and prevention function. Now, the role of this particular function is to, as much as possible, reduce the severity of disasters when they occur. Sometimes those in this particular role, they go on weekly surveillances. They move around to ascertain that things are in order, especially when there's maybe a heavy rainfall, things that could, you know, shake things out of their order. And so when we move around, we're able to identify these things early enough. Then we have the forecast. The forecast focuses more on early warning, especially in our collaboration with the Nigeria Geological Services, the NIMET. We get their early predictions, and when this is gotten, we ensure that we bring them down to the level of the community where they're able to take action alongside the other agencies. So,
you make me begin to think about the enormous job you are doing.
Oh, yes.
It's quite encompassing.
Oh, yes, quite
And
encompassing.
what worries me, madam, is you really need to be trained. You need intelligence, you need training, serious one for you to be able to work.
That is correct.
Yes.
We have already trained personnel, not only in disaster management unit, but in order, because disaster can happen anywhere, and we need manpower to control the place, to do evacuation. So, coming to that rescue and research, there's the core things, there are 3 core things: mitigation, just like we said, hazard mapping, and we have the prevention, and we have forecasting, just like we said. But the prevention aspect is very, very important.
Okay.
It's very, very important, because there's this particular time in one local government, they always burn down the INEC office. I don't know what is their problem. And they will burn it very late in the night before fire service could be there. Havoc has been caused severely. The other time they did that, no pin was recovered. Everything burned down. So we now move there. And it didn't take the governor anything to erect the new building, and there's still an attempt. So what will happen? We move there. We now find out that in that INEC office, there's dwarf wall. The fence are so dwarf.
Okay.
Thick forests and thick darkness in the night. Immediately, we now call the person in charge. How can this place be like this? Because when you allow it like this, the disaster issue will still, that is the fire outbreak. Because when you see that fence, a small boy can even jump there and then cause havoc there. So immediately, we now tell them what to do. Raise the fence, put the wire gauze, you get it, then light up.
That's right.
The environment. And once that was done, everything, no attempt again. That local government is even at peace now. Nothing like that happened again. We do not have any record. So that prevention will move out in case there's any maybe heavy downpour. We'll move out to know whether there's anything like cable, is it still standing? All those things. There's any possible, because we already know the possible areas where flooding can occur. So we move quickly to that and tell people what to do. Creating awareness is one of the major things to prevent. And telling them what to do if it occurs.
That's right.
You know what?
Very interesting.
This is very interesting.
Yeah.
How do you even forecast intending or potential disaster?
Yes, there are quite a number of ways. I already mentioned the Nigerian Geological Services and their reports, which are being studied. Of course, the NIMET, very early in the year, the NIMET will always release and tell you how the pattern of rainfall and whether they the threat of flooding might occur. These things we pay very serious attention to it.
Okay.
And we know that if we are able to effectively communicate this to communities, especially those areas where, just like she talked about hazard mapping. Hazard mapping is very, very important. We know already the areas that already are prone to this kind of, especially flooding, because the issues in Enugu include flooding, gully erosions, landslides, windstorms.
Okay.
Fire disasters and public health emergencies. Not to mention, of course, building collapses and accidents and the like. So we have mapped Enugu, and maybe as we proceed in the program, we can tell you those areas that are prone to certain disasters. So these things are very, very. So when we know these areas, we're able to go to those particular locations with our team. Usually, we will not do it alone. Like I told you, we work very closely with the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, very closely with the State Emergency Management Agency, the SEMA of the states, and of course the LEMCs, which are the local emergency management committees. All of these are what I call institutionalized bodies that collaborate effectively with the nscdc to ensure this. We also teach people that with your phones, that's very important. With your phones, you can actually get critical information about the weather pattern, about the possibility of rainfall, or whether it is a heavy rain, or whether it's going to be a shower. We are all blessed with our Android phones, and we can all, in the comfort of our homes, punch on it, and ask questions and ask about for the next 3 days, how is it going to be like? So that you know exactly whether to step out or whether to remain indoors, or when you're stepping out to come out prepared. Yeah, so these are all parts of the kinds of things we do. We also monitor, along with other agencies, what we call the increase in the height of what we call the level of the rivers, the surrounding rivers. This is also part of the thing that we study in collaboration with other agencies that are directly responsible for that kind of thing. And so we get these reports, and when we are sure that something is about to happen, we warn those who are living in low areas, who are living in valleys and all of that, that they should know, please, that they are at risk. And we tell them what to do. Of course, come up higher is one way. Leave the area entirely for the meantime. And then we take reports from what has happened in previous years and know the potential of something dreadful happening. And we keep
that's wonderful of you. That's wonderful. Madam, let me come back to you. I understand you do your evacuation and rescue operations. At the cost of that, you rescue casualties. What do you do about their emergency medical services?
Good. You know, let's talk about when you get to disaster scene. Evacuation is very, very important. Who and who to evacuate? There are so many casualties, people lying. Some are saying my leg, some are saying my head, my hands. Those people are fractures. They can be managed later. But you see those people lying down, those that are bleeding, that's the people that need immediate evacuation. You first of all, in new evacuation, just movement of people from danger area to a safer place. You move them from danger area to a safer place. Onward, proceeding to the medical centers, where the medical team there will assist them immediately. Then you can now come back to those people that have fractures. Their own, it can be sustained till you come back.
Who takes care of the hospital bills?
The hospital bills, it depends. Like I said, it depends. Drastic accident like this, the family take care. The family take care because some of us manage our cars. You know that your car has brake issues. Instead of you to go and fix it, you want to, please, I've not got the money. You're endangering your life and the life of others. So when something happens, do you expect who to pay the hospital? It's you. It will fall on you. So that next time you be very, very careful.
Notwithstanding that, of course, you already know that the NSCDC has we have a modest clinic within the state command, and that is very interesting. And this clinic can assist in in first aid provision for injured persons. But there is a limit to what we can do. Of course, that comes at no charge at all to the victims. First aid provision to victims on at the scene of accidents comes at no charge. The NSCDC takes care of all of that. But for some very serious cases, there may be need for referrals to hospitals and so on and so forth. So at that point, family members are contacted. In some cases, the government can even come in and depending on the scale of the disaster and offer to pay off the bills of some of these people. But the work is basically humanitarian. And depending on the scale, even the hospitals at the point know that they must participate in a very large-scale disaster like that, where people are injured and people are bleeding profusely. Something is done first to stabilize them before further actions.
Okay, that's the way I'm feeling. Since you have the ability, because of the trainings you receive, to forecast potential crisis that is likely going to occur, why don't you double up your effort so that you'll be able to forecast all the crises and then you arrest them before it occurs? Then you save lives and property.
One thing about disasters is that It's not as if you're talking of eliminating them entirely. Somehow they just have.
Yeah, can they be eliminated? We're talking about lives and property here.
Well, total eradication, we know, even in the very developed, super developed countries like the Americas and you know, so on and so forth. We know that they are still facing a lot of challenges. Nature is very aggressive, very powerful. We see what happens in the United States every year, where entire towns are ravaged by hurricanes and so on and so forth. So I will tell you the truth that these things happen, but we can only do our best. And like I told you, that the goal is to build resilience. Resilience means people are able to participate in. And when everybody adds a little, you know, to the common pool, the common mix, you find out that we're able to do something. And significant too. Because when people begin to understand that they should begin to clear out their drainages, for instance, and not throw in refuse. Some people, when the rain begins to fall, it's the best opportunity for them to carry all the refuse in their house and throw into the rain, which will move it, of course, to block drainages. And then what happens? As the rain continues to fall, what happens? There is no place for the water to pass.
Don't think there's a need for sensitization.
There is need for sensitization to people who are building their houses along river channels.
Then who does the sensitization? Is it not part of your job?
Yes, it is part of our job.
Okay.
It is part of our job.
Okay.
And,
what are you waiting for?
Now, remember, the NSCDC is actively on this. I told you that we always collaborate with other agencies, and we do it together. And like, for instance, there are moments when stakeholder meetings are called, and we decide on a particular area to go for sensitization. We've done that several times. With the NEMA, we've done that with NEMA, we've done that with SEMA. Many, many times. We go to communities. We actually go to communities. Many times we've gone to Ogu, we've gone to Aninri to warn them about the potential flooding and all of that, and what they can do, and actions they can take. Are you there? We also have, the NSC also has we also have the CDCPN, which is the Civil Defense Community Partnership Network, where prominent individuals within the communities around Enugu State, they're all members. And these are people who can give us intelligence on what is happening within their local environment. That's early warning we're talking about.
Okay.
And tell us exactly what's happening within the areas.
Okay.
And the threats that they face.
Of course, that's a preemption to the question I want to throw to the Madam DCC. Yes, I wanted to ask, coming to think of it, how do you even gather information to maybe be promptly go into your emergency services?
You know, and in our NSCDC, we have NSCDC management units in all the local governments. You know, NSCDCs deal with the grassroots. We are federal and equally in grassroots area. So we have our personnel in all the local governments. And just like you mentioned, we have private individual that will be brought into NSCDC that can give us prompt and accurate intelligent information.
How do you get to them? I'm talking about this individual. I'm interested in them. Yes, they stay steadily in the communities.
Yeah.
They don't move to the cities. Or how do they do it?
All right. The NSCDC, just like she said, we are a grassroots security agency. That means that we have the advantage of our tentacles reaching right down into the communities. We have our divisional officers. We have actually 37 of them. And before we used to have just 17 for the 17 local government areas of Enugu State. But with the coming of the present the substantive commandant, Commander Elijah Etimwili, he created an additional 20 more, what do we call, divisional units. So we have 37 now with divisional officers there and with their personnel there. And all of them, that's the whole idea, is to bring security closer to the people and to bring intelligence also closer to the civil defense. So we're able to get more information from. So people, of course, when there are distress calls, people call in and say, okay, we have a problem in our area, we have a problem in this area or that area. Are you there? That's one way. People also have access to our divisional officers within the local government areas. And when they bring this information, they know what to do. If it's beyond them, they radio to the headquarters. And from there, we can network. You see, it is not a one-man show. No single entity wants to take the glory. No, it is everybody, all hands on deck, like we say in disaster management. All hands must be on deck to be able to nip in the bud as quickly as possible.
Okay, that taking. Coming to think of it, those individuals, are they just stakeholders of the community or they are officers of the NSCDC?
They are stakeholders in the community.
Okay, they have nothing to do with NSCDC apart from they are working in collaboration with you?
Yeah, you're talking about the stakeholders, the
yes.
disaster management. Okay, no, no, let's mention them now. Let's mention them. These stakeholders I am talking about are, they include the NEMA, I mentioned the NEMA, the National Emergency Management Agency.
I thought we were talking about stakeholders in different communities.
Okay, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
All right. Now we're talking about the CDCPN. These are people, ordinary people, who are handpicked because of their integrity within the communities. Are you there? So these are people, just people like they could be youth leaders, for instance. They could be the PGs of communities. So they could be women leaders. You get the point? So these people are referred to us as people who have some level of integrity and who can give us genuine information about things going on within their communities. Are you there? So, of course, the traditional rulers are stakeholders. Traditional rulers are stakeholders. And quite many other, even the youths of the community are stakeholders. So, in fact, the whole idea is to let the community know that they are stakeholders. Because most of the time, they are the first responders. Remember, when something happens within their community, they are the first responders.
All right, you will tell us more about that. Thank you so much. We want to observe a short break. And when we come back, you're going to speak to us about the recent rescue operations you had at Aneke Forest.
Thank you very much.
At the 1st of this June. Thank you so much. Our viewer want to observe a short break. Please don't go away. We shall be right back.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter who sorts is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
All right, back from the short break. Our topic has been the disaster management of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. Thank you so much. I've been in the studio with the head Disaster Management Unit, nscdc, Enugu State Command, and then Deputy Commandant of Corps, Chidebere Christiana Chime. And then I also have the PA to the State Commandant of the nscdc, Enugu State Command, Superintendent of Corps, Watu Emmanuel A. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's continue. Before we went on the short break, I wanted you to give us an insight on what happened, in short, the rescue operations of the nscdc, Enugu State Command on the 1st of June to rescue a kidnapped victim at Onoba, Wike Forest.
Indeed, that is one story that highlights the increasing challenges we are having with kidnappers. They continue to find out new ways, evolve new ideas on how to kidnap for ransom. Kidnap for ransom. And of course, in some other cases, they kidnap for organs, for harvesting of organs. So they are quite, it's becoming a very complex situation. And the security agencies, of course, are not resting. Certainly the NSCDC is not resting. And that's why we are continually on the lookout for such cases, such incidents where we can intervene. Remember that the NSCDC is a veritable partner in ensuring the security of lives and property. And so that incident you are referring to is one that shocked many people because this man, the man in question, is a butcher. And he, had some conversation with somebody he normally would, has had some business with him in the past. And the whole idea was to buy some cattle at that particular place. But that place he was buying the cattle from is not a designated market.
Okay. And
that's just the thing. It's not a designated cattle market. And we worry about this because we really want the public to know that they should, if they want to purchase a livestock, please go to a regular designated market. Don't go to some forests, hideouts, where you could be, your life could be in danger. And so the man went there and had what was like a successful deal to purchase some, I think about 700,000 for that particular cow. And it had been agreed, and he was about to move out with the cattle when the seller became adamant and said no, that he's not going to release the animal for that price. And then he disappeared. All of a sudden, some 3 men emerged. They were armed with AK-47. One had an AK-47, 2 pistols, and machete. And it was an attack on him. They attacked him on the head, cut him in various places of his body. We're of course not talking much about this because of the fact that the investigation is still on. But that is just exactly the gory thing that happened. The young man, they contacted his wife for ransom. And then the wife smartly knew that she had to contact security agencies. And that was how the nscdc came into the picture, because they had contacted her to pay some ransom. So, but the nscdc knew that we had to stick to her like glue to ensure that we got to the root of the matter. So while when she was going there to deliver it, was when the arrests of these culprits was made. But there are still others at large. The investigation is still not concluded. So we don't want to push too much.
But already that's a success story.
Yes, there's a success story because the victim has been is now safe. Though he spent about a week at the colliery hospital for those terrible. These people are nasty. I mean, it's people who go through these kind of experiences. They need some very serious rehabilitation. And people who perform this kind of dastardly acts, really need God in their lives. It is inhuman, to say the least. So we all need to be very conscious. So it's a call to all Nigerians to be.
Yes, I want to be emphatic in talking to Nigerians.
Yes.
So that they should be conscious of where they are going for transactions.
Yes, indeed. Yes. Be conscious about your transactions. Please, when you move around, be conscious of your environment. Even when maybe you are on an Okada and you want to go to your house, please stop. Don't stop exactly at your house. Some of these people are, they will monitor you to your very house. So sometimes you find some smart ways of ensuring that you don't even, the Okada man doesn't get to know where you really live. Stop some blocks away. Nothing stops you. Pay him off, let him go. Then you
track back.
Yeah, because so we must find ways of ensuring that, for instance, people who are on social media, you see how people are always displaying their wealth on social media. That's
which is wrong.
It's totally wrong. It's an anomaly. So that should stop. Because the more you do that, the more some people are taking interest in you. You show them that you have money, then they will come for the money. And so this, because they don't just pick on anybody. They must have something that they are trailing, something they've seen in you, and that's what they really want to do. So please be careful how you do your business. Be careful who you do business with, and ensure that you deal with people who have proven integrity. Ensure that you get proper people who do business with people who are sound, and not people who are, ragtag.
Okay, thank you so much. At this juncture, the Aneke TV gives it to the nscdc and with the command.
Thank you so much.
Up to you. Then we'll believe in you.
Thank you
so much. They're going to do more like that.
Thank you so much.
Madam, let me come back to you. Okay. Let's talk about your duties in relocating threatened casualties to a new location.
Okay. Our duty, we have equipment. We have trained personnel. We have standby vehicle. Our boss understands the importance of disaster management when it comes to disaster. We have standby vehicle. We have ambulance standing by, filled up to the brim. Because, like I said, wherever you see human, there's possible disaster events.
Not taking.
Then, you keep on saying that security is everybody's business. Now, security is everybody's, not only business, but life. Security is everybody's life. So in disaster management, everybody should be up and doing. Because life will lost, property will lost, and you endanger others, the economic things will be lost too. Like in flooding, you have maybe scarcity of food by the next year if we continue happen. So all this thing is everybody should be on the deck to prevent so that it will not happen at all.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm interested in where you are taking the casualties to.
Yeah.
The stranded casualties. I'm interested in where you are taking to. Are there already prepared grounds that all of a sudden you take them there, or to individual houses, or to government house, or where?
Yeah, that's a very important question. The NSCDC.
Let me come in small. You know, he said that we'll have good established personnel units, depending on the level of the casualty. We can take them there for first aid on no charges. Then, if it's too much, you will now take them to medical centers.
Let's talk about relocation now. Supposing it's a structural collapse, you can't bring them back to the house after 1 week because the building is already collapsed. Where do you take them to the new ground? That's what
I got your point. Now we are talking about management of evacuated casualties, right? All right, so maybe an accident happens, for instance, and people are injured. Is that what you're talking about? And we move them from that.
Let's be specific with building collapse now.
Building collapse.
Yes, where do you take them to?
Okay. Depending on the scale, what is the scale? As we need to know the scale. Is it a very large scale of many people injured or something?
In whatever scale where there are casualties, like for instance, nobody died.
Oh, yeah.
But there are a lot of people have missed their home, and they have to be taken to other places. There are people who didn't sustain injuries.
I got your point. Now, first of all, remember, like I think she tried to enlighten us on the priorities, during evacuation of injured persons. She mentioned the fact that some people are bleeding. Many people lose their lives because of maybe no timely intervention to take them, rush them to the hospital. There are some cases where they need to be rushed straight to the hospital.
Okay.
Because if they are not rushed to the hospital, what happens? They die. We talk about the golden hour in disaster management, which is the time it takes for you to reach the scene, which should not go beyond, in fact, 10, 15 minutes. 15 minutes is too much. 10 minutes is ideal. That's the golden hour. And so the moment the disaster call comes in, we begin to work. We have to reduce all bottlenecks that will prevent us from leaving the command. The commandant knows that must be followed. So when we reach the scene, and we need to give priority to those who need the priority. Those who are bleeding profusely, we need to worry about stopping the bleeding and then throwing them into the ambulance as quickly as possible, moving them to the hospital because of loss of blood, so that they will be properly stabilized. There are some people who will be unconscious, who are maybe having irregular breathing. We need to assist them sometimes with what we call CPR, which is cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Okay. So that's what the common man will call mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. These things are done to ensure that some people who may have a pulse, somebody may have a pulse, but may not be breathing. Such a person needs to be revived.
Resuscitated.
Then we have people who have spinal cord injuries. You may see somebody whose eye is open, but he's not talking. And so if you just grab him and throw him into the ambulance, you might be causing more damage than you know. The man is not talking, and you didn't ask him. You needed to tap him and ask him, "Can you hear me?" For instance, "Can you hear me?" If you can hear me, blink your eyes twice, for instance. And the person blinks his eyes twice, but he's not able to talk. Something's wrong. Could it be he has a broken spinal cord someplace? So that may be an issue. And so such people need special technique for them to be taken out of this place. Those who have maybe fractures may need to just be taken a distance away, because they have the lowest priority, as it were. Somebody's crying my hand, we know his problem. So we just need to stabilize him, maybe put a tourniquet around his neck and hold the arm up so that he doesn't feel so much pain. Are you there? Or my leg. But at the end of the day, everybody is eventually taken. So we'll just take them away from that zone to another place. In some cases, it may be maybe a clearing, a distance away from that particular accident or building collapse, for instance, that is safe, away from the debris and away from the other hazards that may present. A building collapses, there may be other hazards around there. So we need to take them away from that zone entirely. Yes, and then if they are injured, first aid might be administered to them at those places where they are taken to.
Okay.
And from there, they are now taken to the hospital.
Okay, thank you so much. In this case, how do you demarcate, Madam, I'm on to you now. How do you demarcate the danger zones to avoid further casualties?
Sorry, do you mean when there's already...
After the evacuation?
Okay.
Yes. What do you do about the scene, the disaster scene?
Like he said before, we cannot do it alone. We have to collaborate with other agencies. Like, if there's any disaster issue, as you are going, you are calling. How is it? Is it road accident? You are calling, and you are calling the Federal Road Safety. And you know we have personnels, trained personnels. So they have to cordon the place. Because if we don't do that, some people would like to come and view instead of helping. They will want to come and...
Okay. Or loot.
You know,
or loot even.
Or loot even.
So you should cordon the place, and the crowd should be, wide away. They should not come close to avoid further disaster in that particular area. So these people, the road safety, they are there to control and then tell other computers another escape route where they will follow, not coming closer to the danger.
Okay.
So,
okay. CS Wato,
yes, please.
What do you do about your distribution of coordinated materials?
That's
or relief materials?
Very, very important. That comes again to the collaboration that exists, because that is a culture, and it is a culture that we must continue to promote, that of the fact that disasters are our collective responsibility, and we must work together hand in hand. We know that in Nigeria, that the NEMA, which is the National Emergency Management Agency, and of course its state counterpart, the SEMA, they play a coordinating role with other security agencies during major disasters in the country. And we also know that, of course, the NEMA plays a very critical role, which is that of liaising with the federal governments, just as the SEMA would liaise with the state governments,
okay,
for the provision of certain contingency requirements, which are important in disaster intervention.
Okay.
Things like blankets, for instance, things like medicines, for
Food,
instance, for instance, water. These are issues which come up during disasters. And so the nscdc, we boast a relatively large manpower. Now, that's one thing we really know we have compared to very many of the other security agencies. Of course, we have more manpower than the FRSC, than the ndlea, than the DSS, for instance, and so on and so on. Perhaps we may not be up to that of the police or the army, but compared to others, we boast a relatively large manpower. And that manpower comes very handy when it comes to distribution of medicine supplies, that's talking about equitable distribution, because we work hand in hand with the NEMA and the SEMA to ensure that the food and medicine reaches these particular people who need it the most. Because usually there is a documentation that happens to ensure that, because sometimes people will come from trying to break into such camps, maybe IDP camps and so on, to grab whatever they can grab. So there is a documentation that happens to ensure that when distribution happens, it really goes to those who are really affected. So the nscdc is central to this. And the NEMA knows this, and the SEMA knows this, that you can't have a very equitable distribution without the calling on the nscdc to assist. So our officers are always ready, and also ready to protect those items, those belongings which could, because looting happens, like you already rightly highlighted. And the nscdc plays both roles of security, that area, alongside with other security agencies, role of evacuation, role of search and rescue, because we work also with the fire service too in search and rescue operations. And also the NSC plays a very important role in building temporary shelters. This must also be highlighted. This is one other thing that the NSCDC knows that is our role during major emergencies, that we can assist in building, assisting other fires. We can assist the fire service in putting out fires. We can assist in repair of infrastructure, damaged infrastructure. So all of this is because of the large manpower base that we have, and also the training. Because not everybody should be in this business. I am telling you the truth, frankly.
Yeah, it's not for everybody.
Yes, it's not for everybody, because if you are somebody who is always anxious, high blood pressure, you may not be the right person for the disaster management unit.
It's okay.
And if you are somebody who is also cold-hearted, so you must be somewhere in between, where because the anxiety will push you to take right action.
Okay, that's taken. Madam, you are the head of disaster management unit. How do you always feel when you go out for your emergency services and you perform your duties successfully?
That's beautiful. You know, when you perfect your duties successfully, you will be happy too. Because you have served man and you have served God. So, you'll be fulfilled. That is why the quick response, we don't joke with it. And that is why our boss knows that when it comes to disaster issues, he quickly releases funds. So many things, personnel, please rush. And all those things will be successful and everybody will be happy. The masses will be happy.
Okay, thank you so much.
You must have that humanitarian heart, you see, when you are in disaster management. Because the real joy is not a place, it's not a money-making venture.
At all.
We've had many situations where we have to spend out of our pockets. I'm telling you the truth. Where we intervene and then we end up, because maybe the clinic says we don't have the nearest clinic there where we have taken those victims to. They say they don't have enough of this, they don't have enough of that. What do? We, officers out of their pockets, we spend. So we have that understanding that it is life, saving lives first before any other thing. The average civil defense officer knows that. We must save life first before any other thing. And that's the way we take it.
Okay, I am very interested in the public enlightenment.
Yes.
Yeah, that is organizing community programs on the prevention of all of these disasters. How, what's the interval of time you do that?
Yes.
Or is it not a regular program in your office?
Yeah, it is something that is done quarterly.
Okay.
It's done quarterly, and mostly, like I told you, it is something because of the varied nature of disaster. Disaster is a multidisciplinary, multi-agency kind of thing, intervention. So it is something that we don't just do it like that. We just wake up and do it like that. No, we do it in collaboration. And because we are stakeholders with the NEMA and the SEMA, we are always on our queue to know when such interventions will come. So we do it in collaboration. It's better that way.
Okay.
People are able to get the best of both worlds, as it were, from all the various stakeholders who come to participate and tell them what they really need to do. But of course, sometimes it comes really when there is the need. Most of the such interventions come when there is the need for it. Like now that there is flooding now, the plans are ongoing. Are you there? To really reach out to those areas, even though a lot is because of people's response. Because people are beginning to understand more about how this happens, that we need to let this water move for our safety, for our own safety. So you can see that there's been a yearly improvement. We've not been hearing all those kind of nasty flood disasters that we used to hear of before. People are taking action based on the
Okay, thank you so much. Madam, on a conclusive note, I want you to speak to the community and then the citizens on how they should be very conscious of disaster at all times.
Thank you very much. Just like I said, disaster management is everybody's life and business. Please, I want to talk of those women that normally lock up their children inside, maybe their kids, toddlers. You lock them up inside a flat. Please desist from there. Because they are toddlers, they can play with matches and everything. Because I had an incident that happened one certain time. The child struck and then throw it. When it started burning inside, just throw it on the mattress. And the whole flat got burnt. And another thing is that we talk of the drainages. Please don't block. Even if you see your neighbor, because during rainy season, you see if it's raining, you see people coming to put their trash in a gutter. That thing will go somewhere and then block. And water must find its route. It must find a way of moving. It might even fall back and start coming back to come and stress you. So we should be our neighbor's keeper, telling people Your neighbor can be deviating. Tell the people, no, don't do this.
Okay.
You endanger life.
Not taking. Thank you so much. CS, I want you to just briefly, I want to direct the attention to the government that has always been there for you, just briefly, because of time.
To the government, I want to, I've always been very excited about the government of the day, that is that of the very honorable executive governor of Enugu State, who is doing so much for this state, and I am telling him to please continue. Assuring you that the nscdc is standing strong. The NSC is standing strong with you and with your government to ensure that we continue to support you in every way we can to ensure the safety of people in Enugu State. And then to the people, I want you all to know that this is a season of a lot of insecurity and challenges all over. Kidnapping is rife. Please do well to protect yourself. And when I say protect yourself, I'm talking about the need for you to ensure that you take a lot of security tips seriously. Ensure that you lock up your houses when you go to bed. Ensure you secure your homes properly. Ensure that you register for self-defense classes.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to have to be, to be ready.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you so much. The PA to the commandant of the NSCDC Enugu State Command, the superintendent of corps, Watu Emmanuel. Hey, thank you so much for coming. And thank you so much, the head of disaster management unit, NSCDC Enugu State Command, deputy commandant of corps, Chidebere Christian Achime. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Yes, our viewer, it has been a nice time we shared with you, talking on the disaster management of the NSCDC. Thank you so much. I just urge you to keep to the safety measures anyhow and anywhere you can. I remain Chukwamaka Obase. Do have a wonderful day ahead of you.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
information is power, awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap for ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3. I'm Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, large voter turnout recorded as Ekiti governorship election gets underway. Court jails mother, sister of suspected terrorist for terrorism-related offences. Federal government and Enugu state move to launch direct cargo flights between Enugu and China by December. Now the news in details. Presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, for the 2027 general election, Mr. Peterobi, has donated 10 million naira towards the renovation of the Mother of Christ Specialist Hospital in Enugu State, following a recent fire incident that damaged parts of the facility. Mr. Obi presented the donation during a visit to the hospital, where he inspected sections affected by the fire, including the children's ward. The hospital is owned by the Reverend Sisters of the Immaculate Heart of Mary of the Catholic Church. Speaking during the visit, the former Anambra State Governor commended the management and staff for their contributions to healthcare delivery. He described healthcare and education as critical sectors that require sustained support and encouraged the institution to remain committed to its service to humanity despite current challenges. Responding on behalf of the hospital, the Chief Medical Director of Immaculate Heart Hospital, Reverend Sister Dr. Maria Nkiruka Okafo, thanked Mr. Obi for the donation and described him as a consistent supporter of humanitarian causes. She disclosed that the donation had already been transferred to the hospital's account and pledged that the funds would support ongoing restoration efforts. The Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of training and development, Mr. Ifeanyi Uche, has commended the Enugu State Government for its investment in modern security infrastructure and personnel development. The AIG spoke at the end of a 5-day security training program organized by the State Government for personnel of the Nigeria Police Force, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Enugu State Forest Guards, and neighborhood watch groups. The program focused on intelligence gathering, data management, and cybersecurity. After inspecting the Enugu State Command and Control Center, Mr. Uche said modern crime has become increasingly technology-driven and requires security agencies to embrace digital tools for effective prevention and intervention. He described the state's surveillance systems, drones, and command center as critical assets in strengthening public safety. Also speaking, Commander of the Enugu State Forest Guard, Dr. Olasoji Akimbayo, and the Chief Security Officer to Governor petermbah, Superintendent of Police Ifeanyi Chukwu Osondo, said the training would improve interagency cooperation and enhance the ability of security personnel to respond to emerging threats through technology-driven solutions. 112 junior officers of the Kwara State Police Command have completed a 2-week combat operations training program aimed at improving tactical skills and operational efficiencies. The officers, comprising 30 corporals and 82 constables, underwent intensive practical and classroom training at the police training school in Ilori. Areas covered included firearm handling, rescue operations, tactical movement, ambush and counter-ambush techniques, use of force, and officer safety. According to the statement by the Police Public Relations Officer, Superintendent Adeto Ajire Adeyemi, the exercise forms part of efforts to strengthen the operational readiness of personnel in addressing contemporary security challenges across the state. Addressing participants at the closing ceremony, the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Adekimi Ojo, expressed satisfaction with the officers' performance and discipline. He stressed the importance of continuous professional development in enhancing modern policing and public safety. The Commissioner of Police in Anambra State, Mr. Ikioye Orutugu, has expressed concern over what he described as rising moral decadence and social vices among young people in society. The police commissioner spoke while reacting to the death of the 25-year-old female student whose body was discovered in Onitsha under circumstances currently being investigated by authorities. Mr. Rutugu said the incident highlights the need for stronger parental guardians, moral upbringing, and emotional support for young people. He urged parents and guardians to pay close attention to the behavioral and emotional well-being of their children and wards. The commissioner also called on schools, religious institutions, community leaders, and civil society groups to intensify mentorship and advocacy programs aimed at promoting positive values. He has directed that the case be transferred to the State Criminal Investigation Department in Awka for a comprehensive investigation. Accreditation and voting are underway across Ekiti State as residents elect a governor in the state's off-cycle governorship election. Officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, arrived early at polling units with both sensitive and non-sensitive materials. At several polling centers in Ado-Ekiti, election officials were on ground before voting commenced. Presiding officers displayed ballot papers, empty ballot boxes, and bimodal voter accreditation system devices while providing voters with information on voting procedures. Accreditation began smoothly, with officials reporting successful verification of early voters. The election is taking place across the 16 local government areas of the state. INEC says adequate security arrangements have been made to ensure a peaceful, transparent, and credible electoral process. There was a strong turnout of voters at several polling units in Ado-Ekiti as residents came out early to participate in the governorship election. At Ward 4, Units 1 and 2, located at St. Michael Primary School, Ijibo, voters, including elderly citizens, were seen waiting before the official commencement of the accreditation and voting. The exercise experienced a brief delay after a bimodal voter accreditation system device failed to function on arrival. Election officials promptly addressed the technical issue to prevent disruption of the process. Presiding officer, Mrs. Mutiat Aliyu, confirmed that the malfunction was resolved within minutes. Voting subsequently commenced, with election officials expressing confidence that the process would continue smoothly across affected polling units. News at 3 coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. Voters turn out in large numbers as Ekiti governorship election begins. Coming up shortly, court sentenced terror suspect's mother and sister to 20 years imprisonment each. Federal government and Enugu State target direct Enugu-China cargo flights by December. Do stay with us.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. Justice Hawa Lilwa of the Federal High Court, Abuja, has sentenced Safiya Salihu and Halima Abdullahi to 20 years imprisonment each for offences linked to terrorism. The two women, identified as the mother and sister of slain terrorist suspect Kashala Ibrahim Batujo, pleaded guilty to charges brought against them by the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation under the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022. The court found them guilty of aiding the activities of the terrorist suspect and concealing information relating to his operations. Halim Abdullahi was also convicted for withholding information on illegal firearms allegedly possessed by her brother. Justice Lilwa ordered that the sentences run concurrently and directed that both victims and convicts undergo rehabilitation after serving their prison terms. The Cross River State Police Command has arrested a 49-year-old man, Akaniyeni Ignatius, in connection with the killing of two elderly men in Abanyama community at Odupani local government area. Police investigations indicate that the deaths of 75-year-old Oko Okon and 73-year-old Okon Apan created widespread fear in the riverine community, forcing several residents to flee their homes. According to investigators, the suspect allegedly confessed to the killings and claimed he carried out the attacks in retaliation for the death of his parents and brother during a communal conflict more than 2 decades ago. Police spokesperson, Assistant Superintendent of Police, Eitopa Sunday, says the matter remains under investigation and urged residents to remain calm while detectives conclude their inquiries. An Anambra State High Court sitting in Oka has granted bail to Nnewi-based native doctor Ikechukwu John Paul Ezenago, popularly known as Mwamila Fulanya. Justice Jude Obiora granted the defendant bail in the sum of 50 million naira with one surety and directed him to deposit the title documents of his residence as part of the conditions. The court also ordered the defendant to refrain from granting media interviews throughout the duration of the trial. Counsel to the defendant, Mr. Kingsley Awoka, welcomed the ruling and expressed confidence that the bail conditions will be met. The matter was adjourned to July 3rd for continuation of hearing. The federal government and the Enugu state government are working towards launching direct cargo flight operations between Enugu and Guangzhou, China, before the end of the year. Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Mr. Festus Keyamo, disclosed this during the unveiling of newly acquired aircraft by United Nigeria Airlines in Lagos. The minister said discussions were ongoing to establish regular cargo services aimed at supporting traders and manufacturers across the Southeast region and boosting international trade. Mr. Keyamo added that the initiative aligns with efforts to position the Akanu Ibiam International Airport, Enugu, as a major logistics and cargo hub, while Governor Petermbah's administration continues to expand aviation infrastructure through Enugu Air. Enugu State has received 2 major honors at the 2025 State Competitiveness and Investment Readiness Awards organized by Business Day Media. The state won the Infrastructure Development Competitiveness Award and the Outgoing Performance in Internally Generated Revenue Award in recognition of its development initiatives and revenue reforms. Governor Petermbah, represented by the Commissioner for Works and Infrastructure, Engineer Ben Oko, and the Chairman of the Enugu State Internal Revenue Service, Mr. Emmanuel Nnamani, received the awards in Abuja. Speaking at the event, organizers commended the state's investment in infrastructure, education, healthcare, and transportation, while state officials described the awards as encouragement to sustain ongoing reforms and development programs. President Bola Tinubu has approved a 6-month extension of the tenure of the Comptroller General of the Nigeria Customs Service, Mr. Adewale Adeniyi. Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Mr. Bayo Onanuga, announced the decision in a statement issued in Abuja. The extension will enable the Customs Service to consolidate implementation of the National Single Window Project and ensure a smooth leadership transition within the organization. During the period, Mr. Adeniyi is expected to oversee the promotion of qualified officers and the retirement of personnel who have reached the statutory age or years of service. Brazil moved to the top of Group C at the 2026 FIFA World Cup after a convincing 3-0 victory over Haiti. Matheus Cunha scored twice in the opening stages of the match before Vinicius Jr. added a third goal to seal the win for the South American side. The result marks Haiti's second consecutive defeat of the tournament, making them the first team to be eliminated from the competition. Brazil now lead the group on goal difference and will face Scotland in their final group match, while the battle for qualification remains open among the remaining teams. Before we go on news, a recap of our major top stories. Large numbers of voters turned out across Ekiti State as the governorship election commenced, with electoral officials deploying materials early and the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, assuring residents of a peaceful, transparent, and credible exercise. The Federal High Court in Abuja, presided over by Justice Hawa Lilwa, has sentenced Safiya Salihu and Halima Abdullahi, the mother and sister of a suspected terrorist kingpin, to prison terms after they pleaded guilty to terrorism-related offenses. Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Mr. Festus Keyamo, says the federal government and the Enugu state government are working to commence direct cargo flight operations between Enugu and Guangzhou, China, before the end of the year to boost trade and regional economic growth. And that's the news. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a good afternoon.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High-life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi-Oguta road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Uru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp. Renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward. Establishment of 55 new primary health centers, announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas. Construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma. Revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance that are strong signals of financial reforms. According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major parts of the state resources towards infrastructure and development. Then, Imo under Emeka Ihedioha, renewal and vision. While much of the recent narrative focuses on Governor Uzodimma, it is important to acknowledge the contributions of his predecessor, Chief Emeka Ihedioha. Through his rebuild Imo agenda, Chief Ihedioha prioritized environmental renewal. There were efforts to restore drainage, improve waste management, plant community trees, and reintroduce refuse compactor vehicles. He also restructured state finances, including implementing a treasury single account for greater financial discipline and automating revenue collection to improve the state's internally generated revenue. In agriculture, Chief Ihedioha launched an initiative called Rice Revolution to boost rice production, turn rural youths into farmers, and partner with the private sector for food security. For youth and sports, Chief Ihedioha's government reportedly worked on sports infrastructure across the 27 local government areas, envisioning healthy, active youth participation in sports. What truly defines Imo is its resilience. Where decay once prevailed, renewal now pauses. Where neglect reigned, leadership dares to imagine. The story of Imo is not only about roads and hospitals, it is about a people who refuse to accept stagnation, who carry their heritage with dignity, and who dare to dream of a better tomorrow. as night falls over palm-lined hills and Owerri streets, hum with life. Imo is not just a place, it is a promise built in classrooms, clinics, markets, and fields. In its people lies its greatest wealth, and in its bold, forward-looking dreams, its greatest power.
Aneke television. How agribo mu di egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mbo wa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ọgwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emerụ ogbenye emela amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Na-emere ogbenye emela amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwe mọnwụ ntakịtị kwamọgwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu agụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu site.
A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba, ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o. Ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ soshal midia na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ. Nge dịka ị na-esonyela anyị na tata na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị na Aneke TV ebe ụmụ nwaanyị na-anọ akparị na-akarị na-ekwu ka o si wee dị ha. Na nke taa ihe anyị na-eji n'anya bụ ụmụ nwaanyị pụta ụmụ ihe nchọ ikwu tupu anyị enebe anya n'ihe ha. Ụmụ nwaanyị maka esi ekwu okwu chọ egbuo ha akpa ha, egbuo ha akpa ha. Mana ihe m na-ajụ bụ kedu onye na-egbu ụmụ nwaanyị? Ọkwa ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ihe si egbu onwe ha oge ụfọdụ. Ofu onye bụ ihe gwa m na ọkpa ha a na-ekekwa nwaanyị bụ nwaanyị bụ ihe siri ibi eji eke enya. Ịpụta isi na egbu oge dịka nwaanyị mana isi egbu onwe gị. Gị bụ nwaanyị ugboro one ka nwaanyị ibe gị pụtanugo n'ọchịchị ijekwunye ya n'azụ ghara ijekwunye nwoke n'azụ. Ụmụ nwaanyị ada ekene ihe. Ụmụ nwaanyị bụ anụdechi eshishi. Mana naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nke taa maka na ọ ga-atọ ụtọ. Maka ihe anyị na-eji n'anya ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo ihe ha sụrụ ya n'oyibo bụ breaking barriers, building inclusive governance. Mana a ga-asị onye mụ na ya yi ka ọ kọwalụ m ya ọfụma maka oge ụfọdụ nsị na mgbidi ahụ a na-eji ije gbaji na ụmụ eke ọ bụrụ na ọ bụghị mgbidi ọ bụ n'ogwe. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ isonyela anyị ka anyị n'anya ka ụmụ nwaanyị ga-esi wee gbupie ogwe ahụ nọchiri iru ka ha wee soo na ndị na-ekwu okwu na gọọmenti. Kedu onye mụ na ya nọ na nke tata? Ọkwa ọnụ na-ekwulu ọra Adaọgwụ, onye isi kpokobere ụmụ nwaanyị ọgwụ niile. Ọ na-abụ oge ụfọdụ nje ebe ụmụ nwaanyị agbaka anụ ajụ ha ọkwa ma nke mmadụ anyị ọjọọ n'obere ibe ka mma ogo ahụdị m na ọmụ maka ogo. Mana onye a bụ ọ dị mkpụmkpụ emiri. Kedu onye na-ekwu maka ya? O wee bụ Dr. Ambassador Chinemerem anyị. Onye a bụ onye isi gburugburu na-ekpokọta ụmụ Adaọgwụ mee na ha pụta etu ha si wee kwụ. Chinemerem anyị na-asị gị nnọọ na nke taa.
Ndị onye isi oche.
Daalụ maka isonyela anyị. Global President. Aka gịnị kedu ihe aha na-abụ?
Ụmụ Adaọgwụ Global.
Ụmụ Adaọgwụ Global. Daalụ maka isonyela anyị.
Ndewo.
Dịka nsi wee kwuo ihe anyị na-eji n'anya bụ ka ụmụ nwaanyị ga-esi wee gbajie okwu ahụ nọchiri ụzọ isonye n'ọchịchị na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị biko tụnyekena anyị obere azụ kedu ụdị ogwe ahụ gbachiri mmanụ ụmụ nwaanyị anaghị agafe ọ bụ briji Ọnịsha ka ọ bụ
Iseche ekene gị ndewo ihe dị na ogwe maọbụ ihe mgbochi dịrị ụmụ nwaanyị na gbasalụ ọchịchị orika otu n'ime ogwe anwa bụ ọnwụ na-egbu ọtịrị Igbo mụmụ si na ọnwụ na-egbu ọtịrị dị ọtịrị n'ukwu ewu dada tọrọ ọkwụrụ dada ọ wee bụrụ na ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ogwe dị ile onwe ha nke a nke mbụ mana o nwere ike ọ bụ ya nwa bụ nke ikpeazụ m ga-akọwa ọzọ bụ ihe gbasalụ omenala ga-akpọ ya omenala na-ekwesịrị ekwesị bekee ga-akpọ ya harmful traditional practices omenala na-ekwesịrị ekwesị bụ ebe ọ ga-abapụta sị gị na ọnọdụ nwaanyị bụ n'usekwu maọbụ asị gị nwaanyị na-esekpu esekpu anyụmamịrị maọbụ ogwe ọzọ dị n'ebe ụmụ nwaanyị nọ bụ echiche gbagọrọ agbagọ enwere ebe ụmụ nwaanyị nọ inwe o nwekwara ike o sonyere na omenala mana ọ kwụkwara onwe ya n'ụdị pụrụ iche bekee na-akpọ ya stereotypes ịghọtago ka anyị bido na stereotype bụ echiche gbagọrọ agbagọ apụta mgbe a ga-asị gị nwaanyị ama achinwe ọchịchị ị na-ebe akwa ka nwaanyị ọ na-anya moto ka nwaanyị ọ na-agba asịrị ka nwaanyị ọ na-eje ka nwaanyị ihe ọbụla jọrọ njọ ka e wegoro dashie ya nye ya nwaanyị n'efu site n'uche gbagọrọ agbagọ ọ stereotype o kwesịghị ekwesị ihe a bụ otu n'ime ihe kụgọgoro echiche ndị mmadụ echiche akụgọrọ akụgọ gbasara ụmụ nwaanyị apụtazie n'anya anya na nwaanyị ekwesịrị ọchịchị na ọchịchị ekwesịrị ta ga-asị gị na abada nwere onye ọ na-ekwesị ewegie na ọchịchị nwere onye ọ na-ekwesị ya nọọ nwoke ka ọ na-ekwesị echiche a akụgọrọ akụgọ ma ọ bụ gbagọrọ agbagọ bụ otu ihe na-alụ agha na-echere nwaanyị aka mgba bụ ihe mgbochi gbuo ogwe na-ekwerọ ngafe dịrị ụmụ nwaanyị n'ihe gbasara ndọrọndọrọ na ọchịchị ọzọ bụ nke omenala anwa abịa na omenala ka esi afụta nwaanyị na o kwesịrị ibu na usekwu maọbụ na o sekpu esekpu anyụmamịrị nke a mezi ya ọ bụ na ọ dị ala karịa nwoke enwere ilu ndị Ghana nwe ilu ahụ atụgharịa ya na asụsụ be anyị ihe ọ na-apụta bụ na mgbe ọbụla amụrụ nwa nwaanyị na ana na-emi emi mana mgbe ọbụla amụ nwa nwoke na ana amụọ nwa nwaanyị ala eze amụọ nwa nwoke ani mkpu apụta ịghọtago so omenala dị otu ahụ wee bụrụ ihe nwere ike ime a na-afụzi nwaanyị ka second hand or second class citizen nke a pụtara na nwaanyị adịchaghọ ọ bụghọ nchala dịka nwoke si wee bụ ọ bụghị nke ọfụrụ peterobi ọ bụ ihe dị ana emego nwaanyị ka ọ dị ana karịa na okwesịghị ekwesị so a na-afụta nwaanyị ka onye na-ekwesịghị onye na-erughị eru n'ọchịchị nke atọ bụzi ewu dada tara ọkwụrụ dada mgbe ọ ga-abụ na asị women support women nke bụ women damaging women mgbe ọ ga-abụ eruo nwaanyị a na-agbaso nwaanyị ibe ya mgba ụfọdụ ihe na-emekwa ka nwaanyị gbaso nwaanyị ibe ya mgba anwa bụ echiche gbagọrọ agbagọ anwa ma ọ bụ omenala anwa ọjọọ anwa na-ekwesịghị ekwesị megoro ka nwaanyị fụtagoro onwe ya na ya na onwe ya erughị eru na otozughọ fụtagodo onwe ya na ọnọdụ ya bụ n'usekwu fụtagodo onwe ya na ọ gaghị agbajinwo na o nwere ebe emedebere ijere na oke mụ na gị so nwaanyị nwere ụdị echiche anwa ịfụtazi nwaanyị ọzọ ka ọ na-agba vụga vụga ka ọ gafee ogwe ọ ga na-asị na nwaanyị a n'isi adịrị ya mma onye nke a chakakwa onye nke onye a kwesịrị ka a tụọ ya ụdọ n'ukwu ka a kpụghachite ya onye a chagburu onwe ya n'akwụ so ihe atọ ndị a bụgodu nke ka o si adị ọkụ kịta ịtọ anyị ga-asị na ihe ndị na-alụ agha wee na-emegide nwaanyị na-echere ha aka mgba nye gbasara ndọrọndọrọ na ọchịchị ndewo
nne n'obodo anyị a bụ Naịjirịa ka o si dị kịta n'ụwa otego aka ụmụ nwoke chịbara anyị ma mgbe ndị amị na-achị ahụtụbeghị m ebe nwaanyị chịrị kamgbe e mebere obodo a ahụtụbeghị m ebe ama m na onwenugokwa obodo nwaanyị bụ gọvanọ ọ dịghị ka ị na-anya na ihe na-eme na Naịjirịa kịta n'ụdị politiks a na-ekwu ụmụ nwaanyị etozu ịpụta
ụmụ nwaanyị tozu etozu n'ihe niile ụmụ nwaanyị dị n'Igbo dị n'oyibo ụmụ nwaanyị zu ka eme ihe ahụ iche na o si ike ọ bụ na ọ dị ka ọ na-adị gị n'uche gị ka na ọ bụzi ihe ndị agboro ka ọ bụzi ihe ndị na-egbu mma ka ọ bụzi ihe ndị na-agba egbe ejidekata ndị oshi ifu nke ụmụ nwaanyị so ha wee na-ezu ejidekata ndị ntọrị efu ụmụ nwaanyị so ha ejidekata ndị na-alụ ugbo na-efe ụgbọelu ifu na nwaanyị so efe ụgbọelu anyị dị n'igede dị n'ụbọ ya ihe ahụ iche na ha ga-eme enwe ihe ga-anasịsị mmadụ one n'ime ha ma ọ bụ ma enwe ka o si wee dị taa ọnọdụ ọchịchị na ndọrọndọrọ bụ ihe na-agba anya mmiri mana aka nwekwa ụmụ nwaanyị nwe obi anwa ga-emenwe ihe a na-eme ya isi ọ gịnị ka m zara ajụjụ gị ụmụ nwaanyị anyị ga-emenwe ya
maka ihe nji wee jụọ gị ajụjụ a apụta na-asị ụmụ nwaanyị wetozugbo anyị kedụkwa na ụmụ nwaanyị ga-apụta ọ dịka ọ na Naịjirịa ma obodo Afrịka ma obodo ala Igbo ka ọ na-anye enweghị ụmụ nwaanyị mana ime anya ebe niile enyegoro ụmụ nwaanyị ọchịchị ha gafere ruo onye ọfụma ọ Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala kedu onye ị ga-akpọ ọ dọrọ akụnyere kedu ebe enyenugo nwaanyị ohere idozi ihe ọ ghara idozi tie o wee sonye n'ihe a ikwu na anyị nwere ụmụ nwaanyị n'obodo dịka ịkọwara ọtụtụ ihe na-abụ ọgbata ufie biko kedu ebe a ga-esi bido wee kwọrọ onye ukwu ụwa ije ukwu ka kedu otu ọ dị gị ka a ga-bido tinyebe aka ka ama na ga-ewebetebe ụmụ nwaanyị maka otu oyibo si wee kwuo onye inclusive governance ya bụ itinye ụmụ nwaanyị kedu ebe a ga-ebido wee mebe ha ka ụmụ nwaanyị wee bataba
ọ bụrụ na ntọala ụlọ ọbụla abụ ihe na-esighị ike ma ọ bụ na-adịghị mma enweghị ihe injinia pụrụ ime ọ dịghị ihe ọbụla mmadụ ga-eme ihe ọbụla nsogbu ya site na ntọala ya ma ọ bụ ukwu osisi ka ị nwe o wee bụrụ na mgbọrọgwụ ya nwere nsogbu nkwudosi ike ukwu osisi ahụ nye nsogbu o wee bụ maka gịnị ọ bụghị nke m na-akọwa anyị ga-na-achị azụ n'iji wee mezie ọnọdụ a anyị ga-na-achị azụ maka onye ahụ bụ prezident ọ na-abụ ụmụ nwaanyị jere ime ụka nne agụwa dọkịta onye mụrụ ya nne m lọya onye mụrụ ya ihe niile a na-achịrị azụ n'ezinụlọ dịka m na-ekwu ọ n'ezinụlọ ka ị ga-afụ nwa nwoke na nwa nwaanyị nke nwoke akọrọ mgbuwa na-aga shiri n'ịgba bọọlụ shiri n'isi otu a na-asị nke nwaanyị ịzagakwa ụlọ ịzagakwa efere imegokwa nke a ịmara na nwaanyị ka ị bụ a sị onye bụrụ nwaanyị ya gbuo onwe ya nkịta zara oku na-asa imi na-akpụ ya naanị ọ ga-egbuzi onwe ya maka ọ bụ nwaanyị nke nwoke ekoruzie akwa ya n'ubu tikapụ so ọ dị ezigbo mkpa na anyị na-achịkwa ebe esi digo ka esi adịtụ anyị na-achịkwa azụ ebe ahụ anyị si wee nwefie ya ka anyị si ebe a nje nweta ya maka na ezinụlọ agbakọta ọnụ bụrụ ụmụnna ezinụlọ agbakọta ọnụ bụrụ ụmụnna na ụmụnna agbakọta bụrụ obodo a na obodo a agbakọta bụrụ steeti ya ọ bụrụ na anyị na-achị azụ ihe na-eme anyị si anyị n'aka anyị na-achịga bido ị na-azụ nwa gị na be m anaghị m azụ ụmụ m na ihe abụ ọlụ nwoke na ihe abụ ọlụ nwaanyị ofu nwa nwoke ka m nwere na-adị agụ ya ịma mbụ isi ọwụwa dịrị nwa mmadụ m ga-eje yọta ọ bụghị ọmụọ nwa ọ bịa na-ekokwugharị ka oke ogugu na ọ na-eshi nri ị ga-eshi nri ị ga-asụrụ ya akwụ ya ị ga-eneti ya ọfụma ọ na-eghelu nwoke eghelu nwaanyị onwe onye agụụ na-asọpụrụ ịghọtago so ọ bụrụ na anyị ga na-achị azụ bido ma ihe gbasara ọchịchị famili ọchịchị ezinụlọ enweghị ihe kwesịrị ikwu kpa ada gị nwaanyị ọ tụkwuru nwa gị nwoke ọ bịa tụkwuru nwaanyị tinye ọnụ n'okwu nwoke etinye ọnụ n'okwu anaghị ama onye gị enweghị ụbụrụ ewetasị na n'otu aka ụbụrụ nwaanyị si adị enwere ebe a na-asị n'ihe agba otu ụbụrụ nwoke si adị ka m gwakwa gị mgbe ụfọdụ ndị ị na-afụcha ndị amara ha na-ewepụta ezigbo atụmatụ ọkwa nwunye ha na-agwa ha inye ha ezigbo atụmatụ mana kama ha ga-ekwu ya kama ọ gasị nwunye m si m ọpụta ọsị nna m si m
maka na ama nkweta nke nwunye
ma ya bụrụ nnọọ nwoke na-achị nna m si m ma ya gawa aga ya ihe ji wee kwuo ya o nwere ofu igwe mụ na ya na-ekwu okwu ọ sị m na okwu ọbụla siri ike na mpa ya bụ onye a maara afịa n'obodo tupu ya ma ya ma ha na ya ga-abịa igwe mana ọ na-abụ nwa okwu gbojuru n'ụdọrụ na papa ya bụ onye a na-enyekwasị anya ọ nata nri ahụ adọrọ mma ndị nri mama ya wee dịgharịwa n'akụkụ ya mama ya wee jụwa ya ọgịnị okwu ekwuche mama ya sị ya ọ bụ na eji okwu ahụ maọbụ eji izu ahụ gị si otu a gị mee ya otu a gị si ka ọ dị otu a ogewe ya ogecha ya na-emecha na papa ya mee ihe ahụ na ọ nata na o nwere ka ọ ga-agba na-anata ojegote ọkụkọ bịa sị mama ya enyi di ya gị bịa na ọ ga-aka esi wee chee mana anyị a ga-ege ntị nwaanyị ọbụla Chineke dowe n'akụkụ gị bụ ihe o ji chọọ gị mma bidie na ndị na-amụ ndị mụrụ amụ kwe ka ha na-etinye ọnụ n'ezinụlọ nekwa ihe bụ ụgwọ ọnwa m nekwe ka Emeka kwesịrị ịna skuul onye nke kwesịrị ime ka anyị ga-esi mee o nwere ike ọbụla Angela ya tụpụta alụ Angela nwere ike isi oke ka oke eje mụtụwa ọrụ ka onye nke agawa ụkwụ ya ọdaa weli ya nwoke be anyị bụ ihe pụta na nzukọ wee na-agwa nwoke ọzọ ihe ị na-eme adịrọ mma na-atụ ya ka nwoke ahụ sị mụ ka ị na-atụ aka ọ sị oke ka ntụdi onwe m ka na-agwa gị ihe na-agwa gị ihe ị na-eme adịrọ mma mudochia ya wepụ kene na nwaanyị kwuru ya were okwu ahụ ka ọ bara gị uru ka anyị bido n'ezinụlọ ọ bụrụ na anyị bido n'ezinụlọ anyị dị iche anyị emele pụta n'iru ọrụ anyị pụta n'ụlọ akwụkwọ pụta n'ụlọ ụka esikwa otu ahụ abịakwa n'ụlọ ụka otu ihe ahụ ihe mere nke bụ ejeghe di mere nke jere eje amụghọ nwa ịbịakwa n'ụlọ ụka a na-achụkwa ụmụ nwaanyị a na-achụkwa ha so ọ bụrụ na anyị bido n'ezinụlọ emere ya bịa n'ụlọ ụka maka ụfọdụ ahụ nwere ezinụlọ osi ụkọchukwu ahụ nwere ezinụlọ osi ya bụ ka anyị na-achị azụ
o nwee ihe ọnụokwu ndị mmadụ nnọ wee banye n'ihe a ikwu echiche anyị ụfọdụ n'ime anyị dịka ndị akụgọgụlụ echiche ha mmadụ wee nọrọ ụmụ nwoke n'ihe okwu ahụ atụ na soshal midia na ọ bụla onye nwanne wee sị nwaanyị na-arịkwu anyụmamịrị ga-abịa chi ha
biko ekene mụ na ndị amaokwe youth ekene mụ ya ọbụla nke echi ya zara ka aka na-eme dị mma na-aghọta ka aka na-eme dị mma ịmago na onye ọbụla tozuru owu ya kpọrọ owu ya nwoke onye ọbụla tozuru owu onye tozu kpọrọ owu ya nwoke ma ndị nọ na platfọm ma ndị na-anọghị na platfọm a jekwu ndị nwanyị ka ọ chịa as kanselọ baa m okwe mana onye ahụ abụghị nwoke mana onye ahụ abụghị nwoke ọsọgodo na-ene bribe ọbụla ọsọgodo CEO that person na-ekwesịghị ikwu ndị nwanyị in any kanselọ chi na nwanyị na-achị n'ọnọkụ nwanyị bụrụ kanselọ ama okwe mba na ụdịka ihe ahụ adịrọ na ụdịka ihe ahụ adịrọ so nwoke ekwesịghị ijekwu ndị nwanyị ịghọtago so mana ihe mma na rio obi echi na-ekpa m na rio na ojebego ịghọtago ojebego rio ejebego obi echi na-ekpa m ịghọtago so onye nji ekwute bụ onye ọbụla ka na-efu n'obi ka o jekwu ndị nwanyị onye ahụ abụghị nwoke ihe onye ahụ lele bụ birthright ya bụ o lele owuo ya ọ dị fọmfụ onye lele visa ọ chọrọ ijiji obodo oyibo ịghọtago udo ekene m
ọ dị possible na ha bụ ụmụ nwoke ga-anọ nwaanyị na-arịkwụ anyụmamịrị abịachi ya biko nwaanyị rịkwụrụ arịkwụ anyụmamịrị ka ihe dị iche na nke kwụọta na nke rịkwụ arịkwụ
onye na-aghọtachọrọ ga-eche na ọ kparị ụmụ nwaanyị ọ kparịghị ụmụ nwaanyị onye ọ kparị bụ onwe ya maka o nyechere onwe ya anya na ebubi ya niile o nwekwe ka ọ bụrụ nwaanyị rịkwụ anyụmamịrị mụ ya maka oke eje ka ọ bụ nwoke kwụ ọtọ bụ ihe mụrụ ya ghara ịnọsọ nyụpụ ya na mamịrị nyụsa na wọọlụ ejebe ahụ wee tọtụtụ ya odogwu apịaka ya isi na wọl mgbe ahụ ọsọfa palsi ọmalụ na fọbaks bụ akpa ịnọ ihe m na-achị gwa gị bụ na ihe na-eme n'oche ndị fọbi ị na-anya kanselọship emere ikpeazụ a ọtụtụ okwu ndị nwoke kwuru ị ga-ewe ya ị ga-ejeta ose mana obi ụtọ m bụ na Chinefo ha na-eme ka anụ arụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-esiwanye ike ya eche na gbute gị maka na ihe o kwuru bụ na ya bụ onye iberibe maka sị na o nwere nwaanyị siri di ya oge niile ị na-eme eki decision gị niile adị mma ọ sị ya na eziokwu n'oge maka ya amaghị decision dị mma ka eji weje n'ụwa gị ka ị wee tụta ezigbo alụ dị mma yes ọ ya ka m ji wekwu na nwoke anwa si na nwaanyị rịkwa ihe ọ kọwara bụ na nwaanyị bụ onye weda naanị nwaanyị abara n'ihe nwaanyị abara uru nwaanyị enwere echiche o wee kwe ka o si n'ime ihe na-enwere echiche wee pụta nke a bụ ihe ka dị njọ isi n'ime ihe na-enweghị echiche wee pụta jekwa lụta onye na-enweghị echiche nsọ si onye nyere gị anya ọ bụ na ọ naghị ahụ ụzọ mba onye nyere gị ntị ọ bụ na ọ naghị anụ ihe nwaanyị ahụ wee nọ na-enweghị uche nọ na-ama wee wepụtazi ego abụ onye nwere uche mmadụ ọ na-enye ihe ọ na-enwerọ ọ site n'ọtụtụ ọrụ nwaanyị anwa nwere ka onye binye gị nwa obele i wee chọzie na ị ga-akwụ ya daalụrị nne dịka anyị si eme ya anya
kedu ihe ọ dị ka a ga-eme wee kpọbata ụmụ nwaanyị n'ọchịchị? Kedu ebe ọ dị ka a ga-ebido wee kpọbata ụmụ nwaanyị n'ọchịchị? Ama m ndị ga-anụ ya bụ ọgụ. Anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị ga-anụrụ onwe anyị ọgụ, ka obodo ga-anụrụ anyị ọgụ, ka gọọmenti. Kedu ihe a ga-eme anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị?
A ga-anụkwa ọgụ ahụ 360 degree, mana dịka m tara na mbụ, ebe ọ ga-ebido
bụgodị n'ezinụlọ.
Esi n'ezinụlọ na-anụ ya apụta n'obodo. Gọọmenti kwesịrị iso wee nụ ọgụ awa. Ebe ha ga-esi wee nụrụ ọgụ nke ha na-agba bụ site n'imebe iwu, policy enactment. Site n'imebe iwu kwesịrị ekwesị, iwu ndị ga-eme ka obi dajụọ ụmụ nwaanyị, iwu ndị ga-eme ka a nabata ụmụ nwaanyị, iwu ndị ga-eme ka nwaanyị kwesị ekwesị n'anya obodo, ka nwaanyị toru etoru n'anya obodo, iwu ndị ga-akwanyere ụmụ nwaanyị ugwu ruru ha. Obere n'ime iwu implementation ka bekee kpọrọ ifu ileba anya fụ na eme ya ka esi kwuo ya.
Ọ bụghị ịtụbu iwu anya n'akwụkwọ.
Ejiri ọnụ etinye azụ n'ofe. Ọ bụrụ idekacha ya taịpụ ya ewepụta ya. Kedu ndị ewepụtalụ, kedu ndị a haziri ịgba mbọ wee fụ
n'ihe na a na-eme ya,
ndị nchebi, ndị na-afụ na emere ihe ekwu, emere ka esi wee kwu ya. N'akụkụ nke ụmụ nwaanyị, ụmụ nwaanyị amaechi ọkụ na-anọ si na onye agụụ na-agụ ihe na-ewelite ọnụ ya. Ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ndị ọdịnarụ, ndị kwesịrị na-agụ egwu a, na-eme mkpọtụ a, na-eti mkpu ya, na ike agwụkwa na asịkwana m na ị mere ya ụnyaa. Maka iriri nri ụnyaa, aka na-akwado nke ihe erita and ihe eri ọzọ echi. So onye ọrụ agwụghọ ike anaghị agwụ ya. Ụmụ nwaanyị ga na-eti mkpu anwa, na-eti mkpu ya. Ha na-etichekwa mkpu ahụ, ha na-etigakwarụ gọọmenti mee n'iwu, emeghị ya, ha na-emekwa ihe ahụ eme n'iwu, ha na-achịkwa azụ nyere onwe ha aka. Ụmụ nwaanyị enyere onwe ha aka maka oge akwụkwọ nsọ si onye chọtara nwaanyị chọtara ezigbo ihe. Ọ bụrụ na m chọọ ịbata n'ime ụlọ, ọ bụghị maka m na-achọ, ma ịnugo onu m ịma na m na-achọ gị, buru ụzọ gaa zoo ebe ọ ga-abizo, m ga-achọkwa gị mana mma nchọta gị. M na-ajụ nwaanyị ahụ o kwekwe ka a chọta ya. Ụmụ nwaanyị ha ga-ekwekwe ka ha nwee ugwu a ga-akwanyezere ha akwanye? Maka ọtụtụ mgbe ụmụ nwaanyị na-amabata n'ike, mabata na poli, ihe niile nwere usoro. Anyị ga-akwadokwe n'onwe ga-akwado ka ihe ahụ ya na-achọ n'ike itebe anụ. A na-achọ kapasiti. Nwaanyị iwekwere ya ka ọjọọ ka ewere ya nye gị maka na ịbụ nwaanyị.
Maka na ịbụ nwaanyị na-anụgo ọgụ ya. Pozishọn abụ nke nwaanyị.
N'ọkpụ nke nwaanyị eweteze were ya nye nwaanyị atụrụ tara uche ya. Ọ bụghị n'eziokwu, maka olu ebe ahụ emechu anyị iru. Mgbe aha sị akwa ekwuru ekwu. Ị ga-akwado onwe gị ọfụma. Kwado onwe gị ọfụma, mee nke bekee kpọ self development. Ị na-agụ akwụkwọ kwesịrị ka ị na-eje semina kwesịrị ka ị na-eme na-agbanye onwe gị ebe ị kwesịrị na-akwanyere onwe gị ugwu otu ị kwesịrị isi wee kwanyere onwe gị ugwu.
Mụkwa n'ọmụmụ n'aka ndị maalụ.
Ọmụmụ ahụ ka a na-ekwu n'okwu enu bụ mgbe ị na-akpagharị na-amụ ihe, ụzọ amara akpa ogene onye ga-ebe anya ọdụ egbe dị ka ogene mkpe na-abọdụ. Ị na-enu ndị megolo ọfụma, ị jụọ ọ gịnị ka Dora mere o ji wee succeed? Ọ gịnị mere Okonji wala o ji bụrụ Okonji? Ọ bịa ezekwetịrị ka ihe ọka ibi eme, bịa nke Ojukwu kedu ihe ọka ibi eme? Ijenu mbe sisi ma alị atụ ndị riri elu ka elu asị na agụ erigo enyi wee rie ohunata na were elu wee rie ya. Ifugo ndị ọdụ ha bụ ogene mkpe na-abụ dedekene anya ka i wee dị ka ha.
Daalụrị nne dịka ị na-esonyela anyị. Ihe anyị na-ene anya bụ otu anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị ga-esinyela onwe anyị aka gbajie ogwu ahụ, mgbidi ahụ nọchiri anyị ụzọ. Anyị afụgo n'ọtụtụ ihe dịka ambasadọ Dr. Chinemerem si wee lụtụ aka. Gị bụ nwaanyị, ị na-emekwa nke gị. Ka anyị gbatị ụkwụ, ọ bụ na anyị gbatị ụkwụ na chita azụ, anyị akpọkọta nkata anyị nke tata, maka na ihe anyị nwere ikwu karịrị akarị. Nọ na ekwuo tata ahapụ maka echi, maka anyị ama nkwuche ha ncha niile tata. A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba, ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o. Ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma, nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị, ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV anyị apụọnụ.
Alụ dịka ịka na-esonyela anyị agbatigo ụkwụ ṅụọ mmiri ghachitekwata azụ ka anyị kpatọpụ nkata anyị otu ụmụ nwaanyị ga-esi wee gbajie ogwe anọchiri anyị ụzọ isonye na ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, isonye na nlekọta ọ bụrụ naanị na ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị ebe isi dị iche iche onwe ihe o mel na ọ bụrụ na ụmụ nwaanyị nọ ebe ahụ. Ihe anyị ji ekwuri bụ na ọ dị ka kịta bụ oge ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, ọ dịka ọsọsọ ebe ahụ ka anyị na-ekwu okwu. Onwe ihe o mel ụfọdụ ndị nnukwute ụlọ ọrụ a na-anụ maka ha etinyecha ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ. Ọkwa mụ na Chinemere anyị dọkịta ambasadọ na-enekọta ụmụ adaọgwụ na-enekọtakwa ihe niile dị iche. Ya bụkwa onye isi na relief pitch. Ọ na-abụ okwu relief pitch adị m aghọta otu esi akpụ ya ọfụma, mana ọ dị ka mkpọtara ya nke tata. Relief pitch ya bụ ihe na-ekpokọtekwa ha ebe ahụ. Ihe a na-enekwa anya bụ ọdịmma obodo. Wee na-abịazi na mkpokọta okwu anyị dọkịta Chinemere ịgbaji ogwe. Otu mgbe ka nnụ ka nwaanyị ọ na-adị ihe ọ na-afụrụ m ụfụ bụ na ụmụ nwaanyị kwesịrị ịkwado onwe ha, ụmụ nwaanyị kwesịrị ịkwado onwe ha, mana anyị ada akwado onwe anyị. Ọ dịghị ka nsogbu ọ dị anyị n'aka maka na asị na anyị ada enye shishi. Ọ dịghị ka ọ dị mkpa ka ụmụ nwaanyị bido nyebe shishi maka ọ na-afịa ha ịpụta ifu ebe nwaanyị kere ihe, mana ụmụ nwoke pụta ha na-eke ego nke enye ha, mana ụmụ nwaanyị ada eke nke ha. Ọ dịghị ka o so nwela egbochi anyị.
Mmadụ ọ na-eyi ihe ọ na-enwero. Ine anyị ga-afụ na ọtụtụ mgbe ọ bụrụkwa na nwere ụmụ nwaanyị nwee ego, mana ine anya ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị ịgbanye ebe anyị si wee na-apụta efu na ụmụ anyị kasị na nnwere onwe adịka obodo kasị na nnwere onwe na-apụta ome ọtụtụ n'ime ha aka esiri ọha ike n'ihe gbasara ego. Onye a sị na ọnọdụ ya bụ n'usekwu kemgbe kasị n'usekwu binie ọ ka ga na-eshi anwụrụ ọkụ o ji nwayọọ
na-efuchepụ ya.
So ọ bụ na ị na-anya ụmụ anyị aka esichara ha ike ka ụmụ nwoke. Ọ bụ na ene ụmụ nwoke na ụmụ nwaanyị ịfụ the percentage ụmụ nwoke akasi ike karịrị nke ụmụ nwaanyị akasi ike. Mana ihe anyị na-arịọ bụ ka onye binie ya dọkpụrụ nwanne ya, onye binie ya dọkpụrụ nwanne ya. Na nwaanyị anaghị akwado nwaanyị ibe ya, ọ bụrụ ezigbo ihe. Enwekwa ụmụ nwaanyị na-akwado ibe ha maka anyị na-ekwu ya otu a ọ dịka enwe ụmụ nwaanyị na-eburu mata ihe gbasara nwaanyị ibe ha gwa ajụ buru ya na-agba mbọ were ume ego ya na-akwado, were okwu ọnụ, were ezi ndụmọdụ, were mgbazi uche na-akwado. Mana ihe anyị na-ekwu bụ mmadụ one na-eme ya, mmadụ one na-eme anyị na-asị ndị ọbụla na-adị eme ya. Ọ bụ na ihe iji ha eme ya bụ enwere nghọta maka o so n'otu ihe na-emenụ, ọ bụ maka na ịkasị na uche gbagọrọ agbagọ wee pụta ndị akụnyegoro n'ime ha na nwaanyị kwesịrị ime ihe ọ pụta ọ na-afụzi ụmụ nwaanyị nke ejego akwụkwọ ome ọcha anya ọ na-azọzi ndọrọ ndọrọ. Ọ ga-efu ilu bụ na nwaanyị anụ ha isi adị ọkụ ya mma, mana dịka isi na-ama ha eme na uche ezughị oke na-abata na nghọta. Biko gbaa mbọ ka ị na-akwado nwaanyị ibe gị. Ịfụ ya n'ụlọ ụka, ịfụ ya n'ihu ọrụ, ịfụ ya na yard. Ọ bụgodu nọọ nwaanyị kpọsara ihe n'ilo n'ihu kọmpand unu, ọ bụla ombrella ya ikuku mmiri a na-ekugo, kwado nwaanyị ahụ by mee ka ombrella ya gbachiere ya ndowere ya ka ọ hapụ ibu echi ọ chọwa ego ọ ga-ejigoro ọzọ. Asị m kwado asị ọ ga-eji ha akụ o jide ọnụ ọma. Ihe niile abụghọ nnọọ gbasara ego. Onwe nkwado ị ga-enye mmadụ na onwe mụ na ya na-ekwu okwu ụnya nwesị ya ebe ọbụla ụmụ m ga-aga kama onye ndụmọdụ ezi onye ndụmọdụ ga-akọ nwa m ego ka nwa m, maka na ezi onye ndụmọdụ ga-adụkwara nwa m ahụ duga ya ebe ọ ga-enweta ego. Mana nke a ga-egosi na nkwado ụmụ ndị ọ bụ ezigbo ndụmọdụ ha nye mmadụ onye ahụ echefubeghị ya. Ihe durie wee gị ga-enye onye ahụ ọta ya nke ahụ aga onwe, mana mgbazi uche ma ikpere onye ahụ ekpere ma ichizie iru sowe onye a ma ọ bụ ịghọtago ụdị ụzọ dị iche iche anyị nwere ike isi kwado nwaanyị ibe ka ọ hapụ ibe kwuo kwado esi enwekwanụ m one ọkwa onye nwere bụ ihe na-enye mmadụ. Ọ dị ọtụtụ ụzọ dị iche iche. Ọ bụrụ na ịpụta nwaanyị ibe gị na-azọ ihe ịbanye n'ime obodo kwuolu ndị mmadụ nwee ike kpọpụta ihe dịka ụmụ nwaanyị 5 were tinyere nwaanyị ahụ ịkwado gị ya. So ọ dị ọtụtụ ụzọ esi akwado ihe niile abụrụ ego. Ndewo
daalụrị nne gị bụ onye sonyela anyị na nke tata. Ịnụgonu ka anyị si wee kwuo ya ikpochepụ ọgbata ufie nọ n'iru maka ụmụ nwaanyị ịpụta inyekwana nwaanyị ohere. Ọ bụ Igbo bụ ihe na-asị na ezinụlọ ọbụla nwaanyị kọ na ihe kọ ha. ezinụlọ nwaanyị ọbụla na-anọghị ya ihe ka ọha ya bụ ka enyeke na ụmụ nwaanyị ohere ka ama na ga-edozite obodo a ma ọ bụkwa ma obodo a agasara agasa mana anyị na-ekpe ekpere na Chineke ga-enye anyị onye ga-edozi obodo a wee na-asị gị daalụrị nne dọkịnta Chinemere m maka isonyela anyị na nke taa ama m na mgbe ọzọ m ga-akpọkwa gị na ị ga-ewepụta ohere wee bịa sonyela anyị akachacha ebe ụmụ nwaanyị ọgwụ a nọ ka ị kpọkọta ha bịakwanụ bịa kwuo nke ha maka ọdịmma obodo anyị o wee bụla ebe a ka anyị na-ekpokote nke ụbọchị tata ọ bụrụ na ihe anyị mee tata masị gị sonyela anyị mgbe ọzọ anyị ga-abịa na Aneke TV na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị n'ihe mmetụ aka anyị na TikTok kpem ebe edela Aneke TV, YouTube kpem ebe edela Aneke TV, Facebook kpem ebe edela Aneke TV ka ị tụnyela anyị alụ ka anyị ga-esi wee mee ya o wee kacha mma. Abụ m Ngozi Ọtahụmele wee luo mgbe ọzọ anyị ga-ezukọkwa ana m asị gị ka o mesịa. Dọkịnta Chi daalụ tata.
Ndewo onyeisi oche.
A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụ ike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ.
Aneke television. Heu, agịrịgbo m dị egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu mma. Heu, mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television idume. Heu, na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-anọ etiwe ọmọnwụ ntakịrị tụkwa m owusi nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu steeti.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome to Frontline Africa, live on Aneke TV. And today we'll take you, as always, behind the headlines, cutting through the noise to bring you the sharpest analysis, unbiased perspectives, and critical insights into the stories shaping our nation. From politics to the economy, our panel of seasoned analysts is ready to unpack the biggest issues of the day. This is Frontline Africa, and I'm Uche Osai. And joining us, as always, is a very refined analyst, Emeka Odom, who is a journalist and a development communication expert and public affairs analyst. Mr. Emeka, a pleasure to have you one more time.
Thank you so much for having me, Sylvia.
All right, before we get into the program, the June is almost winding down. Let's get your perspective on how this month has been from the national perspective.
Well, yes, it's been a month full of activities on one hand, and on the other hand too, you could say that things are a bit slowed down because, you know, in the month of May, we witnessed a lot of, and to an extent, you know, the beginning part of this month, we witnessed a lot of political activities with the parties holding their primaries, and so immediately after those primaries, there seemed to be some level of more like a relapse in political activities. But it's understandable because having done the primaries, the parties now need to, retire back and strategize and plot themselves on how to commence their various campaigns. So it's more like a timeout. It's a rejuvenation period because before, immediately after now, we are going to see, political activities pick up and politicians get busy, on all fronts.
All right, that's quite well. So let's dig into this. Let's start our conversation from Enugu North Senatorial Zone, where today marks a critical moment in Enugu State, given that one of the all cycles election is already taking place. We are talking about the election to replace the deceased senator from Enugu State. And speaking to this election, it calls to question a number of factors. One of such issues is that the Enugu senatorial by-election, which is ongoing, there are issues behind the contest for the Senate seat, which lies, in a much bigger question. That is what many people call a litmus test for the incumbent governor, petermbah, and his supporters over time, allude to the fact that Enugu North is one of the strongest base for the governor. That, in fact, they said that the zone gave him upward of 50% of the votes in the last election in 2023. And there has been massive endorsement as well from the senatorial zone. The question now is, for many, that if APC fails to clinch that very position, it may go ahead to begin to, define the outcome of the 2027 election, that perhaps this would mark a crack in strategy for the governor. Mr. Emeka, let's get your perspective.
Yeah, thank you so much. That assumption, you know, I don't know whether I should call it an assumption now, or that postulation that the Enugu North, comprising about 5 or 6 local government areas there, Nsoka, Udenu, Igbezo North, Igbezo South, Igbe Titi, and also one, you know, I'm not quite sure, you know, they gave the governor that kind of vote that people are subscribing to. Because if you recall in the 2023 general elections, you find out that his main political challenger, then, as it were, John Edoga of the Labour Party, you know, had also that place that is very strong, you know, his stronghold. And so I am not quite sure that, you know, the governor got that kind of vote. But the most important thing now is that I agree with you that the Enugu North senatorial election is the litmus test for the governor, because since he moved over from PDP to APC, this is the first major election that is taking place. And so if that is the case, then it therefore means that, like in America, they call it approval rating, you know, midterm election, so to say. So now, whatever comes out of this election, you know, is going to become a very strong reference point for the governor and his party people to know whether whether his movement from before now. Of course, you know that Enugu State is termed to be a PDP state. So since 1999, this is the first time a sitting governor will be contesting an election in any other party other than the PDP. And so now that he's in APC, of course, so you don't lose track of the fact that APC is a party that many people may tell you that they are probably not, people don't, you know, people probably don't think much of, you know, of them in the southeast here. But that's some people who have views. But right now, about 3 governors in the southeast are in APC, so that is something to reckon with. The governor will want to probably win this election. He's in a way, the man at the center is what's his name? The senatorial candidate.
Utazi.
No.
Okay.
The man looking for election.
That's Ikeje Asogwa.
Yeah, Chief Ikeje Asogwa is the man at the center of it all. But in a way also, on the flip side, the governor is also because if APC doesn't win this election, it's not a good one for the governor, and it's a pointer to do. Look, some people will tell you maybe his movement from PDP to APC, people are already telling him that, look, this is not our party, or so to say. So that's on one hand, not minding the fact that the local government area chairman and everybody, I think all the local government area chairmen within that senatorial zone are all in the same party. So, but the most important thing here is that, for me, yes, the APC may end up, the result may come out in favor of APC. I will not be surprised, you know, with that, because like I said, all the local government area chairmen within that senatorial zone are all in APC. If my records are very correct, they are all in APC. So we do expect, given what we have seen in Nigeria over time, where, you know, we shouldn't surprise anybody if APC wins that election. But the point I want to make here is that I do not think this is actually the litmus test, because
no, just for emphasis, you do not think that this is actually
the litmus test. Now, the reason is because remember that apart from APC, that is the ruling party in the state, the other opposition parties are not in their right footing as we speak. I mean, which parties are actually the rival parties? Let's take them one after the other. PDP. The governor won his election under the platform of PDP. Today, can you really say that PDP is to be reckoned with in the state any longer, given all that they have passed through? Can you really say, yes, we have 1 or 2, 3 figures who are still in PDP, but can you say that PDP is still a very strong opposition party in the state today? How many times have you heard from them? You know, opposition party is not just on paper. They need to take on the government, hold them accountable, you know, make their presence felt, you know, in terms of criticizing the programs of the government and providing alternatives. Can you say PDP is doing that in any good state now? Then number two, the main challenger to the governor in 2023 came from Labour. He was in Labour Party, Chief Edoga. So where is Labour Party today? Where is Labour Party? I'm sure the only party today that people are probably looking up to, as long as the 2027 general elections is concerned, maybe be the NDC. Even the NDC itself, yes, OB is there, but beyond that, are they on ground? Can we see them? Where are they?
You don't reckon that the NDC may?
No, I what I'm saying is that yes, it's an opposition party. Like OB is there, and of course we all understand the OB factor, you know. But beyond that, you see, I know for the reason why I say it's not a litmus test is that if you're going to engage in a competition, no matter how strong you stand, no matter how sound a footing you stand, your challenger must be seen to have at least close to equal strength with you before people can say, oh, it's going to be a very tough match.
And in this instance, you do not see that the
NDC... Where are they? Where are they? That's the issue. Where are they?
All right. Before we continue the conversation, let me call for the clip that will go from the Enugu North senatorial by-election that is ongoing.
We are 100% ready for the election. You can see we distributed the sensitive material across the 6 local government areas where the election is going to take place. We are prepared. That's why we have this number of ad hoc staff who are going to man all the 1,488 polling units across Enugu North senatorial district. So this is the measure we put in order to control this, any issue that's going to be arise. But another angle, of course, is only God can control. We also put it in prayer that God can touch the heart of every person to behave themselves for the betterment for Enugu North and the Enugu State and Nigeria at large.
All right, so having seen the clip from the electoral umpires, INEC, speaking to their preparedness to the election, continue the conversation, and hopefully we'll get the right clip from Enugu North to highlight the turnout of events in Enugu North. We'll be able from there to probe what the turnout is like, the security situation, and all that. However, Mr. McCordon, before the clip comes on, there is different dimension to this. I concur to what you were saying, the APC having a stronger footing in this instance, because the argument had been that the candidacy of Honorable Chief Ikeje Osogwa in this instance would continue to see that the balanced distribution of power in Enugu North Senatorial Zone will continue to rotate the way based on agreement over time, that any other thing outside his candidacy or candidature would destabilize that balance and agreement. And this is in line that the fact that it's been rotating among the various federal constituencies that make up the zone, the federal constituency in that zone. Somebody from Nsukka Igboeze, speaking to Senator Fidelis Okoro, from Nsukka Igboeze South, was a senator, and after him, we had a senator from Igboeze North and Udenu Federal Constituency in Ayog Eze. And after Ayog Eze is another candidate from Igboeze, Igbo-Etiti and Uzuwani, speaking to where the former Chuka Utazi, Senator Chuka Utazi was from. And in this instance, we saw the Okeza, who is from Nsukka Igbeze South, before his demise, and that's exactly the constituency, the federal constituency where Honorable KJ Asogwa is from in this instance.
Yeah, if you look at it, the arrangement looks very balanced. But one thing is very, very clear. Since 1999, Enugu seems to have, prevailed on the side of. I don't want to call it zoning now, but some people say it is zoning. But for me, it's more of an understanding because it's never written down anywhere. So they have very harmoniously and peacefully rotated the governorship seat in the 3 senatorial zones, and so that's every arrangement has also taken after that, that understanding. For instance, in the case of the senatorial slot that's being voted for today, the man the man who everybody will agree as the man to beat is Chief Asogwa himself, coming from Nsukka Igbeze North, where the former senator who unfortunately passed on comes from. Is a good understanding. Enugu people are people who are politically very conscious and, in my own understanding and in my own rating, politically mature. And that is why, see, if you look at since 1999, Enugu has witnessed a very, very, very peaceful and orderly, political atmosphere. I'm not talking of the ones that some individuals may want to hit up the system and cause some skirmishes. But generally, if you compare it with, we have seen states in Nigeria where, they are almost at daggers drawn with the senatorial zones are almost at daggers drawn on where the governor will come from. We've seen some other ones that the governorship seat has been dominated by just one senatorial zone. If you look at Rivers State, for instance, since 1999, the governors, apart from similar Ifubara that is probably from the riverine areas, almost all the governors in 1999 have practically come from one senatorial zone. Whether it's Peter ndlea to Celestine Omehia, with his very brief stint there, yes, to Rotimi Amechi, to wike. They are all from practically the same part of Rivers State. And so, yes, they may have the number, they may have the local government areas to give them that victory in each election. But to a certain degree as well, democracy takes care of, is a representative government. Sometimes we deliberate. The world is today, all over the world, in all plural nations like Nigeria, what is being preached is inclusion. Where people are asked to please go after inclusive, because the opportunity cost for inclusive governance is very expensive. If a little minute set of people, if you like call them tribe, that exist among majority tribe, can destabilize the entire country, can destabilize the entire section. All they need to do is look. Why are we being left out? Why are we being marginalized? Is it because we are not from this place? They can form before you know it, they completely destabilize the system. So that is why, for me, at every point in time, I will always support, some level of understanding. Whether it doesn't matter the nomenclature you give it, whether you say it's zoning, whether you say rotation, whether you say it's a power sharing formula, whatever it is good. It gives you a very peaceful atmosphere. It gives everybody a sense of belonging, and it smoothens. It goes further to entrench, another aspect of democracy, which is representative governance. So I'm happy to see that if you go beyond that and go to the governorship level, the governor himself is from, as we speak today, he's from Enugu East, isn't it? So the former governor is from Enugu North. And probably when he finishes his second term, I'm sure that peacefully everybody will know that, look, the governorship train is moving to Enugu West, and nobody will, people won't contest it, people won't create issues about it, and so that is what zoning does for you. Now, on the other hand, you may say that sometimes it shuts out the possibility of bringing on board those who can turn things around. Yes, zoning in a way has a tendency to affect merit. There are no doubt, no hard feeling about that. But if you consider the advantages of zoning, I'm sure you want to place it above merit, because if you look at countries where exclusive governance has cost pains. If you look at countries like Rwanda and know what exclusive governance, did to that country, I'm sure you will know that yes, merit, everybody wants to go to merit. We need governance, we need good governance, we need people that can, put things right. But safety, harmony, unity, and togetherness first before every other thing else.
Unity, harmony, and togetherness first before every other thing else. However, just for emphasis, what you're telling us in summary, that this very off-cycle election in Enugu State, Enugu North, would not in any way be the actual litmus test for the governor.
Yes, so that is why I say that until we see the opposition parties become formidable, that is when we will actually know that if the governor's movement from the PDP to the APC has really affected him or not. For me, right now, the opposition parties, they are nowhere. Sincerely, they are nowhere. See, what we want to see is the kind of competition we saw in 2023, where even though the man who eventually won the election, the incumbent governor now, belonged to the ruling party at that time. But it wasn't a smooth victory for him. He himself will know that it wasn't. Anybody that was in any way in 2023 will know that one of the opposition parties gave him a good run for his money. So that is the kind of democracy we want to see in Nigeria. We want to see alternatives. We want to see the average Nigerian voter presented with an array of choices to make.
An array of choices to
yes,
make.
and the benefit, the direct benefit or direct advantage of that is that the candidates themselves will sit up. We should go beyond this idea of somebody will come to the campaign podium and rabble things over without necessarily telling the people their programs of action and how they intend to achieve it. We should go beyond this idea of ignoring pre-election debates. We want a situation where, because there's a very sharp competition. When it is time for debate, the candidates will prepare well. Come and face the electorates. Talk to them. Tell them what you are going to do for them. And tell them how you will do it, so that the people will assess you. The era of hiding under one big party, as long as you are carrying the flag of that party, that we what we do in the West in those days when we were in university, when we say I mean, they tell you you don't enter finish because no, we should do that we don't want that.
All right.
We don't want that.
We'll take a short break, and when we return, Ozo Ibuneku Ogazimora Esquire will be joining us to continue the conversation. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching Frontline Africa. And joining us now is Ozo Ibuneku Ogazimora, Esquire, who is a former commissioner of information strategy, culture and tourism, and a legal expert, and equally a seasoned public affairs analyst. Ozo.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure to have you on the Frontline one more time.
My pleasure.
Yes, and Mr. Emeka Odom has been with us so far, and we've been looking at the off-cycle election, especially Enugu North Senatorial Zone, where there's been an ongoing election to replace the deceased senator representing the senatorial zone. However, let's navigate to Ekiti State. Is a day set aside for off-cycle election in Nigeria. As we speak, there is an election going on in Ekiti State, in Nasarawa State, and so many other states. But of keen interest to us is Ekiti Decide 2026, where all eyes are now on Ekiti State, where 14 candidates, including the incumbent governor, Biodun Oyebanji, are battling for the governorship position, with INEC reporting over 1 million registered voters. And indicates a 97.1% PVC collection rate. The real test will be whether the level of preparedness produces a credible and decisive vote across the state's 177 wards and 2,445 polling units in the state. Gentlemen, let's look at this number. Let's start from the number. The number of registered voters in this very state is around 1,059,360 registered voters, and out of that number, 1,028,929 did collect their PVC, signifying the 97.1%. What are we really looking at in this very election in terms of a voter apathy and the citizens' participation in the process as well?
Okay, I assume I take off. Okay. Yeah, you see, the issue of voter apathy in Nigeria, is it supposed to be called voter apathy? Anyway, for traditional political terms, yes, you can call it voter apathy. But in reality, that is outright statement that this democracy as it is practiced in Nigeria is no longer understood by the people. You remember, Ekiti State is one of the core APC states and the region where the president is coming from. So, political interest or voter interest there ought to be high. But then you can see how low it is. And you cannot blame Nigerians that it is this low. You see what is going on does not represent governance in any form. You see that the primary function of government, which is economic welfare and security of lives and property, are completely absent. So people will ordinarily ask themselves, my going to vote, what does it give? What do I earn? What am I contributing? Is it even possible that my vote will count? And even if it counts, is any Nigerian politician worthy of my time, my 10 minutes, my 2 hours, my 4 hours, to go and stand under the sun, possibly under the rain, to try to cast the vote? If he becomes the selected or elected person, is he going to give us governance? We have had a situations from 1999 to date, and it looks like it is getting worse by the day. Getting worse by the day means that deliverance of governance is receding. If it was closer by 1 kilometer in 1999, it is now further by about 30 kilometers to the people, because it is not water that is supplied, it is not good business environment that is provided, it is not security that is provided. The things we see every day on video clips, independent video clips, suggest to us that it isn't worth it, even trying to play a part. That is what it looks like. I'm not saying what I think. What it looks like for the average man. Because a situation where you see a general kidnapped and killed, another kidnapped, they claimed he died of diabetes because he didn't have access to his drugs. And then a medical doctor kidnapped, you see them beating him like a goat, and he was shouting. You see them raping women, which they recorded and they distributed, they circulated. So you now ask yourself the question, what is this democracy all about? That was what led to people in a panel saying soldiers should take over. Because even if it is just to come and give us security, if it is what you can render to us, come and render it. So that 97% or thereabout they are talking about, it is going to be 100% very soon, or 99%. Anyway, you still have families or people in government who are coming to participate, but it is going to be 99%. Because nobody, you see, for instance, the Yorubas have been voting. They had Obasanjo, even though they said Obasanjo is no longer their person, is an Igbo man. But they have been voting, and then it comes to the person they say is their man. And it looks like it is worse. So what else do they do?
All right. On that note, let's call for the clip from Ekiti State election.
Immediately I got here, I had wordings with the police officers on ground just to confirm the situation report I received before heading here, and they confirmed to me that everything has been brought under control, which we are seeing. Then regarding police officers from other polling units across all the local governments, the reports I've been receiving is that the accreditation and voting are ongoing peacefully, and there are no serious incidents. This is unprecedented, and we can link this high voter turnout to the high level of confidence that voters have expressed over security arrangement that has been put in place. The fracas started from that football match, and it has nothing to do with politics or the election. And as we speak, that same community in Ishan, Ekiti, if I'm right, voting is ongoing as we speak in that community.
So far, there's no basis for assessment at the moment. We just started the exercise. But as we move ahead, if there's any issue, I will let you know. Materials came timely. There was no problem about that. They came even before some of us came here. So there's no issue about arrival of the materials.
I'm impressed by the level of the voter turnout. Before leaving my house, I made calls across the state to see how things were going in different local governments. And I'm impressed with the report that I got as to voter turnout. On the part of INEC, I'm also impressed with the report that I got with respect to the promptness of the INEC officials in getting to the various polling units and bringing the necessary material that people needed to vote. I see this as an improvement on the previous voting exercises that we had, and I know that it can only get better with time.
We've seen the incumbent governor, who is a member of the APC in the state, going ahead to vote, and they are speaking to the turnout. And then on one part, the report is that INEC was prompt. They distributed materials ahead of time, and they were prompt to be at the polling units. Everything seems to be going very well. But before we speak to the election itself, let's talk about the 14 candidates who are, contesting in this election against the incumbent. And one of the parties here that is challenging the APC is equally the PDP and other political parties. But like I did ask earlier on, in the case of Enugu State, is this equally not a litmus test for not just the governor, but the APC as a political party and the incumbent president, whose domain, the area southwest that is meant to be his stronghold in this very election? Is it not a litmus test for all of them in this very off-cycle election?
Okay. I don't think. For me, I don't see any upset in this place because Biodo Ibanji, the incumbent governor or the APC candidates. Of course, a lot of people have, put him in front as the lead candidate and, of course, the man to beat. And if you want to consider what we call the Nigerian factor, I mean, you begin to ask. He has everything going on for him, and beyond that, we are talking of Ekiti State. Yes, sometimes we have one or two times we have seen upsets in an election, but are we really expecting one in this time around? I don't think so. Most especially in an era of not too strong opposition, opposition parties. The PDP, one or two states, the PDP may pretend to be a bit visible at the state level in one or two states. But are they really visible? Are they really strong? That is the issue. PDP has lost a whole lot of members across different divides, So I don't think PDP, is in a position to challenge the APC candidates. Then coming over to ADC, we saw the ADC candidates earlier on. ADC is still grappling with fundamental challenges. What probably would have given them a strong footing, they were not able to manage their differences, and the party had to split again. So for me, I don't really see it as a litmus test. Probably going to be an easy ride for the governor. And therefore, yes, we have seen pictures here and at this particular location. This is just one of the numerous locations in the state. What will actually convince us that it was a large turnout is when the figures begin to come in. We look at how many registered voters, how many voters collected their PVC, how many of them were accredited, and how many eventually voted. That's when we will know whether there was a large turnout or not. For me, it is pure hypothesis which needs to be proven.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's about turnout. It's not about number of persons that collected the PVC, but those that turned out to vote, get accredited, and vote in the election.
Exactly.
However, Honorable, let me bring you into this conversation, and that's on INEC's preparedness in handling an election. We seem to be seeing an INEC that is becoming more prepared for our election, because testimonies from Ekiti State is that they were prompt. They were on time, and accreditation started on time, and things are proceeding accordingly. And when you reconcile that with the off-cycle election that happened in Anambra, we saw that INEC was prompt. Things went as it should according to the stipulated timeline. Let me get your opinion on this from this perspective.
Okay. When we say INEC is prompt, INEC appears to be prepared. I don't readily buy into it. Do you know why? If what you look at as the preparedness of INEC now, would you qualify as preparedness of INEC in 2007 when you had better voter interest, better voter turnout? If you have scanty presence of voters, you are not likely to have irritations. You are not likely to have people complaining. INEC will not be overwhelmed. But if you have a re-election, then you are certain that it is what you use to test INEC. You see, what I've always been saying it. The day I considered Nigeria a captured and subdued state was the day the impoverishment of Nigerians got to the full circle. Right? You know, that thing, you may not give it to politicians. It started with IBB's structural adjustment program. And you see that Nigerians are getting poorer by the day. And the poor man cannot resist oppression. Many people who would have gone there to vote and show their anger may not even have money to go to the polling booths. Many of them are looking for money, what their family will eat today, not even tomorrow, today. So you see that the system is rigged against the people. So now, considering that Ekiti is APC state, the kind of statements made by the governor and some other people is because those who are very angry are not participating. It is either they are poor to come, they can't afford it, or they are scared for their lives, or they are just not interested, they are fed up.
All right, that's quite apt. However, Mr. Meka, before we rest this issue until the figures start coming in, and then we'll be able to have insight into other issues, if there were issues of voter buy-in, if there were voter intimidation, and the manner the police, conducted themselves in terms of security, if there were ballot, issues, BVAS working or malfunctioning. The point now is, given this by-election in Kano, Nasarawa, here in Enugu State and Ekiti, what pointer would this tell us to INEC's preparedness towards 2027?
You see, INEC, for me, they will always tell you that they are prepared. There has never been an election where INEC will say that we are not prepared. But they said the taste of the apple is in the eating. The major challenge you have always had in Nigeria is logistics. And to a certain degree, that's understandable because Nigeria is a very big nation. I mean, for you to transverse from here to Katsina to Maiduguri, to Damaturu, to Adamawa come to Akwa Ibom. That's a huge responsibility, and there's only one body that is conducting these elections. They're in charge of everything, so it's not easy for them. Now, the basic issue, and that is why sometimes for me, even when you come to a state, states in Nigeria are big, right? And so the distance between the state capital and the local government area headquarters and the various communities and hinterlands where these elections take place, and from there they bring in the results and to come to the state capital is quite huge. And that is why INEC for everything should be the one you know, at the forefront of this electronic transmission of results. It makes their job easier. And for me, that is the main place through which I will rate INEC. If that doesn't happen real time, for me, you know, it's the same story we have. By the way, this is an off-cycle election, so just one state. And from what you said earlier on, that you know, from the testimony we are getting there, that the officials are at their various locations on time, ballot materials got to them on time. That is just one angle of the plot. I've already read a report this afternoon that says in one or two places the ballots didn't arrive on time. The officials were nowhere to be found. I've read such reports today. So which one are we going to take? And for just a state, it is one of the smallest states in Nigeria. I'm not saying is with due respect to them, but in terms of landmass, it's one of the smallest states in Nigeria. What about if the election were to be held in a place like Niger State or Kogi State? So for me, INEC needs to do better. They need to do better to win back the confidence of the people in our electoral process. For now, I've not seen anything to create smiles on my face.
All right, like Honorable did submit, until the numbers start coming in, we may be able to get the whole facts together about the outcome of the election. Then quickly, let's move on with issue concerning former head of state, Absalam Abubakar, speaking to Abacha Lut. He came up publicly to make an assertion which has necessitated a fresh and highly controversial debate, which is back on the spotlight today. And after former head of state General Absalami Abubakar declared that Sani Abacha never personally looted Nigeria's treasury, he argued that the funds linked to the late military ruler were often misrepresented and that some of the money recovered over the years may not have originated directly from the nation's coffers. That statement is already reopening one of the most explosive questions in Nigeria's political history. If Abacha did not loot the money, then where exactly did the billions recovered from his name come from? Gentlemen, let's have a conversation around this issue.
My dear, I happen to be a political editor in the era of Abacha. And I knew, everybody knew, that Abacha had challenges. I am not saying 100% he did not loot. But I can tell you, from what was made available to us then, that many of those things people called loot were stashaways to avoid sanctions. You remember then, the whole world power came heavily on Sani Abacha. And there were sanctions. And I remember Tony Ane, he was, I think, Minister of Finance. When he had a briefing with us once at Abuja, he said that some of these money are it's no longer possible to keep them where traditionally Nigeria would have kept money. That was the time Abacha went and erected a giant fuel storage facility in China. And he was now sending Nigerian crude oil there, Nigerian refined oil, crude and refined, to save them should there be sanctions. And then at the same time, to avoid Nigerians' proceeds from oil being trapped by the international monetary system, it was now dispersing them to certain institutions that were not conventional. And you know this kind of a thing, when you do that as head of state, you are not the one particularly doing it. You are delegating them. Some of them are likely to miss the way by human actions. Some of them may be manipulated. I'm not saying that the Abacha or the Abacha family is 100% free from corruption, but we all know, and people in government knew. So, to me, it is never good, it's never proper to be calling it a Abacha loot. It cannot be a Abacha loot because many of those people who are calling it a Abacha loot, who are recovering them and looting them, knew why the money had to be where they were. Where instead of keeping them where Nigerian accounts could be targeted by the Western powers, the Western powers wanted him out by all means. They wanted to cripple him. And if they had access to that huge reserves, it was very easy to seize them and bring the government to its knees. To stay safe, the government now started dispersing the funds to make sure they were not trapped. But then I must accept, we are Africans, we are not known to do so many things perfectly. Then we are humans, but mistakes are bound to occur. So some of these missed their way, and records of many were not properly revealed because of the nature of Abacha's death. And they were bound to, what you see happening now were bound to happen, and they started happening. And our current leaders who are not sincere themselves, who claim they are discovering those things, in order to further smear Abacha, we are now calling them loot. And when they are recovered, we don't see what they do with them. That was why one of the institutions that kept the money, one of the countries said, yes, we'll release this money to you, but let us see where it will go into.
Let us see where it will go into.
Yes.
All right. You know, the question now is, why now? Why is the former head of state speaking out now? There were periods when people expected the former head of state to speak on these issues, those who were privy, to Abacha's government, who were in the provisional ruling council. They never spoke up at that time.
Abdul Salami knew like little or nothing when he was president. His time was short.
But he served in the provisional ruling council.
No, some decisions were not going to be taken in the provisional ruling council because the provisional ruling council, powerful countries like the United States, Britain, and the rest of them had the capacity to penetrate that PRC and get the information. So if that is why they talk about kitchen cabinet or cabal in a government. So people who are handling so sensitive things are not going to discuss them in the open PRC.
Right. Mr. Mekodom, you seem to be calm about this.
No, Honorable he has given us some insight. I mean, some schooling in that perspective. However, a few issues I may want to probably raise here is that yes, General Abdulsalam Abubakar was I think he was the chief of defense staff, during the period of General Sani Abacha, and of course a member of the Provisional Ruling Council at that time. You see, yes, Abacha government faced some persecutions that it brought about itself, because I mean the nature of his government and the manner in which his nickname of that will be a maximum ruler, So of course the world frowns at that level of draconian leadership. So because of that, Abacha government now had to devise many other means through which it could survive and stay afloat. Then, of course, the way that government came to an end. But you see, we cannot help but call it a loot. The reason is very clear. Many of those monies, yes, very clearly now, the Abacha family is not the one benefiting. They are not benefiting from those monies now. But the thing is, the circumstances through which that money left Nigeria was not consistent with extant rules. That is number one. Number two, information on where they are. I don't think they are readily available to those who should know. Many of them, in fact, many of the information on the whereabouts of those even came from outside. I mean, many of them were volunteered by probably one or two people where the money was kept. So these are the circumstances that will lead to
doubt.
Yes. So under such circumstances, what else again are they going to call the money? The circumstances through which they left the country was not in line with our Eastern rules. The location of the money itself, the information was not available. And I'm sure, if the Abacha government had been overthrown, or somehow, if the government had come to an end when the principal himself was alive, do you think he would have volunteered to say, okay, there are some monies that we kept to so and place, I want to bring them back? That is the question. That is the moral question there. Although nobody will answer that question now because the man himself is not alive. Exactly. But basically, Abdul Salam Abubakar, a respected Nigerian statesman who has a lot of impressive record within the short period that he was president of this country, and is held to a very high esteem. Anybody, whether him or anyone who wants to project and take this narrative too far, we really have to work very hard to convince people that there was no looting.
That's quite apt. Head or tail, Abacha is no longer here to defend himself. Whatever we do may be conjecture into what the original intentions are, except those who are privy, will be magnanimous enough to begin to volunteer information as to what happened. When
eventually the man died, and the status of the country was now returned to status quo, it was no longer a pariah nation. Why didn't those people start? Because it was not the general himself who took that money to go and post for wherever they were. He certainly walked through people. So how come those people didn't begin to volunteer information, say, we kept this one here, we kept this one here, please recover this one, we kept this one here, we kept this one. God told us to keep this one. Nobody gave that information. The money started even.
But then they were not actually taken from Nigeria. These were sales abroad.
Yeah.
And the remittances, instead of going to the common Nigerian reserve,
yes,
were not dispersed.
But some people knew where they were.
Yes, that was what I said earlier on, that ordinarily, when you have a process, if it is not a perfect process, before something works from here to you, it must have received knocks, right? That may be what happened. But we are human, we know it is bound to happen, especially in a corrupt society.
Exactly, sir. That's it.
So the quarrel, my own quarrel, because I know a little, is that it is not a Abacha family loot. People in government, people in Abdul Salami's government, people in Obasanjo's government, people in all these former presidencies knew the details. Anyway. They have the data, right? What some people are doing is that they identify something somewhere, they target it for their own gain. And when they now use instrumentality of international law to extricate them, they want to corner it. You saw the one that became a controversy between the Abacha family and the people in government.
Yes.
So the issue was now, who do we release this money to? Abacha family said us.
And in some of such monies, there were people who were given percentage for facilitating.
Yes, of course, huge business. Is that one of the sources of controversy
in some of these things?
Just like I.
Be related now.
Yeah, someone rightly asked, where is this money now? Where were they, repatriated to? What were they used for? However, like I earlier submitted, Abacha is now here to answer for himself, and I was privileged to be with Al Mustafa about 2 years ago. And while conversing with him, one of his postulation is that till tomorrow that Abacha is the most nationalistic Nigerian that he ever met, privileged to work with, and he would defend him to high heaven till tomorrow. But that's still in the realm of conjecture.
I almost agree with him.
Yeah, of course.
I almost agree with him. Abacha was nationalistic, and the only person that measures close to him was Yaradua. You understand? These were people who did things without sentiment, without regard to your ethnicity.
Exactly. The kind of nepotism we are seeing now.
Yes.
The kind of nepotism we are seeing now, or we have seen since 1999. Honestly speaking, they were not there in the military regime.
Let's just move on, gentlemen. We are almost out of time, but before we call it a day, let's quickly look into the issue between the United States and Iran, where they have signed a 14-point framework agreement in Islamabad, putting a temporary pause on the 110-day war. But beyond Washington and Tehran, the bigger question is how this deal will reshape the economic and political landscape from here. Just because we are out of time, my question would be, how will this, agreement and then the cessation of hostilities between US and Iran affect and impact Nigeria going forward?
This is a very big issue, I must tell you. And when you come to international relations and politics, especially as it affects the Middle East crisis, it's a very big issue. Yes, the Iran and the United States we are told that they have signed a deal. At least there's some measure of understanding that is in place now, even though if you dig deeper, you see a whole lot of discrepancies in what the two countries are saying. Why President Trump is saying something different. Iran seems to be saying something different. And like I was reading up a few minutes before I came to this studio, even the Strait of Hormuz, which is at the center of the entire agreement, seems to be not entirely free at all for international shippers and other maritime operators. However, there's a bigger issue there. When you come to Iran, you find out that Iran doesn't seem to. There seems to be a whole lot of dissatisfaction, discontentment in Iran. If you understand the politics of Iran, Iran is a country where, though purportedly under civil administration, but through the leadership style of the former maximum ruler, the former supreme leader, who elevated the Revolutionary Guard to a certain level of, prominence, in which case even the president, in fact, if the Revolutionary Guard is probably not loyal to the president, but loyal to the supreme leader. So, to the extent that the president, sometimes he finds his rulings or his dictates overruled by the commanders of the Revolutionary Guard, and that came to play out, and that's one of the reasons why this peace deal had delayed so much. Why the president, President Khan, we know him, somehow moderate person. His utterances and his this seems to be portray some level of frustration. Why you have the Revolutionary Guard commanders who are hardcore, conservatives along the line of the revolutionary ideals, who were not even, as long as they were concerned, interested in any peace deal. To them, they were very defiant and they were ready to fight until probably the last man goes down. So that is why many pundits have come out to say that this is a very fragile peace deal, and we are not forgetting the Israel side on one angle. Israel is very much their body language and everything seems to favor total crushing of the Iranian regime. In fact, to them, they are ready to fight until the last man in the Ayatollah regime goes down. In fact, they seem to favor a total regime collapse which the United States themselves, in fact, J.D. Vance, the vice president, made a statement, a few days ago, and he was, because the leadership, the political leaders in Israel, seem not to be happy with the deal. More so as they were left out, they weren't carried along in the negotiation, and to them, the core issues have not been addressed, because they wanted not just the missile issue, but not just the nuclear issue, but the missile issue now. And so to them, it was not so. They saw the prime minister as have given so cheaply to the American pressure, by bowing out, and to them they see this as is only an opportunity for Iran to regroup and re-strategize. And J.D. Vance was telling them, say, look, you can't kill your way to every problem. In other words, he told Israel, look, you don't favor continuous killing, because continuous war, means continuous destruction. You don't, because generally, this is a very fragile piece. But I think at this point in time, the entire world is happy. Europe is happy. Those who depend on the Strait of Hormuz for free flow of a maritime and shipping line and or the oil routes, they are happy that this is coming now. Even though the second level of negotiation, we know they have the current bill has a 60-day window. So the second level of negotiation, which should actually open the door for proper, negotiations and peace deal, was just called off. The vice president couldn't travel again, and we just hope that, ultimately peace will return to the Middle East. But I guess America is aware of what Israel is doing, and to them, that's a joker. As far as I'm concerned, that's a joker.
Honorable.
Yeah.
Let's get your perspective from the Nigerian angle. This time around, Nigerians had to pay out of pocket, given the rise of crude, that rose from the original Nigerian budget benchmark of 64. We were able to sell as much as $120, and being that is a deregulated market in Nigeria, most citizens had to pay out of pocket. Now that we are seeing a sort of an agreement, a ceasefire in the Gulf, what is the implication for the Nigerian masses and the Nigerian government that seems to have, in the Nigerian palace, cashed out from the crisis?
Well, this is not the first time we have had a Middle East crisis leading to Nigerian government cashing out. We know how they were managed, and they were not properly managed. And instead of using them to develop infrastructure, we use them to buy vehicle for churches. We
use them to buy vehicle for
churches. Yeah, if you remember the $120 million from the Gulf windfall. Then, apart from that, Nigerian government and every person who understands international law and international politics knows that there is no peace deal yet. Because there are two major things in that peace deal: funding and the exportation of terrorism. Then renouncing the claim that Israel does not have a right of existence. If you cannot get Iran to accept that Israel has a right to stay and the citizens' right to live, you cannot get any peace there. I think as it is now, Trump betrayed everybody. And the reason he did that is because of the election of 2028. That's the reason he's doing that. He wants to quickly end it, because the jump in prices of things is giving him some hurt at home. And he knows that such is going to affect his election, the next election. He's going to come in even in midterm election. And in Iran, There were people who ordinarily had accepted subservience with the government. But when they saw the seriousness of U.S. intervention, they came out boldly, they demonstrated, and they started talking. By the time you walk on this day, in which case you are having a situation where it looks like you're just patting Iran and say, go and sin no more, they will come back and descend heavily on the people. The former prime minister's son, who lives in the Western world, has been preparing for regime change, has been mobilizing, has had people, even native talks and courts,
exactly,
where they are preparing, believing that the ground operations would start with them and they were going to be involved. They exposed themselves. And if the United States should go back now, the catastrophe we are going to witness there in the next few years
will be very massive.
It will be incalculable. So you have a situation where Trump has betrayed everybody, including the state of Israel. Things he ought not have even said in public, which a president should not say, he said them. And these were things that can embolden the kind of regime, a government that promotes jihad, a government that is known and actually admits that it is the backbone of Hezbollah. And Hezbollah's assignment is to make sure that Israel is knocked off the globe. What is the peace deal you are going to have without settling that? You cannot. The next thing you will have is escalation from Israel. Israel may not have the resources, human resources anyway, for ground operations, but they have the capacity to do terrible infrastructure damage in that place. So, to me, it looks like it would have been better Trump never started that war. Then, on Nigeria, we are talking about, well, our local balance, by our local balance, we say, if this door closes, another one opens. But then, why should Nigeria be waiting for crisis somewhere in the world for it to have more revenue when it has not properly managed, harnessed the revenue we already have? The millions we are getting from the oil, millions of dollars from the oil, why is it not managed? We have a situation where now in Nigeria where communities are being sacked for mining of solid minerals. The resources are coming in there. Why is it not streamlined for everybody to know and see what is coming in? Rather, they are using terrorists to chase people away from their lands, to mine the precious minerals, and the proper account is not rendered. So I'm not really too sympathetic with whether Nigeria is going to benefit from it or not. Because the ones we have had, what have we benefited?
All right. I agree with you to a certain extent. Yes, there was in communication with somebody operating behind the enemy's lines, and they were not excited. While families are happy that loved ones may come back to them, they seem not to be excited that the aim was not achieved.
At all.
They are unhappy that Iran, as we speak, have not completed a down blending of the nuclear weapon, and they were, granted waivers to continue to explore and export oil in this regard. However, gentlemen, we are out of time, and this is where we'll be drawing the curtain today on this very edition. And if you've been with us, we've been speaking with Ozo Ibuneku Ogazimora Esquire, who is a former information strategy, culture, and tourism here in Nigeria, a former commissioner of information strategy, culture, and tourism, a legal expert, and a public affairs analyst. Honorable,
thank you very much. It's my pleasure.
and Emeka Odom, who is equally a journalist, a public affairs analyst, and a development communication expert. It's a pleasure having you as always.
Thank you so much for having me.
And to you, our wonderful viewers, as always, the conversation continues beyond the studio. Stay informed, stay engaged, and keep your eyes on unfolding stories. I am Uche Osai. Thank you for watching Frontline Africa on Aneke TV. Bye.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine, for in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
Town hall meetings remain a central instrument of participatory governance, strengthening accountability and rebuilding trust between leaders and citizens. In democratic theory, particularly deliberative democracy, habemes, and participatory democracy, Bateman, governance legitimacy is sustained not only through elections, but through continuous public dialogue. Globally, town halls have improved policy legitimacy and reduced governance distance. In the United States, they are used to directly test legislative accountability. In Brazil, participatory budgeting in Porto Alegre reshaped public spending priorities through citizen input, while Rwanda's structured community dialogue systems strengthen performance monitoring at local levels. In Nigeria, the practice has gained visible but uneven traction, with notable examples at both state and federal levels. In Lagos State, under former Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, structured public engagements around infrastructure projects such as transport reform and urban renewal helped improve policy acceptance, particularly during major reforms like BRT expansion and environmental sanitation enforcement. Similarly, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has institutionalized town hall style engagements through community stakeholder meetings and sector-specific dialogues, especially around transportation, security, and urban development projects. These platforms have helped manage public expectations around large-scale infrastructure disruptions, while improving feedback loops on service delivery. In Enugu State, under Governor Petermbah, town hall engagement has been embedded into a broader governance communication strategy tied to ongoing structural reforms. Public interaction sessions linked to transport modernization, smart school implementation, and healthcare expansion have helped reinforce citizen awareness of policy direction and state priorities. However, Analysts argue that these engagements must move beyond presentation formats into structured accountability forums where citizens can directly interrogate performance indicators and budget outcomes. From a theoretical standpoint, town halls align strongly with social contract theory, Locke and Rosal, which holds that government authority is valid only when continuously justified before the governed. They also reflect accountability theory in public administration, which emphasizes transparency, responsiveness, and feedback-driven governance. For Nigeria, the need is urgent. Rising public distrust, economic hardship, and insecurity demand deepen civic engagement beyond election cycles. Town halls provide a practical mechanism to reduce misinformation, address grievances early, and improve policy ownership. Experts stress that Nigerian leaders must institutionalize town halls as a governance requirement, not political events, ensuring they are regular, structured, documented, and tied to measurable policy outcomes. Ultimately, sustained town hall governance is no longer optional. It is a democratic necessity for rebuilding trust, improving service delivery, and strengthening the fragile bond between the Nigerian state and its citizens.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Few Nigerian statesmen embody the ideals of national unity and principled public service life, popularly known as Danma Sani Kanu, a prestigious traditional title in northern Nigeria, meaning the knowledgeable one or scholar. Maitama Sule became one of the country's most respected voices on national unity, diplomacy, and responsible leadership. From his early years in politics to his service as Nigeria's permanent representative to the United Nations, he built a reputation as a bridge builder who consistently promoted dialogue over division and consensus over conflict. One of the defining philosophies of his life was that leadership must be anchored on integrity, humility, and service to the people. He repeatedly warned against politics driven by ethnicity, religion, and personal ambition, insisting that national development could only thrive where justice, inclusion, and mutual respect exist. Maitama Sule also believed strongly in the power of education, youth development, and intellectual engagement as tools for nation building. His public interventions were often marked by moderation, wisdom, and deep historical reflections. His life offers enduring lessons for contemporary Nigeria: the need for selfless leadership, responsible public discourse, tolerance in diversity, and commitment to national cohesion above sectional interests. At a time of growing political tension and social fragmentation, the legacy of Maitama Sule remains a reminder that nation building requires vision, restraint, and the courage to place country above self. Echoes of the past, where the voices of great minds continue to illuminate the path of history.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restore the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by His Excellency, my brother Senator Kashim Shettima, Your Excellency General Gowon, Your Excellency Mrs. Gowon, Your Excellencies General Abdul Salami and President Jonathan, Your Eminence, please permit me to stand on already established protocol. It is a great honor for me to have this opportunity to speak for 2 minutes on this occasion of the presentation of the book from our father. Unlike Kingsley, I would like to say that I'm here in a personal capacity. If my father were alive, he would be the one seated there. General Gowon appointed my father High Commissioner to Canada, Ambassador to Belgium, and First Ambassador to China. And my parents remembered the visit of General Gowon to China when he was ambassador. And I'm proud that I was able to continue that relationship, father and son, up to this day. President Jonathan spoke about leaders be remembered for policies and infrastructure. The reality is that policies change, infrastructure also changes. What is abiding in the memory of people about their leaders is who those leaders are. Do they remember you for your integrity or for corruption? Do they remember you as a patriot or as a parochial person? Do they remember you for justice or for injustice? And I think General Gowon represents for us and all subsequent generations an example of the values that should govern you in your life. And this is the most important thing. I'll leave you with one memory abiding for me. At the age of 8, I was sent to a Catholic school in Kaduna, St. Anne's. And I was classmates with a young man called Yusuf Palm, whose father, Colonel Palm, unfortunately was one of the victims of the 1966 coup. But what I remember at the age of 8 was that General Gowon, as head of state, would send a handwritten letter to Yusufu, signed Uncle Joe. That is a window into the person that you're dealing with, that as head of state, commander-in-chief, he would write a handwritten letter to the son of his dead friend so that the boy would continue to feel he had a father. That is our memory. Thank you for being a father. Thank you for being a role model. Thank you for being an example of what a true Christian or Muslim leader ought to be. Thank you.
Thank you so very much indeed. The Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Dr. Lamido Sanusi Lamido, who is making his way and greeting those in the front row. And as he does this, I'd like to take the microphone very quickly to His Eminence, who has a word or two. Your Eminence, sir.
In the heart of southwestern Nigeria lies Osun State, a land where history, spirituality, and modern life converge. From ancient groves to growing cities, Osun tells a story deeply rooted in Yoruba civilization. Osun State, created in 1991, is home to Osogbo, its capital city, a fast-developing urban center surrounded by rolling hills, farmlands, and rivers that have sustained communities for generations. At the edge of Osogbo lies the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the last remaining sacred forests in Yoruba culture. Dedicated to Osun, the goddess of fertility, the grove is both a spiritual sanctuary and a living museum of tradition. For centuries, Osun has remained a stronghold of Yoruba identity, where festivals, art, and spirituality are woven into everyday life. The annual Osun-Osogbo Festival draws thousands of pilgrims from across the world, celebrating faith, renewal, and cultural continuity. Beyond its sacred heritage, Osogbo is a growing city where tradition meets modern commerce. Markets bustle with traders selling textiles, food, and crafts, reflecting the entrepreneurial spirits of its people. Osun State is also a center of education, home to institutions such as Obafemi Awolowo University in nearby Ile-Ife and Osun State University, shaping the next generation of leaders. Young people here represent a bridge between tradition and innovation. In Ile-Ife, mythology and history intertwine, believed to be the spiritual birthplace of the Yoruba people. It remains one of Africa's most culturally significant ancient cities. Bronze works and archaeological discoveries here continue to attract global attention. Agriculture remains the backbone of Osun's economy. Cocoa, yam, cassava, and maize farming sustain rural communities across the state. In recent years, small-scale industries and digital entrepreneurship have begun reshaping its economic landscape. Like many Nigerian states, Osun continues to balance development with tradition, investing in infrastructure, education, and healthcare to improve the lives of its people. From sacred groves to modern cities, Osun State remains a living testament to Nigeria's cultural depth and evolving future. A place where heritage is not only remembered, but lived.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy for generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains: can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The Reserved Seats for Women Bill proposes a major shift: 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The Reserved Seats Bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade. India and Pakistan also use reserved seats for women in parliament. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security, political parties, and economic empowerment. As debates continues, Nigeria confronts fundamental questions about democracy and fairness. Can temporary measures create lasting equality? Will reserved seats empower women or remain symbolic? What does true representation mean in a diverse nation? For supporters, the bill is correction. For critics, it is controversial reform. But both sides agree Nigeria's democracy is still evolving. The future of the bill may depend not only on lawmakers, but on whether Nigerians believe democracy works best when every voice has a seat at the table.
In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.